Hello, y'all. Welcome. Yeah, what's going on, Quim? Good to see you. Yes, I am here hanging out doing some web dev. We're not starting soon, we done started. Thank you all for being here. Normally, I'm out here hydrating. Thank you, Frank. Normally, I'm out here doing some game development in Godot. And as Quim might remember, I used to use a game called Dreams to make games, but lately the last couple years, I've been on YouTube learning Godot and making games in Godot. And today, and last Tuesday as well, I have been learning a little bit about JavaScript. And the reason why I want to learn JavaScript is because for the activities we up to in this community, I find that it's quite beneficial to know JavaScript. I want to have a special interactive poll where y'all can suggest topics into the poll and then vote on it. So it's like a dynamic user-generated poll. That doesn't exist, and I want to make it for myself, for us. But, I'm tired of using code I find online or God's forbid, ChatGPT. So I'm trying to from a ground level start with vanilla JavaScript, vanilla CSS, no libraries is what I'm saying, and just get comfortable using these tools. So I've started working on a little incremental game because games are what I like to make. I do want to make web apps, so it's going to be very UI heavy, but still, it's something. So I'm kind of, you can kind of imagine it like a Tamagotchi sort of thing where these stats are constantly decreasing and then you have to increase them. And I'm kind of imagining this will duplicate itself, and the more of these you create, the more workers you have. to I don't know, it's gonna be the Tamagotchis are just employees, and you're just building with them or something. I don't know. That's where I'm kind of trying to go with it. So yeah, still using Dreams. I mean, look, Dreams is fun. There's great games on Dreams. There's fun tools on Dreams. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I think it just became for me I wanted to make things that I could take out of Dreams more easily. Technical things, not just art and music, which you can make in Dreams and then take out, but I wanted to make games that could be shared on Steam or itch or whatever. So that's what kind of made me stop. But hey, there's still good art, music, and games that you can get out of Dreams, game playing, and you can make games there too. All right, y'all. So where am I at? Yes, we got started, Pond. We are just in time. I've been later. So I've been using the MDN documentation a lot, so I'm probably going to keep referring back to that. Real quick, though, I do want to let you know we have a game jam coming up. Game Like Jam 5. It is up. It is ready to join, and it's going to be a horror game. The Game Like Jam, if you didn't know, is something we're doing we do our best, is something that's happening every odd month of the year, and we try to make games like other games. Pawn joined, thank you. Yeah, and honestly, just joining helps it rank higher on itch, which brings more people to it, and this community, which is nice. So if you come in here and just hit join, it helps a lot. But we make games like other games so we don't have scope issues. At least it's easier for me to not worry about how big my game is going to be because we provide the game for you right there. We've done Ski Free, that was our last one that we did. And before that, we had some awesome winners, by the way, of that jam. Before that, we did Puyo Puyo. We award people based on if it's... And the judging is just for... It's just to, clarify the purpose and motivate us to work towards that purpose. And the purpose being to stick to the original to an extent. So there's only 2 categories: most creative twist and most like the original. So it's still, even the creative one is like still like take some influence from it. And then we pick an overall winner or runner-up for the highest ranked one that doesn't go in both of those. But it's not really about the winning, even though I mean, obviously for some of us it is. It's just a way to help us get better by, it's a whole month. We have a whole month by making a small game relatively in a fixed amount of time. So yeah, Game Like Jam 5 is up. If you guys want to join, it would help the jam and the channel, and it might help you as a game dev. It's going to be a horror game. I'm super excited. I'm very, very excited about that. Let's see what else. Let's see what else. So come to the shoulder demon and try to do something extremely different. You mean difficult? Although different also applies. The point of the jam is to do something like something. Yeah. I mean, look, this is going to be... So this... I'm not going to say this is the hardest one yet. I think the hardest one we did was Puyo Puyo. That one was tough. I can neither confirm nor deny whether it's Slenderman. I simply can't. Puyo Puyo was tough because it had like match 4 grid mechanics, which was... yeah, that was brutal. Balloons was tough too, because you have to do like tower tracking. It's like a tower defense game, and you have to have a lot of different little units on the screen. This one was also quite difficult. Frogger was the first one. That one was fine. That one was good. That one was like perfectly scoped. But I didn't want to just like only do 80s arcade games, so I was trying to branch out a little bit. Ski Free was perfect. Really small, easy scope, and really happy with that one. And then this one's gonna be a bigger one. It's not gonna be as complicated, maybe, hopefully, as Puyo Puyo. I don't think it isn't. It just simply isn't. But there is potentially a lot of content in the original game, and so that could bog people down. But hopefully not. But yeah, no. But that's just. I mean, yes. I think we should challenge ourselves sometimes, but I don't think that means that as game devs, especially early learning game devs like me, it's the best choice to just do the most complicated thing all the time. That's just my belief. I do understand that the game is still stuck on console. Dreams. Yeah. But if it was on PC, then that would be a different story. That's true. If it was on PC, especially with like exports and EXE building and stuff like that, yeah, that would be sick. Need an artist. Whoa, you need an artist? Wait, why do you need an artist? Oh, for my game? I mean, certainly, if you mean, yeah, so anyway, back to the task today. For this, yeah, there's no art. Because, you know, I'm also trying to focus more on, like, UI things, but I think it could be nice to have, like, a little character. So, again, what I kind of imagine this turning into, let me grab this. What I kind of imagine this turning into, I should probably have this in a separate window so it can stay small, is maybe if there was gonna be like some art on here, it would be like a little icon space over here, and it could have like a little character bouncing around. I don't know. It's a character, and it's looks like something, and not like that. Okay. And then again, the kind of concept is that when you get this is going to be like a little worker doing a job, and as they do their job, and you keep them. I probably maybe need to change play. As you keep them satisfied, they'll earn money. Or as their well-being stays up, they'll earn money. And then you can use that money to buy more workers or upgrades to, like, on a specific worker. So, like, when you hover over, this is my concept. When you hover over these buttons, it says +1. That could potentially say +2, +3, +4, stuff like that. And I guess it would be nice in incremental game fashion if there was, you could also buy, like, an automation that keeps that going every so often, so you don't have to click on it. So then you can also buy a new worker, which I would love. Thanks to you, Pawn, for showing me in the Twitch sub /member stream that happens every Monday, by the way. YouTube member / Twitch subscriber. During that stream, you shared some of your code that taught me something about using classes in JavaScript. Maybe I should even start with that. We'll see. Using classes in JavaScript. Thank you. So this could be like a base class, and then we could just like instantiate new ones with different properties or something. Probably the only different property would be the icon. So anyway, you get a new worker and it would like duplicate like that. So again, I want it to be pretty UI focused, but in theory it could get more. Now the biggest concern I have about this duplication is what it's gonna look like. I mean, what, it's gonna be like this super long page that you just have to scroll down, you know, like, or are we gonna get deep into the CSS weeds? I hope not. To try and like make sure that it like fits in a nice way in a frame and everything like squishes, and I don't know about that. I think that might be overkill for this project, but probably will just be a giant scroll. I mean, if you've that's gonna be kind of annoying. That is me kind of, I mean, you can always zoom out. Just zoom out, man. Just zoom out. Well, it's fixing to the whole window. So I probably need some kind of frame for it. Would probably be good. Yeah, might want to do that. You know, I guess it'd be cool if like with every new one the like font size goes down. But again, that could get, you know, that needs to be, maybe I do want to start with multiplying it first, you know, because ultimately I only need to create one version of the logic, and then we're just like, you know, duplicating it. So it's not necessarily holding me back from developing this if I just create like a framework that lets me duplicate these. And then maybe I can start thinking about what that's like. You know what? I'm going to start with that. Screw it, I'm going to do it. But yeah, as far as art goes, I don't know. I don't want much, you know? Like, just like a face. Just like a face. Could even be nice to just find like an asset pack online or something of like head portraits and just like pop them in there. But I also do kind of like making things. But a person's head, I don't know if I like making that. I mean, Pawn, if you're offering, I will take sprite work. But yeah, I'm like actually okay with that for this, because I'm gonna focus on the JavaScript and stuff. So yeah, but the code for implementing it, I think I'd want to do on my own. But I don't know, Pawn, when you say needed, I don't think you're offering your services as an artist. I feel like that's not what you're saying. Okay, so what do I want to try to do? All right, let's try to get these duplicated. I think that'll be fun and hard and interesting. So I'm going to close this, please. And we're just gonna look, oh God, I have no idea what I'm doing. In that code that Pawn shared, you had like a new class. I would think, so the way that it currently works is we set these variables for the max for each stat and the minimum for each stat. So currently it's 10 and 0. I might want to make those like proper variables instead of constants. So that way that could potentially change, but for now it's constants. And then we get all of the stat value components from the HTML. So that is these, this, and this. So it gets fullness, happiness, and well-being, specifically 10, 5, and 5, which are the starting values. And it fetches all of those, sets interval for decrease, and it runs decrease stats. And the interval is every 1,000 milliseconds. So every 1,000 milliseconds, or 1 second, for each stat, I'm still learning JavaScript, so I gotta talk it out slowly. For each stat, it's like a for loop here. So each of these each value that it found in the HTML, it's going to set that actual inner HTML stat. That is to say, this number right here, right? It's going to actually set that number to be, well, it's actually fetching it first. It's setting it here. So this is saying we're creating a variable called value. Is there a need to put a let here? Like, is it implied? Like, why? Because you just taught me about let and that being like what a variable is. But I've noticed that I don't have that here. And it still works. Is it just like implied? And then I guess I kind of rather put it there. It just kind of reads weird to me. If it can be there, I kind of prefer it. Let me make sure that still works. Yeah, it still works. Cool. Today I learned. You see? This is a little poking around, learning things. So we're creating this variable called value, and that's what let is. So I'm usually using Godot, GDScript, stuff like that. So in this case, this would be like var variable. And so we're creating this variable within a function. And then we're setting the variable that we're creating, value, to that stat that's already in here on the HTML. So 5, 5, 10. And that's what makes, when it starts, these be 5, 5, 10 across the board, essentially. Well, not really, because those are already typed in, so that's not true. But once it decreases, that's when it changes. So, but I might want to do that. I feel like I don't love. Yeah, that would actually be nice. I don't love that this is like hard coded into the HTML, especially if I might want to like change that. So I think potentially filling this out based on things would be nice. Maybe this is a good reason why making that class is going to be nice, because maybe each worker has like different baselines or something. I don't know. Or like if you've upgraded one worker but not the other worker, right, then you would want these starting stats to be different, kind of, potentially. I don't know, something to think about. And it just adds more flexibility. So anyway, sets value to the stat that's already in there. So this is probably going to change to some, I mean, you could even change it right now. Constant, let's do it. Let's do it. Base, what do I want to say? Base, because it is a stat, but there's also the well-being, which is a little different. And I don't know that it makes sense to do like different. Can you do like let's out here? Is that like allowed? Oh, nice. Interesting. All right, so for now we'll make it a constant. Constant base. I kind of want to say incremental stat. And then for now that's 5. Constant base well-being equals 10. And then instead of saying let value equal this, now that's going to be more complicated because I'm going to have to, because this is going on every single stat, right? So I feel like I need a different function for the incremental stat and the base stat. You meant for your game. You're working on something. You can do sprites. You can? You just need to know what I'm looking for? Okay. I mean, like, no pressure. Like, I'm not trying to be... Don't feel like you have to do it now that I thought that's what you meant. You gotta work on your thing. You gotta work on your thing. But if you want to, if you were like, hey, maybe maybe I do want to, I will not say no. You don't mind? No, Pawn, come on. You don't mind is not the same as I would like to. Come on, are you sure? Are you sure? So, I mean, look, all that I really imagined for it. So again, the concept, maybe I should like type it out also. Would probably be like a good thing as a game dev. You're saying yes. Okay, but like I didn't like ask you to. I thought you offered and I accepted your offer. Okay. But now that wasn't your offer, I'm still willing to accept it. But does that mean I've pivoted? Maybe I need to stop resisting admitting that I'm asking. Whoa. Maybe I'm asking. Maybe I am. Huh. We'll see. No pressure. All right. Low pressure. You prioritize everything else in your life first. And if you decide that you're interested, we'll go from there. So here's what I'm thinking. The game is in feed and play with feed, and I need something else than play. Play is not right. Feed and I mean, you don't really have to feed your workers. I don't understand. I don't fully understand what this game is. I do, like, I get the game, but like the concept is strange. They're supposed to be earning. Yeah, maybe I do need to think about it a little bit. You're like earning money, like they make you, because I'm just trying to justify how you buy upgrades, right? I can't help it. I gotta have a concept. But if they're just like pets, I mean, I guess they could be like beasts of burden. And you gotta feed and play, but you'd also have to like clean them and I don't know. 3 feels like a lot potentially to manage. Yeah, maybe it's even nice to just have like 1 stat. But I think it's more interesting with more. I think it's more fun with more. Because there's also like happiness could, in theory, have like less of an impact on well-being. Whereas fullness, like obviously if they're not fed, they're dead. Dude, can they die? Like it's giving sweatshop labor, like or something. It's giving like labor abuses. I mean, it could be like instead of earning money, it could be like karma or like some kind of like goodwill or training points. Maybe like as they do more and get, but what are they doing? What do they do? Okay, let's go back. Imagine it is workers. If it is workers, what would those change to from feed and play? I mean, the workers, you pay the workers. So do you have like a that's kind of interesting though. Like you can only keep their stats up if you already have money. Wait, that's interesting. I kind of like that. And then so then it also raises the question of like, do they take breaks? Do they go home when they're not working? No, they don't. So maybe, and then you don't really have to feed them, you know? You really, all you have to do is pay them. That's it. What do you have to do for employees? Pay them, be nice to them, praise, maybe you can praise them. Probably there's like opinions about overpraising workers too, right? Workers quit if they're not happy and fed. Ooh, I like that. And you get new ones if the workers you have are happy. Whoa. But like, it's not like employers don't feed their workers. Usually. And you get new ones if the workers you have are happy. Whoa. Whoa. So you can't. It's interesting. I love the quitting idea. I really love the quitting idea. That's a great one. It adds more risk. I honestly hadn't even considered about what happens. I mean, I was like, they die if they don't stay full, but I kind of like that better. I like that a lot better. So I think I'm gonna say pay and praise. This is the most messed up thing I've ever Google searched. Should you praise your employees? I don't know. I just want some inspiration. No, AI, not you. Of course you would say that. Okay. Okay, it looks like it's good. First result on Google says it is. It's important. Paying a wage and praising. You need both. I think, okay, you know what? I'm convinced. Those are the two components. All right, say no more. I'm convinced. Okay, so we pay and praise. Or keep your employees from quitting. Pay and praise them. And it's I mean, look, if they're it's almost commentary, right? It's like it's not gonna matter about their personalities, it's not gonna matter about their skills. All that matters is if you pay and praise them, they make you money. It's commentary. All you gotta do is pay and praise. There's no individual components that go into whether someone's a good employee. You just pay and praise them. Pay and praise them. You have an idea? Okay, alright. I feel no entitlement to accept it, but I am incredibly curious. Pay and praise them to keep their so the praise would be happy. Pay and praise them and hire more for ultimate win. to keep the money machine going. That's it. To keep the money going up. Pay and praise them, then hire more to keep the money going up. That's the game. That's it. How much can you earn? How much can you and your team earn? That's it. That's it. For now. But I'm you might still say something that I'm like, yes. Yes. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm mostly afraid of scope. It's my main fear. Hey, what's up, Jordan? Welcome. I'm trying to keep working on my incremental game a little bit. For the art style, yay! Oh, okay, I see. I was like, please don't add scope. Please don't add scope. It's just a learning project. Yes, yes. So great. So you see the idea. Yes, yay! Simple cute characters. Ooh, I like simple cute characters. Sounds perfect. Sounds good. And I guess, like, you know, they probably, I mean, look, and this can be conveyed in a lot of ways, right? I think we could easily have a UI element, and maybe that'd be better, but have a UI element, well, the well-being, right? But maybe some other clues that they're dissatisfied. I'm not trying to increase your scope either. Look. If I were thinking in a big scope picture, I would have a happy face, a neutral face, and an angry or sad face. But I think that's easily represented by the well-being stat, and maybe some other things, you know, like a little label up here with content. Okay. Mad. You finally made a map system where every layer can work with parallax and repeat. In what engine or tool or where are you making it? Nice. We were just looking at something like that the other day. That's super important, right? Because you want it to scroll at different rates, and you want to make sure that when that section gets to the end, it loops around. In Godot, nice. Nice. It's parallax effects add such a beautiful, beautiful touch to everything. You're thinking the same? All right, well, you know, still, you know, don't have to worry about it. But if you're like, I want to, you can do it. Yeah, Jimmy, I just heard about that. You know, Pawn was just telling me about that. Trailers, right? It's basically like you're gonna get like game announcements is kind of what's exciting. It's for the RPG you've been working on for 4 years. Dang, oh, 4 years. Have we gotten to see your project yet? On the Discord or somewhere? Because that's, wow. You probably have some pretty good progress then. I like that Parallax is coming now so late because it's like you were not necessarily focusing on those visual details. But I bet it really like ties things together to have that now. Love that. Also, welcome, Jimmy. Gotta show you someone's game they posted. Okay. Being a manager looks hard. I'm glad I don't have to worry about feeding employees. Well, we're gonna change it. It's not gonna be feeding anymore. I know. I was like, wait a minute. You don't feed your employees. I'm gonna change it to pay and praise. Starting over and over. Oh, okay. I mean, that's fair. Like, so I like stopped making long-term projects because I realized I have no idea how to finish things. And so that's why I started the Game Like Jam, so I could have like very strict scope requirements and a somewhat short but mostly reasonable time frame to finish it in. With that said, I totally I actually, so when I was making a longer term project, I found that there was like code and things I didn't like from when I had started like early in the project, and then once I was really far into the project, I had gotten better, I had learned how to make better systems, but I still had that old kind of crappy amateurish non-fitting in code. And you know, I still just kept building on that though, and so it's just like this Frankenstein of like not ideal code and better code. So I can actually appreciate let you start it over, because I feel like as you learn new things and as you figure out what the game needs to be better, that's probably like a good idea. It's like a little iterative, right? Not just in the terms of like you're iterating on the gameplay and what the game plays and feels like, but you're also iterating potentially on how you're building the game. Yeah, I think that's a good choice. I can appreciate that. Here comes the airplane open. Oh, it's so humiliating. Oh my gosh. But yeah, Gamescom. I know. What am I thinking? Streaming on Gamescom. Look, they had it on my schedule, okay? They're interfering with what I'm up to. I also started making a SNES game a couple days ago, and you already made a vertical blue gradient. Nice. So like, what do you? I feel like there has been like some tools out to make like SNES style games. You don't even know how to add graphics yet? You're just like, I just want to make stuff. I just want to do stuff, learn stuff. I respect that. I love the SNES graphics. I still do. Nick was hyped for a horror themed game like that. Me too! Me too! Oh my gosh, because I've like never really made a horror game or even like thought about much a horror game. So I'm super pumped to like get that experience. You started watching random haunted house walkthroughs for inspiration. Yes, I've been collecting inspiration too. There's this one with Jimmy and Kevin Hart that was pretty hilarious. A haunted house walkthrough. What is wait, do I know what a haunted house walkthrough is? Just like celebrities going to a haunted house. Interesting. Right, haunted houses are kind of like the original horror game. That's really getting to the source, actually. I will not play this on stream because these kind of big ol' companies are gonna snatch that video right out of YouTube. Blood Manor. That's a really good like idea for inspiration, is to like look at haunted houses. I'm like looking at other horror games and stuff, but like it doesn't get more OG than a haunted house. I love that. Haunted houses are the original horror games. That should be a video essay. Nice tip, Nickba. Oh yeah, what was I gonna do? All kinds of stuff. Oh geez. Yeah, so if I want, so if I want the base and the well-being stats, the increment stats and the well-being stats to be dynamically added into the page, I'm gonna have to do that. Well, you can. It's easy. Look. All you gotta do is say let value equal. Well, you kind of need two separate ones. Base increment stat. And then we'll say stat inner HTML equals value. And that should set those. But the problem is well-being is included in here. So I kind of need to say that this is different. This is a... And so instead of well-being, maybe like job satisfaction. I think well-being is okay, but it would be nice to find some other words that are more like businessy, but I think for now I think it's fine. Let's call it overall value. So that way it can still be a little vague. Okay, and then in the CSS, I don't think we actually do anything for it in the CSS. Yeah, nothing there. It's just for the sake of the JavaScript finding it. So literally all that this is gonna find is the base stats. There's a few haunted houses in my city around Halloween, but my friends are too chicken to go with me. Interesting. Interesting. Do they play horror games? I don't know. They were kind of scary because it's like actual people who were doing the jump scares. And then I feel like maybe a lot of us who have experience with haunted houses went when we were children, where we were much more easily scared. I have this memory I forgot about of like being on like it wasn't like a haunted house. It was like because I grew up in like a more farm-like area of the United States, and so there was like, you know, haunted hay rides. And then you'd like someone would be driving a tractor and you'd be like on like the back of this wagon hitched to the tractor. And I remember there would be, and it'd be like a haunted house, except it was like outside and bigger. And I remember there was some like scary looking person who had like a bowl of what looked like candy or something, and they like offered it. And when I put my hand in there, it was just, it felt like, I don't know, like brains or something. It was just like mushy and gross, and I think it was like wet sponges or something. But like that was such a weird way to scare me, because it wasn't like they jumped out at me. It was just like an unexpected texture. I don't know, it's so random, and it's not the most haunted housey thing, but it sticks with me as like something that really scared me as a kid. Maybe I was just autistic and sensory, experiencing my first sensory issue. But yeah, but that's it, right? Is haunted houses are like sensorily very overwhelming. So I don't blame your friends, but still, could be interesting for a study. I don't know if I would go to my way. Maybe I should. I don't know. I'm like, maybe I should go to a haunted house. Face my fears of the squishy bowl. Wait, but then you'd be constantly going to the same value. Because the value it's being set to is constant. That's right. Yes. So here's, well, no. So here's the thing. For now, in the current version, I just have the numbers typed into the HTML. They're just like hard-coded into the HTML. So that's like the starting point for the stats. And then it starts decreasing from there, and you can click to increase it. And the way that worked is this was reading what that was. So it was like, hey, what's hard-coded into the HTML? Okay, that's the stat. Got it. And so now all that I'm doing is, instead of looking at what's already typed in here, I'm just moving that to a constant up here. So it's reading that constant, and it's now assigning that constant to a variable. I see what you're saying, but so the idea is that it would be like, I actually do see what you're saying, and I appreciate it. So what I want to do is keep the value inside. I'm not sure. I'm going to keep it in this function, right? I'm going to have to experiment with class inheritance stuff. Ideally, it would stay within this function, and then it would keep updating it. So it says, create a variable called value that initially gets set to this. But you're right. Every time it would come back, you're right. It would keep setting it. You're right. So we wouldn't want this to happen every time. That's an excellent point. We only want this to happen one time. right? And then it stops setting it. You're right, Jord. Jord, you're right. You're absolutely right. You are correct. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm sure you saved me at least a little bit of debugging. Do I have a... I think I do have a credits list for this. I owe you one. I owe you one. I do. Where do you got you one? Jeez, so many people on here already. Okay, well, you are. There you are. Okay. Thank you. You saved me a bit of debugging. So, I would want to say that initially, I guess we want like an initialize function almost. Okay, I gotta reimagine some things here. I need to, okay, so I'm gonna open something. I'm gonna reference some code. Some code from Pawn X Pawn, because Pawn's code inspired me to think about something in this way, and I need to study it. Which one was it? It was probably this, right? It was probably the sprite one. No, it was the parallax one. It was the parallax one. So this is not my code. If you guys do want to see this, if Pawn doesn't mind, it'll be an array of employee stats you'll have to loop through. Yeah, exactly. The parallax has it. Yes. You don't mind? Okay. So this is some code that Pawn shared, because Pawn has been along with me trying to like make some game type stuff in JavaScript, which I think is super awesome. In vanilla JavaScript, mind you. Oh, I hate this when the top of the window is off screen. Why would you do that? Okay. So this is for reference what this does, and this is all vanilla JavaScript made by Pawn. And it's a parallax effect. So it has different layers moving and repeating, just like George was talking about earlier. And this is made in vanilla JavaScript, which is super, super cool. And so one of the things that I noticed about this is Pawn is establishing a base class called parallax layer. And then giving it these constructors, these arguments, image, and then scroll modifier, which essentially is like speed. And then down here, there's an array of new parallax layers. So it's kind of like instantiating that base class multiple times as separate layers. So like this is the speed that it's going at. This is the image that it's using. And so I kind of want to see if I could use this similar pattern to create a base class of a worker. And then if you buy a new or hire a new worker, which I do like what Pawn said too, like maybe you can only hire a new worker if there's worker satisfaction. I see. I like that. I like that. It's scope, but I like it. It's not that much scope. And if you can hire a new one, it would automatically it would instantiate a new one. And so in theory, I would need it to be kind of self-contained, right? I don't know, like maybe I don't know what that's gonna be like. It would need to like have its own variable system within itself that it keeps track of. And that can be updated by pressing its buttons to increase the stat. So I gotta figure that out. That's a thing. So right now I have like this. This is definitely a problem. Yeah, George was right. This is definitely a problem. So I need like a base class, and then say that when the base class is created, it pulls from these starting points, so I can easily say, you know what? I think actually I want the starting stat to be 10. And then all of the new starting workers would have that updated value. Is what I ideally would like to see. Okay. I don't know. I gotta experiment, you know? I'm just kind of using the tools that I'm discovering. So this is decreasing the stats at an interval. I feel like, and this is setting the stat value to stats, which to be fair is, I mean, it's gonna be different. It's gonna have to generate HTML. Now the difference between what Pawn is doing and what I have is Pawn made something that is using a canvas to draw the layers. And I don't necessarily have such a canvas. Welcome, Henry. How you doing? Thanks for coming through. I'm starting to try to imagine how I can use like a sort of quasi instantiation to create multiple like workers that you can spawn to. It's like an incremental game, so ways to earn more money and such. So it's gonna be like you have one worker here, append it from JavaScript. Oh right, just like say here's the base HTML, fetch that. Wow, interesting. And so then what I want, right now I only have one little section, and what I want is for you to potentially be able to add more of these little sections. And you could just have a whole bunch and a workforce earning money. And so I'm trying to explore like ways to do that. That's Pawn's code. Append the HTML. Okay, thank you for that confirmation. That is helpful. I feel like I owe you at least 2 credits here. Okay. At least 2 credits. Okay. So I don't know. I feel like I just gotta kind of go in here and mess around, and then if you guys are like, that won't work, I'll be like, oh, whoops. Okay. So fetching all of the stat values, I feel like this doesn't make sense. I feel like the stat values have to come from, if that's what we're gonna do, it has to come from within the section that it sees and that it's referencing in here. So like if I have this care container, I'm gonna call this employee container. Let's see if that's something that's in here yet. Nope. We have a stat container, employee container. So that's probably what I'll want to be appending and then regenerating. Abilities container. Oh yeah, it is your abilities that you can use. That's true. Feed and hunger. Although I want to change this to pay and salary +1. Salary, wages +1. And then praise, happiness +1. Button wrapper, playing, we're renaming this. Why did I have those? Why did I do that? I didn't do that here. I don't know. I don't think we referenced that anywhere. But you probably will. If you want like different, I don't know, it doesn't seem necessary. So for now, I'm just gonna not add that. No reason to anticipate if I don't need it yet. Button 1, button 2, praise, happiness. Okay. So at some point I am gonna want to like make this a variable that gets updated. So it can say +2, +3, +4 and stuff like that. But for now, this is fine. stat wrapper, fullness. Instead of fullness, I guess we want to say, what is this? So it's constantly decreasing, like net worth, financial stability. Money in bank. Income. Feels a little confusing because it's like we have income too. Household income. Nest egg. No, that doesn't make sense. That's different. I guess income works. We can always change it. Happiness is fine. Stat value. Well-being is fine. We're calling that an overall value, and those are the stat values. Okay. And then this whole employee container would need to be appended and then created anew. It's kind of crazy. Okay. So that means we don't want to say document query selector all. Somehow I'd want to actually refer, we need to know what that is called for each one. So I probably want to append like so employee container 1 and have it somehow change that name to be employee container 2, 3, 4. But then again, we probably want like you want to add an extra class on there, right? Because we're going to want employee container to be independently referenceable. I almost want to say worker. It's just shorter. Okay, so employee 1. We'll say employee. And so somehow we'd have to enumerate that. It's complicated. This is a lot. It's a lot. Okay, employee 1. And so we don't want to necessarily say that. I kind of would like there to be none. All right, fine. I kind of want there to be none. And then we just instantiate the first one. Okay, I gotta look into this. I got some work to do before this game is gonna function again. Although hopefully I'll at least have the like current version. Yeah. So this is here to show where it's at. Speaking of where it's at, Lila is where it's at. Welcome. Are you gonna stay with us? Are you just passing through? Okay, let's do some research. Append and generate HTML from JavaScript. Yeah, we got a kitty cat. Oh, her head's just out of frame. Minus AI. I would like to find it the hard way. You could have the HTML for workers be one big string. Whoa. Oh, wait, I'm not even gonna look at what that said. I'd rather just like, I like that. And I like that you didn't give like a super specific answer. That wasn't sarcasm. Like seriously, I appreciate that. Okay. Let's do it. You know, and then so here's something I've been thinking to myself, and I haven't done yet, is it nice to have multiple JavaScript files, or is that like bad? Because a part of me is feeling a little like, I don't want to have like one giant Doom JavaScript. I would love to have, like, this is where the employee code lives, and then it like pulls from that. But then I have to like think about like how to do that, right? Separate JavaScript files. Read from between. variables from one JavaScript file to another. Yeah, not even sure it's best practice. I don't know. Assuming you're using standard browser-based JavaScript, not Node, it's pretty simple. In the HTML, you have to declare the files in the order that you want the variables created. In my example, 1.js will create a variable called 1, and 2.js will access it. Boop, boop, boop. Console log 1. That's it! In an incredibly basic level, if you have like three JavaScript files linked to your HTML, the HTML file reads and executes them all separately in one global scope. It's not good practice to put a bunch of variables in the global scope like this. But if you linked your variables file first, then your functions file, it may just work. There's a lot of better practice ways to do this, like having everything be inside a function and pass the arrays in as arguments and back as return values. Set up your files as modules and import or export them between files. Now, what makes a module a module? I know we talk about modules when we have different like libraries and frameworks. But this is like saying you're making your own kind of module. At the very least, if you must have global variables, just create one top-level variable object with properties for all your different arrays. This is interesting. It's nice if you want to break your thing into classes. There's no rules, but the order you have your scripts in matters, right? Try having two script files and calling one function with the other file. I kind of want to do something like that. But a whole function? Yeah, I guess I gotta think about like what I want these different scripts to do. So like I want a script that holds the data. We could even say it holds the data for creating a new... I guess I was thinking it would just have like that one string variable, because it's gonna be like the... Basically, it would be all of this, right? And I feel like slapping all of this into a JavaScript file where I'm doing other things is like ridiculous, you know? And I hate that. So like I want this out of the way, out of sight, and we just pull it in and place it onto the page, you know? And as far as making it a function, all right, you're right, just for funsies, just to like see what happens. Okay. I'm also going to not have this code since it's currently broken. I'm just gonna comment it all out for now. Oops. Okay. So I'm thinking that what this will be called is ultimately is interaction. It's not really interaction, it's like because it would also handle the like automation, so like stat management would be kind of what I'm imagining there. And then if I make a new one called employee container, but just for the sake of trying it out. Okay, oh god, okay, create a function. I forgot how you make functions. We need to say function print hello. And we do like this, and we could say console log hello world. And then over here, just say, oh wait, we have to declare it too. So it's a global variable. The printer has the function hello. That's correct. It's absolutely correct. In GDScript, you're right. In GDScript, we call it a print. In JavaScript, it's a console log. What did I call it? Print hello. Print. Oh, look. There it is. It's just ready for me. Love you, VS Code. Do we even need to... I don't think we have any... I don't even think we have any arguments, so... Yeah, it's fine. Okay, good. And then... Still getting used to the syntax. And then down here... We say... Stat management... and employee container, and then run it. Check the log. It didn't work. Oh dear, what have I done? You probably can't just put like a naked function in there. You probably have to say function fetch print hello and then run that as a function. See, we're learning little things. Okay, now try it. Nope. Oh dear. Oh dear. Console.log. Function index.html employee container.js stat management.js. Now I wasn't sure that a function would even work. Let me try something else too. Something I'm missing. Do I need to call the function? I don't even know. I literally have no idea what I'm doing. Let me set a variable. And then also try this. Print. No, not print. Console log. Test variable. See what that does. Nothing. But see here how I feel like, okay, try this. Fetch print hello. Do we have to do that? Oh, got it. Right, you have to call a function to run a function. That makes sense. Nice. Hello world test variable. Okay. Okay, you see, I just started learning JavaScript, so these very basic things. I gotta struggle through it, but I love struggling through it. Tell me I didn't just make neural pathways for next time. I'm gonna remember to do that. Nice. Thank you guys for letting me struggle through that, truly. Yes. Okay, let's go. Good refresher. So, what I want to do... Yeah, Vanilla.js, Kizurai, I'm doing my best. Hey, what's up, David? Good to see you. Welcome back. Leave. Oh, I kind of like that. I'm leave. Lees/leave. By the way, JavaScript has template strings, and it's a nice feature for strings of variables in it. What is a template string? Yeah, so I'm working on this incremental game. I've got like more of a concept here now. So keep your employees from quitting. Pay and praise them, then hire more to keep the money going up. How much can you and your team earn? How much cash can you and your team earn? You love the gay scent? I stay gay sad. I do. I be squatting on this. I got this nice Herman Miller Aero chair. But I be squatting in it. Cheers! That is funny. Thank you. You don't have to say it wrong, it's okay. Gay chair, happiness, yes. Okay, I'm actually very curious what that is. So yeah, so this is my idea, and then you're gonna be able to like buy new employees and hire new employees by keeping them happy. And so right now I'm trying to set up in vanilla JavaScript a way to like instantiate new employees. I don't have a lot of the systems in place like that you can actually spend money to buy them, but I wanted to start adding them into like independent classes, and so that way I wanted to make them modular. Right now they're not, and I'm basically breaking the game to get it working again. But I think I do have a working version. Normally it would start at 5 fullness, 5 happiness, and 10 well-being, which I'm switching now to income, happiness, and well-being, and you pay and praise them. But this is the one that's not broken right now. And I love this about doing web game stuff though, is that I can actually keep the old working version open. Love that. And it's so easy, just like make a copy of it or something. But yeah, so it decreases, you can increment it. Ideally, happiness slash wages wouldn't just be +1, it could be +2, +3. You could like buy upgrades for that. And then if well-being drops too low, they're gonna quit their job and you lose them as employees. And I guess you could literally lose the game if like you run out of employees. You're coding a sanity meter into your game right now? Nice. Like survival horror kind of game? That's really cool. Sanity meters are awesome. Looks like it would make a great sim game. Yeah, try to make it like a sim game. You've been getting... It sounds really cool, Derek. Nice. So like stuff... It's kind of similar, right? Because it's like a stat that you have to like keep, you know, maintained, and then like maybe things start getting like weird and creepy and scary and distorted as it fills up or drains. I guess drains. That's a fun mechanic. Kizurai has been getting around to using Git for version control. Let's go! It's so helpful, right? You're not very consistent with committing yet. Yeah. That takes time. That takes time to learn. I feel like even like people who are working in an industry where their company has a GitHub to manage, I feel like that's like something that like managers have to like remind their employees to commit more. Smaller commits more often. It's really hard, and I think it even like getting used to that is like gets to the heart of like a fundamental coding principle, where you know I'm doing it now. I do it all the time. I am so far from being good at that, so far from it. But like you know, like instead of fixing this and fixing that and then coming over here and changing that, well, let me fix that text. Let me move this over here, right? One task at a time. I'm just gonna work on this, you know, so that way I can commit. I did this one change instead of bundling a bunch of changes in each commit, because then it's a lot harder to backtrack if there's a bunch of changes in one commit, you know. But look, I mean, I'm a solo indie dev type hobbyist, so at the end of the day, I'm just gonna do what I do, and keep in mind that I want to work towards, being more consistent. Yeah, that's good. Just get familiar with using it. You know, that's the most important thing for now. Nice, good job. Non-member stream. Yeah, it's a non-member stream. Only Mondays. Only Mondays. We do the Twitch sub exclusive and member exclusive live stream. Only on Mondays. Tuesdays and Fridays, I'm here. Trying to learn new stuff for a game jam. Nice. It would be, I love that a game jam can inspire people to learn new stuff. It would be when light is on and in range, you're good. Oh, you're in the darkness too long. Cool. I love that. Puts like some extra pressure while you're playing. Nice. Henry is watching on YouTube and Twitch. Thanks, Henry. Appreciate it. Welcome to YouTube and Twitch. When you used to work as a software developer, you committed all the time. Nice. I mean, that's probably expected. Jira/Git, whichever. But when it's my own project, I forget to do it. I see. I mean, look. Like, if it is your own project, is it as important? You know, it's like what, you know yourself, right? You know what you need. You know what, like, helps you. You know? And if you feel that, like, it's fine, then it's fine. If you're your boss in that case, there's no pressure. Gotcha. I'm glad you're like using it for your personal projects now, though. It's still worth it, like, just to have. And for me, like yes, committing and reverting if needed, seeing the history, being able to go through and understand what changed when. But almost the most useful thing for me is the cloud storage component. Like the fact that I can switch to any device anywhere and access the project. Like that, I love that. Especially too, like if I'm working on something else and I'm like, what did I do in that one project? I don't have to like boot up the whole project or go through Windows file system. I can literally just pull up GitHub and search through the code. For me, that's probably the most useful thing for my solo projects, my hobby projects, is just referencing them and accessing them in the cloud. But sometimes I do be reverting. If I know I'm gonna be making some, I probably should have. Well, I mean, I guess I don't need to commit because we're just started today. But if I know I'm gonna be doing a lot of stuff that's gonna break everything, okay, yeah, then committing is really important. It's easier to take risks when you have that. You're also keeping a calendar schedule and taking breaks to help you not get burnt out. Yes. Oh my gosh, schedule. Oh my gosh, like it's half the reason why I love live streaming my game dev, because it gives me a schedule to show up. This time is for game dev. That's what we are doing here on this day, is game developing. These hours are blocked for that. Has really been hugely valuable. Taking breaks, I could get better at that. I'm not great at that. Good, as you should. Really, to me, that's like next level skill. Breaks are so important. Hot take, losing all your code and starting again from scratch really helps you learn code and Git. That's true. That's true. I've always, dude, I agree. Like, and it's always felt like kind of like almost like not very the nicest advice or like thing to say. Like people sometimes will come through here and be like, "Oh no, I just lost my whole project," right? And I'm like, don't worry. I'm like, "Oh my god, that sucks. Holy crap." And yet I'm like, I know that when you try to remake it, it's gonna be better than it was. At least in my experience, that's the case. And yeah, I hadn't even like quite thought about that perspective, that it's actually teaching you, because you like did it once and now you get to do it again. It's like, you know, rote memorization, except there's that pressure of, well, I have to recreate it because otherwise it doesn't exist. But I always find that when I do it a second time, I actually do it better the second time. It doesn't mean I want to have to redo it, but you know, usually just to get the thing done, the first time isn't the best pass, and getting to redo it is usually advantageous because I take lessons I learned from that first time. I agree, yeah. I like that it helps you learn Git because you remember not to forget to version control it. Yeah, totally. 100% agree. Sometimes once you lose your whole project and remake it, you make it exactly right. You make it faster and better. Exactly. It's little comfort in the moment, right? Like when that happens to me, I'm not exactly like, yay, now I'm gonna make it even better, right? I'm still really upset and annoyed. But at the end of facing that annoyance and getting there, it's often quite rewarding. Yeah, doesn't help with the bad feels, but it does help contextualize after you've completed it. Like, oh yeah, this is good. Rewriting code is just Dark Souls. You died. It's interesting. It's like, there's a life lesson in that. There's a life lesson in that. You know, like, I feel like it's so easy, at least for me. I'm not a hoarder, okay? But it's easy for me to, like, hang on to, like, files. I may be a data hoarder. Hang on to files or old notebooks from school or whatever for, like, a long time. Old computers and things. But then I never really go back to them. I never use them. But I like that it makes me think, like, how could I apply that to other things? That maybe it's okay to let go of them because maybe you didn't need them. Maybe recreating them is valuable. It's interesting. Just live your life like you play Dark Souls. Oh yeah. Okay, so you said there was a way to do a... What kind of a string? Template strings. I mean, I think that's, at least in... I don't know if that's, like, literally something, but I feel like in theory, that's what I'm creating. A string that is a template. But maybe that's, like, actually something. Template literals. Oh, it's got a documentation page. Literals delimited with a backtick, allowing for oh, so I kind of need to do that if I want to, like, take HTML and slap it in. Allowing for multi-line string interpolation with embedded expressions and special constructs called tagged templates. More advanced form of template literals are tagged templates. Allow you to parse template literals with a function. The first argument of a tag function contains an array of string values. The remaining arguments are related to the expressions. Sometimes I'm not sure I understand what an expression is. Like, what do you mean? I'll let the AI answer this one. Any valid unit of code that evaluates a single value. Give me any data types or numbers. So, got it. So, like, expression right here. It's evaluating a single thing. Okay. The remaining arguments are related to the expressions. Okay. The tag function can then perform whatever operations on these arguments you wish. Oh. And return the manipulated string. Alternatively, it can return something completely different as described in one of the following examples. I feel like I don't need this, but it's interesting. The name of the function used for the tag can be whatever you want. Whoa. That Mike is a youngster. Person Mike, age 28. Three arrays. String 0, 1, and 2. Age string. Okay, and then it brought in the person and the age as the values to evaluate. So it's it's seeing like untyped variables is so disturbing to me. Like how, so you're just calling some random thing strings, and then here this is creating it into an array. It's so disturbing. Okay. So it's adding that. Oh, this is commented out though. Or these, I don't really understand where it's getting these from. Where is it getting that is a from? Oh, down here? Whoa, this is kind of crazy. This is kind of blowing my mind a little bit, if I'm being honest. I mean, this isn't like really necessarily what I need, but I'm just like taking it in here. Return a string built using a template literal. So this is just setting up that that strings is an array. And strings 0, 1, and 2 represent these three indices in that array. It's a more complicated version. Yeah. I know I don't, and I'm just like, you're right, I should just let it go. I'm like, ooh, what is this? This looks cool. You're right, I should just skip it. It's tempting. It's tempting to learn. But that doesn't mean I need to bother. Okay, you're right. Thank you for snapping me out of that. Okay, so this is more what I need. String text line 1, line 2, blah, blah, blah. Beautiful. That's all there is to it. Okay. I have separated myself from the rabbit hole of that. So is it like, it's just like instead of using double quotes? Interesting. Gosh. VS Code zooms a little aggressively for my taste. Okay. So, okay, I'm just gonna take this entire container and we're just gonna slap it in there. Goodbye, container. I probably need to like clarify. We could even like match it. We could say, because you need more than just the employee container. You would want to have like employee all employees or something. And then that's where we would put it, like in there or something. Kind of like a canvas. And then I'll just put it in there. There it is. It just is in there. Cool. This is wild looking. Okay. Now that I have that, oh god, I've broken everything. Now that I have that, really all that I want to try to do is just plunk it into here. That's it. I don't even want to think about class stuff right this second. Let me just get that in there. Add new employee. Add new employee. And then, so we need to go find in the document the employee, or the all employees class. Set that to a variable. Although you could set this up here. I think that would be fine. Oh, right. Really, it's like an employee's canvas. I don't know. That just feels better to me. Because that is like the way I'm thinking of it, is more like a canvas. Let me go over here. I kind of wish I was using more dashes here instead of underscores. I know it's pedantic. I know. But the sooner I rename these, probably the better. I prefer saving underscores for other things. Okay. We can, oh, we can't use them here. Okay, good to know. Well, then I kind of wish I didn't use the dash. That's okay. Maybe it's kind of nice, because it makes them look more different, which is good. Okay, so then, when we add a new employee, we say... No idea. Not a clue. Not a single clue. Okay. Okay, now I'm gonna look at this. Forcible ways to add HTML. Use the inner HTML. Oh. Got it. So if I say employees canvas inner HTML equals whatever I called it over here. Test variable. Employee. I mean, you can just call it an employee container. You sure? You sure about that? Let's not call it that. Let's say employee template. Wait, how did I get over there? Oh, looking stuff up. Employee template. Okay. what is that like? I'm a little afraid. Nothing. Alright, okay, alright. Curious, though, like what it looks like, too. Console, uncaught type error. Cannot set properties of null. Setting inner HTML. Oh, did I get it wrong? That's correct. That's correct. Maybe it's not finding employees. Oh, look, I spelled that wrong. Yay! Typo! Typos are the best. They're so easy to fix. Okay. Hey! Let's go! Hell yeah. Okay. Okay. And add 2 employees, I dare you. I friggin' dare you. Okay, alright. Maybe I need to put it twice in here. No, but you're equaling it, right? So you'd have to do like a plus equals. Wait a minute, what? I don't know if plus equals exists, but I assume it does. Hey! They don't point to the right places, but that's alright. Let's friggin' go! Let's friggin' go! Yes! Hell yes! Okay. I do want like some kind of like spacer between them. I don't want to get too bogged down with the CSS here, but if we could just add some padding to the bottom of employee containers, that would be fine. That would be sufficient. Super simple. Margins, not padding. Although it would be nice to have like a horizontal rule. I could appreciate that. Horizontal rule. HR tag. In CSS? I don't want to add an HTML. HTML HR feels so boring. Is that the only? I guess that is the only way. Okay, all right. Sorry, I didn't know. I guess you can style it in CSS. So maybe we'll do that. Instead of adding margins underneath each employee, we'll just do a horizontal. Okay, fine. Very good. Understood. I hear you. All right. Got it. Say no more. So we'll come back. This is gonna be the other thing, right? Is like when I want to update this, it's just, you know, it's a bunch of orange instead of being like, you know, color coded for HTML, which is fine. It's fine, but it's something to think about. It certainly is what it is. Hey, Timeless, welcome. I'm working on my incremental browser game to help me learn some like fundamental vanilla JavaScript stuff. And I have like a concept for the game. It is about keeping your employees from quitting. You will pay and praise them, not feed and play. You'll pay and praise them and then hire more to keep the money going up. And I'm right now setting up ways to like instantiate or add multiple employees that can be individually managed. It's fun. I really enjoy learning this stuff and just feeling that it's like a creative canvas to draw on. So yeah, that's what I'm doing today. It's going pretty well. I got help from y'all. It's going good. How are you doing, Timeless? I'm gonna say after. I guess you just want it like on the bottom. Do I want it in the container or like outside of the container? Probably outside of the container, right? Like that makes the most sense. You don't want to put it inside of it. Okay. So we'll say out here, HR class. I don't know. You could also. This is horrifying. I'm just gonna call it employee separator. We don't. Do we close horizontal roles? No. Okay. Come back to CSS. Employee. Oh, we want to do underscores with that probably. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, I'm not being very consistent there with my usage. I probably should be. See, I kind of like it here though. Like, I'm gonna make it dashes. I know it's kind of arbitrary, but you know, I don't know. It's like a way that I like to try to like learn a new language or get started with a new language is just, and like keep growing with that language is in the absence of like clear syntax rules that I am aware of. I guess I like to practice with what kind of syntax I might want to continue to use in the future, and then reevaluate, did I like that I did it that way, or would it have been better if I didn't? So I don't really know why. I guess I'm keeping in mind like that the JavaScript variables have underscores, and that there's something I kind of like about looking at it and saying, okay, so that's probably not a JavaScript thing. Back in my day, we were forced to do it. I mean, I have heard that like, it's, you shouldn't leave open HTML tags. You know what? You saying that makes me want to do it. I want to do it. Yeah, I want to do it. Song reminds you of TLC Unpretty. Whoa. I totally hear that. While I don't remember that exact song, because I haven't listened to TLC in obviously too long, this totally sounds like a 90s R&B song. It's very 90s R&B. Like, I can't unhear it. It's uncanny now. This is Nice to You by Vibe Tracks. In case you were wondering. I can't unhear it. Okay, I'll close it. Because you said that, I'm gonna close it. I even, you know, I've been trying to close like even like BRs, like breaking spaces and new lines and stuff. Even though I feel like that isn't necessary to do. I'm doing it. And you know what, Pawn? You get credit for it. You get credit for it. Okay, so I was refactoring things. Something that's also bothering me right now is that there's not a scripts folder. It's bothering me. Things are getting messy here. I don't like it. I do not like it. Make an assets folder. Put in the CSS. I'm rearranging everything. Hey, what's up, Quixote? How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. Good day to you as well. I'm continuing my journey to learn JavaScript a little more. And I'm making a little incremental game to do so. It's gonna be about, it's kind of like a Tamagotchi game, but also an incremental game where you're like caring for these employees. It's not gonna be feed and play. It's going to be pay and praise, and you try to keep them satisfied so they don't quit, and then you keep hiring more employees and try to make as much money as possible. So that's the game. Currently, I'm trying to get set up like a way to add multiple employees so I can have like a bunch of them. And then I'm also like kind of refactoring, designing, just like feeling my way in the dark through vanilla JavaScript. Well, you guys are my guiding lights and documentation. And it's going really well. I'm really enjoying it, and I'm starting to feel more comfortable with it. So yeah. What do these employees do? Pickpocket? What? What? Whoa, we don't know. Pickpocket? No idea. Not a clue. Not a clue. You're right that there could be some implication of what they do. It's like an office job. This is a desk job of a such. They're just doing stuff. Severance style, sitting at a desk doing things. JavaScript is quite powerful. Seems like a good way to practice. Yeah, it's so powerful. Yeah, I want to make like web tools that we can use like in this community basically. And so I've been using code that I find online, using code that ChatGPT helps me with to build these tools, and I'm finding it a lot harder to maintain code that I don't understand. So I want to tone down how much I borrow code, and I want to start building these tools from scratch, so I can maintain them easier, update them easier, and make changes and things like that. So I figured just starting super vanilla, no libraries, nothing like that, would be a good way to just get familiar and creative using the languages. You asked GPT-5 to put together a learning path for you to work more with 3D over a few weeks. Excellent use of the chatbot. Excellent use for like just helping to structure a plan. So much easier, especially like I like for me, like having the ADHD, super powerful, because often seeing the steps ahead, forget about it. Like that's it. I walk away from tasks because I can't see the steps. I appreciate you saying that, because it's a nice reminder that if I'm ever feeling that dauntedness of I don't even know what steps to do, that the chatbot can help give a context-sensitive path forward. Nice. Yeah, I've seen you've been posting some 3D stuff in the Discord. It's looking good, Candace. Whatever you're doing, it's working. I love 3D. This is not gonna be 3D, but I still love it too. I guess I just wanted to have like a margin. We only need to do the margin in one place, right? So if it's underneath the employee, I mean, you could have it be on both. Be kind of nice if you could do a margin like around both with one thing. Do links work in your Twitch? They do not. Excellent question. I'd be happy to share an HTML page of what you're attempting to learn today. You asked GPT to make a lesson plan as an HTML page so I can keep track of lessons over time, and you're happy to share. Yeah, you can share in the Discord, is a good place, for sure. Yeah, you should put it up on the Discord. I'm trying to think where you would put that. HTML page of what you're attempting to learn. I mean, I guess that could go into like Games by You, because Games by You, it's not just games. It can be like for tools. There's like work in progress, experimental, things like that. We probably should change it to like projects by you or something. But yeah, you could start a page in there for sure. Useful tools? Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, so useful tools, at least what I imagined it was for, is things that help you make games, like other people to share resources to make games. But at the same time, I don't know. Because it's like specific to your project. But then again, it's like, so maybe in dev discussion, it's tough. It's hard to figure out these buckets. Because I guess the useful tool that you would be talking about would be ChatGPT and like the prompt or whatever. It's about 3D terrain gen. Yeah, I guess just like look at what's in there and see if what you're sharing like fits that. HTML almost had 3D. What? Some browsers had VRML, but that kind of failed and got removed from all browsers. Wait a minute. But isn't like WebGL basically 3D for HTML? Virtual reality? Oh wait, that's something else. A standard file format for representing three-dimensional interactive vector graphics. And that's different from WebGL. This is kind of crazy. In a good way. Both technologies for creating and building 3D graphics in the web, but they differ slightly. VRML, an older standard, uses text-based file format and a dedicated browser plugin or viewer to render 3D scenes. WebGL is a JavaScript, right? So that's not necessarily HTML. A JavaScript API, that leverages the power of the graphics processing unit within the browser. Interesting. It used to be you could have like cube position 1, 2, 3 cube. That's crazy. That's so cool. What happened to VRML? But yeah, also Candace, generally in the public streams, I check out less things that people have unless it's like directly relevant to what is happening. And the reason for that is because, I don't know, it just kind of ends up feeling like some other people are like, wait, I want to share something, and it's like, why choose this person, not that person? But definitely in the member streams on Mondays, or, which is also coming up, the game feedback stream, which doesn't have to be a game. That's actually not this Friday, but the Friday after that. No, not you, Nick, but you're good. And not you, you're also good, Candace. But I just want to set expectations, you know. And I think I see some streamers, will have like, at this part, we're checking out your guys' things, and then at this part, we're not. So I think for Hyper Game Dev, it's more like, on these days, we do. But like, obviously, if it's like directly related to what's going on and it's gonna help me like do this better, like, I'm hungry for it. Give it to me. But on the Discord, I'll definitely check it out on Discord. I love seeing what you guys are working on. It's just sometimes it's a slippery slope during the stream. Talking about tools, how about making something to make pixel art? That should be generic enough to be in any context. That's true. Welcome, Gio. Absolutely. I think that if someone's trying to like get started making stuff, that is a really nice tool. It's a really nice tool. I like that. Good suggestion, for sure. Welcome. And it's generic. It can be useful for a lot of different things. Like, it would, like... So, are you imagining, like, it, like, generates pixel art? Or, like, a... Like, almost like a painting tool? Right, JS Paint? Way to understand Canvas. Yeah, Canvas is super awesome. So speaking of sharing projects that are like feel relevant to what's going on, yesterday Pawn shared some code for some projects that they're working on in vanilla JavaScript, and it's similar to what you're talking about. Do I still have it open? Geo, where it has like this, well, and you too, Candace, because it's using the canvas, and here, we'll just do live server, it's faster. More painting tools, gotcha. Both be useful. So this is like a parallax effect JavaScript implementation that Pawn made, and I've been using it as a reference today. The way that Pawn structured classes and then sort of like instantiates the classes is something I'm looking to replicate in some way today. And then they also made this sprite sheet thing, which is not what you're saying. I see that you're saying like more painting tools, but it lets you set up and test these different sprites in a sprite sheet, which is pretty cool. So I think there's definitely some value in making like sort of generic tools. Post link in Discord. Yeah, I'll check it out. No, still waiting on rewriting your web game, which was all PHP.js. Oh, I forgot about PHP. PHP is a thing. Do I know what PHP is? What is PHP? Open source server-side scripting language. Right. Dynamic web pages. Ease of use and popular for building content management, like WordPress. Was used to make websites and applications, and is still used. Uses a system named CGI Common Gateway Interface to generate HTML dynamically. Whoa. I'm trying to generate HTML dynamically. More tools and languages were developed without the problems PHP has. Got it. Bad programmers making bad code. This added to old PHP learning resources affected. Used for small mid applications. So it's like a bit dated, but it's still useful potentially. Makes the HTML for you. That's really interesting. Executing code on the server side, sending the results output to the client's web browser. Interesting. I never really knew much about what it was. I'd heard it mentioned, but not often. Interesting. Oh yeah, I was refactoring this stuff. I think I didn't... Did I refactor it all the way through here? I think I did. Server-side code is mostly just for login and database stuff. Right. Right. It kind of ends up mixing that in a little bit. Oh yeah, this is the wrong project. Oh yeah, I changed the folders. Oh yeah, okay, so I also wanted to find out if there's a way to add margins on like both sides. Add margins on both sides. Oh, and I don't know if, did I paste it earlier? I did, okay. Add margins. Yeah, definitely out of scope. Yeah, but I realized I didn't actually know what it was. Like, I knew it was a thing that people use, or have used. That's also very cool. I love that you're working with PHP. I'm not saying you shouldn't be or anything. I don't know anything about it. But it sounds like a powerful usage for a game. I can see why you'd use it for a web game. Honestly, it sounds like a great tool for a dev making a browser game. Maybe not for modern software app, web app stuff, but a game, you just do whatever you can to make it work. CSS add margin both sides. I just wasn't sure if one of these. Oh, nice. I didn't want to do like a margin top and a margin bottom. Love that. Okay, margin. We'll say 10 pixel, 10 pixel. You started the character. Oh yeah, Pawn's gonna be making art for the game. I'm gonna give them a hybrid game dev colors game. Let's go. It just sort of like accidentally came up that Pawn would make some sprites to actually put in here. Okay, noted. Yeah, I mean, I gotta set up the infrastructure for it. I must. I will. Let's go. It's so hype. A game you just do whatever you can to make it work. Whee! Partially true. Depending on the game and capabilities, you still need security. That's true. Right. That's a good point. Excellent point. Yeah. That's right. I don't ever make online games, so I wasn't even thinking about that. But yeah, that's true. Yeah, I wasn't sure that that's necessarily what you meant, but yeah, that's a good point. Excellent point. Depending on capabilities, you still need security. PHP helps bridge that gap because you can't actually see the PHP code when you launch a PHP page online. Right, because it's like fetching it and generating it. Interesting. That's really cool. So you can like store it in like a secret, and then yeah, nobody knows about it. Interesting. Makes sense. Do what you can to pull it together. But you got to think about security, depending on the type of game. In the meantime, you got to go and get laundry started, so you'll continue the design as soon as you get back. All right, I can't wait. Enjoy doing laundry. Good job taking care of things that need to get done. And thanks for helping out. Something that's really bothering me right now is these aren't separated. Okay. 1010, good. Employee separator, and then that is. Okay, we got some things mixed up. Hey Zora, welcome back. How you doing? I want to make sure this says scripts. Oh yeah, I mean that works. I'm just gonna type it. Sometimes I'm good on the autocomplete. Okay, we got the canvas, and then in the container template. Oh, you should probably call this template, by the way. Employee template. I know I keep renaming things, but I would just rather like decide on these names now before I get deeper. You know what I mean? You're just bummed that there's so much emphasis on cross-domain lockdowns now. Yeah. I used to be able to share information across my 2 main websites. But now, since they are not domain, and I don't have direct access to, I did look up curl, and I forgot it. Curl capabilities on them, no more cross-domain information. Interesting. Zora's doing good. Good day so far. Yay, good day! That does sound frustrating. I don't know much about it. I have run into cross-domain stuff, but it made sense because I didn't own both of the domains. But I owned one of the domains, but I didn't own the other one. So I was like, okay, I get why I can't do that kind of communication. How is chat? What's nice of you to ask. And Miss ADHD Queen, I'm the ADHD Queen. I'm doing really good. Yeah, so I'm working on this game that I'm using as a way to learn JavaScript and stuff. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. It's an incremental game. It's not gonna have feed and play, and I'm currently making some changes to it, but it's going to be about hiring employees, keeping them paid and praised, and then you can hire more and make more money. And if you don't take care of them, they'll quit and you lose. So just trying to make a simple little UI-based JavaScript, CSS, HTML kind of project. And yeah. Okay, yeah, I did not finish. Can we just like replace all of these underscores? Yeah. Maybe I'll go to the top, find the topmost underscore. I think that might be the only one. And Control D. No more underscores. Perfect. And then in stat management, I just have to update this, even though a lot of this needs to change too. Okay. I think I've refactored. Yeah, I'm super excited about it. So we can add a new employee and it puts multiple there, but so we can fetch this code. We can fetch this code and it adds a new employee. Oh, the horizontal rule. We did add the rule. And I just want to make sure it's good. I will say, I know you're trying to go full vanilla Jazz. I already started working more towards managing, finding elements on screen. One thing that made my life a lot easier over the years is jQuery and jQuery UI. It made a lot of dynamic stuff, and I wanted to do in JavaScript so much easier to learn and re-up my other projects. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I've got a lot of recommendations for libraries and stuff. Yeah, for sure. That's definitely one that's come up before, and I've used in other projects. But, you know, what I found when I started using the libraries was I didn't really understand what the libraries were useful for and why I shouldn't use vanilla JavaScript. So that's kind of like why I'm using, and you know this, but that's why I'm trying to use vanilla JavaScript, so that way I can appreciate more like, oh, that library does that, thank goodness, because doing that in vanilla is a nightmare. So yeah, jQuery, for sure. Yeah. I feel like, you know, I'm kind of looking at Vue is something I'm like interested in. You're against them? Whoa. Because, you know, I specifically want to make like web tools and stuff. So Vue is something I'm interested in potentially. But I heard for jQuery, you're trying to do native AJAX calls in JavaScript. Okay. All right. And that was nice. So yeah, you came to appreciate why the library was useful. Nice. This underscore is okay because it's referencing this. Good and great. And then you moved the CSS, so I have to do that. Managed to patch my tech demo and planned the next patch as soon as I woke up. Nice. Been chill since then. Def been better than yesterday's panic attack. I'm so glad. Yay. Better is better. Better is always better. Glad to hear it, Zora. Yeah, your tech demo is looking really good. Okay. Right. Oh yes. This needs to be an underscore. You don't want to change them everywhere. Only some places. Yeah, Zora's here. I'm surprised you don't have more documentation comments for yourself in your JavaScript to reference later. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes, but also something that I like is having to reread the code. So there's some comments in here, right? Some simple ones, but in my stage of learning, I really enjoy trying to make the code self-evident. And there are places where I do comments, especially if it's like something I expect other people to work on with me. But yeah, so something that I just try to like work on is how can it be self-evident, and by forcing myself to look at it, I like how that helps me learn it a little more easily. Is like, okay, so there's no comment here, what is this doing? And then I have to read the code almost like it's its own language. This code just makes sense. Still got me low grades in programming in high school. Yeah. Well, this isn't your high school programming class, thankfully. Yeah. Sounds miserable, honestly. That's the thing, right? Like, I'm not doing professional work here. I'm not working at a job. I don't have a teacher. I'm just doing my thing, learning the way that I want to learn the best I can. But you make a good point that commenting is valuable, and it is indeed enforced. I'm so sorry you had to have that sticklerage. But again, if you're going to be in a career, right? I get that. You should take a lot of that advice. And I'm not against commenting, right? This isn't black or white. It's just, while I'm learning, I really enjoy reading through it. Yeah. Nice, good. So, I want to work on this. So I'm going to. I want to add that horizontal rule and make sure it's working well. Specifically, with regards to this, it is employee separator, HR at the bottom. I just want to make sure it looks right. Set up a margin. And let's see how that is turning out so I can move on. Alright, so I broke it, probably because of all the references that I changed and the refactoring that I did. HR class employee separator. Employee container, employee one, employee template. Okay, that's fine. Employee separator, good. And the HTML scripts / that. This looks good. Canvas is where everything is supposed to get put. And in the JavaScript for now, we fetched employees canvas. I think it's employee canvas. Nope, it's employees canvas. Okay. Call it that employee template, which is indeed loaded from here. So where have I made a mistake? Let's see if we get an error. Oh, we do. You know we do. Failed to load resource style. Oh, that's important. First of all, call it styles. May surprise you, but the canvas element confuses you, and work with the HTML before canvas was implemented. Yeah, I'm just now learning about canvas. It's really cool. I like it. I'm not using it at the moment, but it's all I know. There was a time before things. Did I not update the style sheet? I did. A fancy iframe? Iframes. I love iframes. Yeah, I feel like Canvas is about drawing, like actually rendering things, right? So like a 2D, like you could define a box is this size at this, like this is the origin, here's the height, here's the width, here's what it looks like. And you generate it from scratch. Whereas an iframe is taking an existing website or page and rendering it in a little frame. But yeah, you do create a frame and you define the canvas proportions like you would an iframe, except instead of loading a whole page, you actually like draw things into it. Like instead of fancy iframe. Okay. Yeah, whatever works. Okay, so all of these are missing. I refactored it into the ground. Cool. Okay, there it is. There it works. Is it because I need to like open it fresh in here? Oh, I see. So we kind of need the live server. I mean, maybe not, but it seems like I kind of need the live server if I want to load it now that I have it in separate places. Gotcha. Because if I don't have the live server, I'm a little surprised about that, but okay, that's fine. Noted. I will use the live server. I like live servers, they're useful. Yeah, it didn't, but it's okay. It's fine. Live server is acceptable. It's important to understand how your browser is caching web page content. Okay. Heard. I don't really know what you mean, but what do you mean? Can you be more specific? So the only thing I don't like about this is it's going to apply dark reader to it. I don't want it to. So I don't love this horizontal rule. I also wish things were organized a little differently. We are trying to keep it simple. I really want like a sidebar on here, right? Like something. But that sounds like a whole entire task to figure out. Is how to put something snap to the right edge. I guess if we just make sure they're in line with each other. I mean, you really do it just like you have these two buttons, right? Except you would handle that with the overall thing. Oh gosh, I really don't want to get deep into the CSS mind flip. Running a PHP for your management page, you can apply a random parameter to the link of the script as well, so override caching while testing. Nice. So much time wasted because things wouldn't force uncache. Alright. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I generally understand the browser cache as being a place where things are remembered. And that's about it. So in the HTML, for those two buttons, we have the button wrapper, and the two buttons are just within that wrapper, right next to each other. In the CSS, the button wrapper has position relative. So I'm probably not correct in thinking I can just do the same thing, but my curiosity is taking me there. So I'm gonna do that real fast. So we have the employee wrapper, which now that it's in this literal, I kind of hate this because it's like I don't get all the benefits of like built-in tools. It's like writing HTML this way is a little miserable. Disable cache for development if making many changes to link files. Yeah. I mean, also I could just use live server. I also just use live server. Like, I feel like every time I use live server, someone in the chat is like cringes. I don't know why. Live server is so useful. It just handles it. You know, it just does it. I don't have to worry about it. It makes it so much easier. Yeah, live server. So, it's an extension in VS Code, basically. And it gives you a local server that live reloads. So whenever I save a change, it's so helpful. Oh, we have a cat. Whenever I save, welcome Travi. Whenever I save any of these pages, this will just automatically refresh. So let's say I go back to my employee template, and instead of happiness, we change it to kitty cat. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let's do... Oh, there it was. This one. Change it to kitty cat. So as soon as I hit Control S, it changed. So it gives you like this live update right away, and it builds everything, right? So if I have these in different places, puts it together, it basically gives me a look at what it will actually be like if I were hosting it on the web. The only caveat there is if it's referencing things like an API key, right? Like it's not going to be able to go fetch that because it's still local. But if you are just working locally, yeah, it helps so much. It's super useful. I just figured everyone used it. I think when I was first using it, or when I first was using VS Code, it was one of the initial things. I was like, how do I get a page updating? And came up right away. Historically, the most important thing for all web browsing has been speed, even more so than accuracy, unfortunately. Yeah. To this end, web browsers don't want to reload content unless they absolutely have to. This includes HTML, JavaScript. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. JavaScript, even images, etc. That's a big message. This cache will sometimes be automatically invalidated, but that takes time, based on time since last view. Because of this, while actively developing, you will repeatedly be looking at state data that doesn't match your most recent changes. Yeah. Well, and so sometimes it's quite nice. Like here, this is my old version, and I kind of like having it. Although, you know, it's going to be a lot harder to run it now. But yeah. That makes a lot of sense. That's a really great explanation. Yeah, and I guess I like implicitly understood that, right? Because as I've managed a website, as I've been working on tools and stuff, you know, as soon as I add a script or whatever, you know, it's loaded in once. You know, it's funny because I generally I basically understood that browsers load everything once and then you're good to go. You learned the 2-second rule era. Usually manually do a hard reset every time you make changes. Yeah. In Chrome and Edge, while you have DevTools open, you can either right click or the refresh button. Yeah. And choose hard reset. Whoa. Or just hold the control button while clicking refresh. Whoa, what's a hard reset? What makes that different? That's interesting. But, you know, I don't even what a right click a refresh button? What are you even talking about? While you have DevTools open. Whoa! I didn't know that opening DevTools made the browser different up here. That's crazy. Empty cache and hard reload. That's a hot tip. I love that. Still not gonna load this. And I can't say I exactly know why, but I guess because the path, for some reason, can't parse it. It can't parse the path, but that's very cool. 14.4K modem era. Hard reset clears all data, images / resources. Neat. And reloads from scratch. Forces the browser to reload the page. Interesting. On our networking tab in DevTools is usually an option to disable caching as well. Disable caching? Why would I want to do that? I get it. Sounds like a lot of steps. It's interesting. So now that I have my conveniently live servered version, I want to make that horizontal rule thinner. Would be nice. I know it's little, but saving cache during dev will save you a lot of time chasing your own tail. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, again, live server is taking care of a lot of this for me, so. But it's good advice, yeah. You'd want to, in testing multiple resources that changes well in mind, that maybe the browser might not recognize the new version otherwise. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. CSS HR thickness. Height. Thank you. And then is that, what's that? What do you want? Do you want like 100% pixels? Okay, let's just make it something obnoxious. Oops. Just to see what that does. Whoa. It's like a box. That doesn't look like a horizontal rule. Dude, you know what's bothering me? That it's not in dark mode, like by default. I kind of wish it was. I mean, I could use my extension, but I don't know, I kind of rather design it. It's nice being able to chat with someone that still understands the nuances of web dev. Yeah. Yeah, I was surprised, like, as soon as I started, like, sharing this journey, a lot of y'all just already have a lot of experience doing this, because historically, that's not what I've been working on, is I've just been using GDScript and Godot. So I'm super lucky that, hey, apparently, there's a lot of crossover between game devs and web dev. Which I guess makes sense. Programmers gotta make a living somehow. And we all use the internet. Yeah, I'm super lucky that you guys have that wisdom that you do, for sure. Sometimes it's a little overwhelming. You guys are just like kind of info dumping me, and I'm like, do I need to know this right now? But it still like is helpful to have these contexts. That what, I'm gonna go like read an article about the history of how a browser works? I don't want to do that. But you guys are like able to like identify like a context specific tidbit to give, which is cool. So this is kind of shocking to me that it just like turns it into a box. I hate that. Hey, Audacious Gabe, thank you for bringing your people here. Welcome. Good to have you. Today I am growing in my game dev journey. Really my general dev journey. What's up, Salvador? I'm going outside of my typical game dev stuff, which is usually GDScript and Godot, because there's tools that I want to make. There's things I want to do to help build the community and do all kinds of stuff. Hello, Audacious. How was your stream? What were you getting up to? What's up, Fleshy Dessert? Desert? That's a dessert. That's a dessert. That's a desert. Wait, I can't say it. Desert. Fleshy Desert. So I've been learning some web dev. Yesterday was the first day or last Tuesday was the first time I really like specifically did this. You recognize me from the YouTube variable static type? That's it. That's it. That's what those shorts are for. I literally haven't made a short in a year. That was the last short that I made. And it blew up. And so I was like, I just kind of stepped back and was like, okay, interesting. I'm just gonna watch this. I'm gonna think about this, like, and make more shorts eventually. I've just been kind of procrastinating it because I just love live streaming. But I have a lot of shorts ready to release. I just like haven't done it yet. I'm just waiting. I don't know what I'm waiting for. That's so cool that that's how you like recognize me. That's nuts. What? But that's like the power of YouTube Shorts, because they don't make any money. They don't. And you know, you're usually going to be reaching people who aren't necessarily interested in the main content that you make. But what it does do is get people familiar with who you are and your brand. So that is, thank you for telling me that. That's so cool. That's like really, it's like affirmation. Like, yes, shorts are useful. So yeah, so I'm making like a little incremental kind of game that waiting for them to upload themselves. Yeah. I don't know what I'm waiting for. I don't know. I need to just do it, right? It was just a lot, you know, it was like all of a sudden a lot of attention I'm not used to. So I think I've just been like coping with that. So it's just, again, it's just a little silly project just to help me like learn JavaScript and how it relates to HTML and CSS so I can build tools on my own without relying on code from the internet or ChatGPT. And it doesn't do much. This was the most recent working version, where I was more thinking of it like a Tamagotchi. And so you have like this fullness or like how fed you are and happiness that are decreasing constantly. And then you press these buttons and it increases things. And so I'm using vanilla JavaScript to try to make this whole thing happen. So I can sort of learn outside of a library, like even to understand like what library, because I've been using libraries for various web projects that I do, but I don't really understand JavaScript at the end of the day. I just do what the internet tells me to do. And I'd like to just appreciate that stuff a little more. So it's like super basic kind of stuff. And so I've expanded the game a little bit to, you are trying to like hire employees, and you like will spawn these different employees, and then you have to like increment game, keep their not fullness and happiness, but instead their income. I just changed that to kitty cat for the sake of making a point. It's not supposed to be kitty cat. Let me just rename that. Okay, so you're gonna pay them and keep them happy, and then as long as you're paying them and keeping them happy, then you can hire more and stuff like that. Oh, interesting that the 10, that's something to keep in mind, is not going down a line. And then you'll be able to pay them and praise them and then hire more and make money and stuff. So yeah, I'm just kind of putting it together best I can, seeing what happens. Candace said, ironically, one of those sites that you used to use is still live from 1997. Love that. Love when you find those old sites that are still doing their thing. Simpler times. Yes, hello, Raiders. 2 months already. Let's go. Wait, oh, did you up your sub, or do I have to sing you a song? You subscribed to tier 2. Oh, this is like a check. I see. Nice. Unless you did. Is that... No. Oh, that is. You resubbed. Oh, we gotta sing you a song. It's time to sing a song. Yep. We gotta sing a song. That's what we do. What's up, SPAC? Welcome. You hate CSS and HTML. Those things never make sense. Yeah, CSS to me is like deceptively simple, because like, you know, it's pretty clear, like this is the class, you assign it in HTML, this is what it does, and this is the values. But where CSS really starts to like hurt me is like when I don't realize like how these are gonna affect the data, and trying to just like get it just right. Like it's like it gets really cryptic to like understand the different display types, the different position types, and how it all fits together. So I can understand like grid template columns. Like there's so many weird little properties that it gets a little crazy. I like HTML. HTML is just something that I've used since I had a MySpace, a Neopets page. So I feel comfortable with HTML. But JavaScript is not something that I've really ever gotten into. And it's so useful. There's so many useful things to do with it. So I'm willing to push through some of the confusion because I want to learn it. You shared a link in general that's relevant to how you started learning HTML/JavaScript in 1999. Love that. Let's go. Let's grow our focus to be web dev centric. Have I seen the date.js quiz? What is that? What does that mean? JavaScript date quiz. How well do you know JavaScript's date class? I don't know it at all. I literally just learned about it. All questions verified using Node.js on a MacBook Pro set to the BST time zone. Okay. It's kind of cool, like a little learning tool that's like fun. I mean, I just don't even know. I've never even heard of it. I had to go study. 28 questions? We're in danger. No idea. I would guess it wants more. And what's the question exactly? Is it what will happen if you do this? Let's say that's an error. It's the year 2000. Oh, so is this quiz like kind of making fun of like how silly JavaScript can be? Because that is funny. I do see a lot of programmer memes about JavaScript and how like some things are like really weird and don't like make the most sense. Yeah, really, how stupid JavaScript. I mean, I think JavaScript is nice. But like JavaScript gets a lot of like flack for having these rules, these things that you can do in it that don't make sense. But that doesn't mean you have to do things that don't make sense. I would definitely expect this to be an error though, so that's a little surprising. But right, JavaScript is super old, you know? Yeah. Oh, it does say WTF. Gotcha. Yeah. JavaScript is so old, and like it makes sense that it would have some weird stuff. That just does 2000. New date 0. I don't know what does it do? The number 0 as opposed to the string 0 is interpreted as milliseconds since the Unix epoch. But like, you know, obviously you don't have to use these, right? It's just like, to me, this is fun fact. Not like, JavaScript sucks because of this. It's like, oh, that's kind of weird that there's like an old thing that doesn't really make sense to be in there. To me, this like, if I'm using a date function, I would assume that putting something like this would just cause an issue, you know. But that's just me. It feels like it's being like intentionally obtuse to prove a point. It feels a little, I don't know, disingenuous. But it's fun. It's fun. Especially if like, you know, you already are like, JavaScript. Love that you were doing what you are doing so far. Yay! Thanks, Audacious. Unfortunately, I do gotta. Oh, you probably already left. Goodbye. Thank you for bringing your people here. I appreciate it. Yeah. So I assume you were doing some code stuff too. I gotta keep up with what you be up to, because you're probably doing some code things. Your chat seems to know about code stuff, and you're watching some code shorts. So you gotta have some background there. I should be following you too. Yeah, see you later. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. I'll be here. I'll be around. Software and game development, let's go. Insta follow. Nice. Needs more corporate pizza parties instead of actual pay raises. Love that. Because I did originally have feed, but I was like, why would you feed your employees? But yeah, that is one exception. Pizza parties. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to make like commentary, right? That's a resub from today, as the tier 2 didn't go out until today. I still gotta sing a song. Neopets, gotta go get those omelets. Whoa, there were omelets in that game. I loved Neopets. I loved Neopets. Instinct says this one would be false. Wait, where was it? Oh, it does give... Right, so this one doesn't even offer you an option for it to work. Follower goal, Matt. Follower goal, Matt! Thank you for the follows. Yeah, I don't even set those goals. Twitch just does it. But it's still pretty hype, right? Chat kind of comes in inconsistently. Oh yeah. So I'm in control of chat. I really need to put that in like the community guidelines, because it always confuses new people why that happens. I'm gonna set it. I'm gonna set it right now. You have motivated me to fix that. It's not, I mean, obviously I want to be more thoughtful about the community guidelines, but that is just like one thing that new people are always like, why is my message not showing up? The reason is because I control when the messages show up. So yeah. Let's see. Maybe, where is that? Moderation? Maybe? So many things in different places. Twitch community guidelines. How to set. Yeah, click on it. Settings, moderation, chat rules. I was close. Oh, gotcha. Okay, cool. Chat rules. Whoa, this is already in here? Jesus. Does this pop up every time? This is old. I haven't used this in a long time. We kind of have revised the rules a little bit since then. Wow. Forgot about that. I don't think that works anymore either. One of these days, I need to get back into Darkest Duck. Oh yeah, I remember playing that game that you made. That was super fun. Okay, I do want to kind of rework this. I'm just gonna delete all these. They're still true. They're still true. But thank you for the hydrate. Chat messages on screen appear at I guess I'll just say Lee's. Raisin check. Yeah, I'm raisoning. See, I just dyslexed so hard. Lee's controls when messages on screen appear. Don't use hate speech. It's like the big one. Don't use hate speech or bully others. I'll fix it more later. That's like the gist of it. Okay, unraisin. But you think this one's false? There's 28 questions. I don't have time to do all these, but I am curious. But see, I don't even know. I feel like I'm just guessing, right? Because I don't know anything about the date function. I just have no idea. So we're just checking to see if these are equivalent. I literally just today saw this meme on Programmer Humor. I literally just saw this meme. I'm almost like, because how old is this? It's like, it's kind of amazing how like long and pervasive these like zero string equivalency things keep coming up. Yeah, it's like a type of equivalency. It's like a good equivalency, the one to use. Well, since I have no idea, I'm just gonna guess. To me, it looks like an error. Both. Oh, you're right, Sora. It's just like, it's so cheeky and like it's so snide. New date, not a date. This is pretty funny. Invalidate is still a date object. Invalidate. This isn't teaching me anything. For anyone who doesn't know, JavaScript was originally written in 10 days as a last-minute addition for Netscape Navigator. A lot of the issues stem from that and from the new features and the way new features just sort of shoehorned. Right, it's so old and yet so much of the internet is built on it that there's like no going back. It just like keeps like over complexifying. I'm gonna get back to learning. Brain is a bit scattered today, so you can't work around too much external stimuli. Yeah, get out of here. Leave. Leave. I command you to get your work done. I mean, enjoy. Thank you for stopping in. All right, so this horizontal rule is definitely... Oh, wait, I'm going to sing a song because Zora resubscribed. So this is an embarrassing thing that I do. No, I'm kidding. No, but really, if that helps you be motivated to go, you're welcome. So I do badly sing songs. If you become a member on YouTube, subscribe on Twitch, cheer, bits, super chats, whatever. I'm not good at singing, but I do it. Yeah, no, I remembered. But I do it because I gotta let you know. I gotta let you know that I appreciate you. I think the mess. Oh no, there it is. I was like, is it gone? It's not gone. I got it. Bam. Oh, okay, we're back. My microphone came unplugged. Here we go. Oh Zora, oh Zora, are you here or are you not? Zora, oh Zora, are you here or are you not here? Zora, you know that you're here, you know that you're here. Oh Zora, I don't know if you're here, but I do. I know Zora, Ora, that you're here. Ora Zora, I know that you're here. Are you here or not? Zora, you are. Thank you for the sub. Don't you know that. I'm gonna still do it. I'm still gonna do Nora. Sorry about that. Also, thank you, and you're welcome. Right. Horizontal rule made a box. That's awful. I don't think this is what I want. I don't think that's what I imagined. I didn't know horizontal rules were just boxes. That is news to me. Hey, if you can dance to that, you can dance to anything. Thank you, Zora. I appreciate it. I'm so glad that you're like supporting the channel. It's been a pleasure to have you around. Oh yeah, horizontal rule thickness CSS. Like what? Height? Use the border property. Okay, I feel like we should do that. Right? Like, that just makes more sense. It requires me being good at dancing. That's what the emotes are for. They help you be good without having to actually do it. Hey, Bart's welcome. Feed them to the souls of the doomed. Oh my god. Feed who to the souls of the doomed? Travi? Hi, sweet boy. Hello. I was just singing. He always... I don't know what it is. I don't know if he, like, doesn't like singing or he thinks that singing is, like, calling him. Hello, hello. Oh, you're a sweet boy. You're a sweet boy. You are. Because, like, look, I'm not great. I'm not doing a good job at singing. So, I'm sorry. But also, thank you for the contribution. But also, you're welcome for being celebrated. Is that not what cats eat? Souls of the doomed? Do you eat souls of the doomed? Kind of. I mean, I guess if cat food contains souls of the doomed. My second is amazing. Come on now. Thank you. It's very kind. Hello. I mean, we do have to feed cats meat, so I could, if we're calling animals souls of the doomed, then yeah, I guess they do eat it. Oh my goodness, why are you being so sweet? How am I gonna concentrate when you're being this sweet? Border none? Okay, so it's with this same example, if I make this height 100, is it also gonna be a box? But that's filled in. What if I don't do this line? That doesn't look like anything. Oh, because there's no oh, so that's not actually the horizontal rule that this is drawing, I guess. Kind of, or something. I don't know. It's really interesting. What if I just do the background? What is that like? So it's like filling in this box. And horizontal rules, so horizontal rules are like just a border. That's very interesting. Today I learned. That would mean we eat souls of the doom. I know, I was thinking that too, as long as you're not vegan. Yeah, exactly. So funny. Hello, I am Lise, I am human, I eat souls of the doomed. I actually don't eat a lot of meat flesh anymore. I like meat flavor, so I'll get broth and stuff, but I don't know, meat flesh kind of grosses me out a little bit. I just like know that like we have meat flesh. I don't know, it just upsets me a little bit. Oh, he's so oh, you're a sweet boy. You are so sweet. Yes. I have to be very still. Meat flesh. Yeah, meat flesh. It's kind of redundant, isn't it? The flesh of meat. Okay, so we don't want this to be much. Meow. But we do want to say it has no border, which means it's going to be invisible, which means we have to give it a background color. Gray. It's like regular color. Okay. It's a little thick, but it's good. I mean, we have all these, I don't know. I obviously haven't gotten into designing this. It's programmer art at this point. How about 1 pixel? Okay, let's be a little more intentional about this. Can we get some alpha? So it's like, at that point, you might as well make it black and just make it really light alpha. Nice. Yeah, just like a little indication of separation. Like the texture pack. What do you mean? Oh, do I want to try to make it like dark reader or like... Yeah, I guess I do want to like style the colors a little more. So maybe I shouldn't... Oh, wow, it's interesting that like dark reader can't even access it. That's crazy. To like style it. That's unfortunate. The Minecraft Programmer Art Pack? Minecraft Programmer Art Pack. What does that mean? Oh. Just some basic stuff. Just some basic stuff. Texture pack. That just looked, to me, that just looks like Minecraft blocks. Base game. Oh wait, those aren't blocks. Yeah, maybe like that. I think those look nicer than what I'm doing. It looks like a lot nicer. Also, where is it? I thought I said... Oh, but you have the... No, I'm a little confused. What if I make it red? Very weird. It's the old textures before... Oh! I haven't played Minecraft since, like, 2012. Not for any reason other than I just haven't. So I was like, oh yeah, that's the normal ones. Join the game feedback queue. Yeah, join the game feedback queue. It's happening next Friday, by the way. So it's actually an unlisted YouTube stream. And the reason why it's unlisted is just to like keep it from being like a promotional thing, you know, and I don't want to like, because it's also game feedback, so it's like, you know, I might be critical, and I know I don't want to just like come out here and you guys are just trying to do your best and learn stuff, and now there's a VOD on the internet forever that's public that talks about negative things of your game or something, or whatever you're working on. But it depends. So there's also like a thing in here that asks for what feedback you're looking for. This is the kind of thing that I want to make a new web tool for. But it says instructions on how to get involved, so that way you do receive that unlisted live stream in your email, and you can share whatever, share your games, share what you're working on. But like this is a whole reason why I made a website in the first place, was just so you guys could join queues and I would know who's next and who wanted what and checked out, and whether I need to mute it because it has copyright music and stuff like that. So that's why I'm learning JavaScript, because you want to be cool? What if you could check what your stuff is? You could edit it, you could change it, you could see what number in the queue you are. Obviously that's quite complicated, and it requires a lot of like back end, front end, security, all kinds of, it requires a lot. But I'm not even gonna be close to setting that up until I at least understand how these fundamentals work. And you know, this gets the job done. It's just like a little, it's just not everything I could dream of. But yeah, I want to learn how to make tools that we can use. So I'm glad you used it, and I'm glad we're gonna get to see more of your stuff next Friday. So yeah, it'll seem like I'm not streaming next Friday at all, but really I'm just secret streaming. I'm surprised white disappears. It's like really bothering me. What if okay, let's try something. Audacious Gabe is doing something kind of like that with Godot apps. Nice. Well, so that was like originally what I was going to do, was I was going to use Godot to make tools like this. And I started doing it, and I bumped into a couple things. Like, first of all, it felt like a lot of effort to get it to like communicate with the back end. Not that much, but enough. And then, you know, it also like loads more slowly because it's like a bigger file. But I do still think that I will try to make some, and I think it'll help me. I do want to try to make some kind of Godot web app. I think that there's a lot of value there because it's a lot easier to like design. I don't have to do friggin' CSS. I can actually just have it be designed in Godot with all of its nodes and whatnot, which should be really nice. So I'm definitely looking at that at some point. But it's still brought up for me, like wanting to understand how to use JavaScript and CSS so I can take such a thing and embed it nicely. Oh, and then the other thing with Godot, right, it was I wanted like potentially authentication, and you can do all that stuff with Godot. He's doing like community feedback and mentorship. Oh, I see. Nice. Community feedback and mentorship. Interesting. What so Audacious Gabe like makes games and stuff, and nice. I love that. I love knowing what like other people who are like building game dev communities are doing. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on Gabe. I love it. I love when like people come through and raid who are like super compatible with like what we already like around here. That's super exciting. Let's go. You're selling Gabe to me. You are. Gabe's very lucky to have a chatter coming through doing that. I'm kind of okay. Oh yeah, I wanted to set up body. That's like a thing, right? Do you even have to do that? I think I just do this, right? And then we could say background color black, and now it's gonna be black. There it is. I'm so surprised that Dark Reader doesn't automatically. Weird. Hope you're not spreading misinfo about Gabe by oversimplifying. Yeah, I tend to misunderstand things. That's an ability that I have. So whatever you're hearing me say, don't take it as fact about Audacious Gabe. I'm probably just misunderstanding. And if you understand what fleshy dessert is saying, take that. This is not the official source of Fleshy Gabe facts. Or Fleshy Gabe. Dyslexia strikes again. Audacious Gabe facts. And then for text, I think you just literally just do color, right? Which still kind of, this about CSS does disturb me. Like, Fleshy Gabe facts. That you just say color and that's the text. But you see, it's not just the text. That also did those borders. Okay. Didn't Pawn say they were doing like hyper game dev brand colors? Maybe we should do that. These brand colors don't stay as consistent as I'd always like them to. But let me see if I can just find it. I mean, there's this. If you could just get that. That's actually in the CSS. You could always just pull it out. Color is foreground color, I think. Not just text color. Oh, thank you. Okay, now I need to kind of look into this to understand it better. This says color. Turn the dark mode. Oh, I can control it. But I'm making it, I kind of want to like design it default to be kind of like that. But then I was just like trying to observe like how Dark Reader was interfacing with it. And I was just a little surprised. I mean, look, that's with it. Is that with it on or off? That's with it on. I was surprised that it takes, I mean, I guess that makes sense. It takes things that are light and it makes it darker. So it's just interesting. It's interesting to see what it's doing. I'm not fully sure what it is, but it's doing something. Styles. That color. Let's see where that gets us. But you don't want all the text to be that color. That's going to be hard to read. But maybe we can just like sort of make it that color. Like alluding to that color. Whoa. I love VS Code. It makes so many things a lot easier. So like go a little lighter. And that's our white, our off-white. Maybe you can make a switch and pick the colors for both modes yourself. Yeah, that is a delightful overscope task. I love that. Totally. I mean, that would be a great thing for the user, for sure. So if I call this foreground color, is that even a thing, or it just is assumed that's foreground color? That's horrible. I kind of hate that, actually. Okay. All right. That is a nice idea. But that's assuming anybody's even gonna want to play this. I'd be like, get the base mechanics there and then go for it. But I like what you're saying. I like what you're saying. You're thinking like good things for a user. Make a whole browser, just recreate the web in Godot. Playing the game of capitalism. You're playing the game of capitalism. That's exactly what you're doing. I'm barely thinking about the like implications of what this message this game sends out. That's for later. Game dev, remember everybody, game dev should be an iterative process where we build on an original idea. So it doesn't have to be the perfect idea yet. We work towards it being less imperfect. We got the internet, we got a beta net, you gotta make AlphaNet in Godot. GodotNet, AlphaNet, Inter Beta Alpha. Whoa, AlphaNet, the AlphaNet. It kind of has a ring to it. It kind of works. Why do I like that? Okay, so the colors aren't perfect, but at least I don't have to have my eyes burn out every time I pull it up. I kind of wish, like, how are we even adding those borders on here? What is that? That's the abilities container? Right there. Well, you're saying border none. So wait, how is there a border? Oh, that's a separate. My bad. Is that this? So if I say border none on this, does that go away? No, it does not. That's not the abilities container, though. That's something else. Because it sounds like AlphaNet. Oh, it does! UI UX is crucial. First impressions matter. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not selling this or anything. I agree. But I'm also still learning. Hey, IAB, welcome. Did someone? Oh, Alphabet. You read Batnet. Like from a bat cave. Batnet? You read Batnet? Because Batman has his own internet. Or the Bat team. They have a name, right? They have a name. I hate that I have to look at the HTML this way. I kind of wish I had like an HTML page and this string, which is auto-populate, based on that HTML page. Because like this is horrible. The Batcave has a local network. As it should. You know what? As it should. Instead of BetaNet, you've read BatNet. Why am I just like imagining this like different? It kind of reminds me of like Web 1.0 vibes or something. Like you get the Netscape browser, you get the BatNet browser. It's just like themed differently, but it also has like different values. You're in a feisty mood today because your eyes are bothering you. Oh, dang. Like allergy type stuff, or something else. At least where I'm at, definitely allergens are popping up. All right, I'm gonna let this go. I'm not gonna care about this. So that is the button wrapper abilities container, employee container. No, it's not the employee container. What is it? Stat value, stat container. Is that what it is? Oh, it's down here. Can we move that up a little bit? This is feeling a little messy. I'm gonna put this up the top. It's good to organize a little bit. Right now, you're the first part of your name. Right now, you are Lee L. Hypernet? I don't know what you mean, but Hypernet is kind of nice. I kind of like that. It kind of works for me. Brand everything. Oh, Insane Alpha Beta. I see. Insane Alpha Beta is especially feeling insane right now. Probably. Let's see. Everything's not about you, Lees. Stack container, padding, display grid. I mean, I don't see anything talking about it having a border, so let's give it none. Border. Oh, it's right here. Oh, each stat is wrapped by its own border. Gotcha. So that way I see. I bet there's a way to get it to like, just out of like curiosity. What if I were to take this out and put it here? Yeah, it looks bad. We don't like that. It's bad news. Okay. So this is where the border gets defined, is in here. Cool. That's a very thick border. Can we do little floats? Nice. I still don't like it. It doesn't look nice to me. I'd rather this like have like a color that's applied to it like everywhere, and like text be handled differently. But it's interesting. Same thing as before. Same. This chat. Oh yeah, you know that was a good sensor. Same thing as before. You woke up because something got in your eye and it won't get out. Oh, I hate that. Mostly out, but your eye's still irritated. That's super annoying. That's PATS. That's a PATS. It's always waking when you're friggin' waking up. Why does it not censor that? Make that make sense. It censored SH word, but it didn't censor that? It's so weird. It's the most bizarre censoring I've ever seen. It doesn't make any sense. That sounds super annoying. It's like you just start your day and like that's priorities. It apparently does. And that's like how you're greeted, you know. Put a color after solid. Oh, here? Wait, really? You can do that? What? Oh, that's a credit. That's definitely a credit. Okay. What in the world? So this is going to be like a learning project that I share up on the gamedev itch page, and I will list all the credits in there. Just it's not credits. It's really like special thanks, volunteer, helping me out kind of stuff. And his priorities like that. All the little pieces of dust have their priorities to get inside your eyeball. Not inside your eyeball. On your eyeball. Describe border attributes separately. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't even know. Like, I guess what I'd love is to, like, have, like, a color. I don't know what I want. Right. Oh, you're right. Right. I could just say, like, all things that have borders have a certain color. Expect a paycheck of gratefulness. No paycheck. This is not. No money. First of all, this isn't going to be sold. But still, you are entitled to no compensation. I gotta just start calling them special thanks. I think that's the easiest. Particular fan of the GitHub dark color theme in VS Code. The GitHub dark color theme in VS Code? What does that mean? Are you saying like this, like not this, like a special theme that changes this to be similar to GitHub colors? Or are you saying that this has a similar color to GitHub and you like it? You can say border style, border color and stuff like that. Not this. I guess I just accept the default. Border. I wouldn't mind it matching GitHub, I guess. So is that like its own kind of thing? Border color? It's not a thing. But you don't mean there. Yeah. Okay. That would be kind of dope though. If like we could say every border that exists is a certain color. Oh yeah, you can't post links, and Jack, sorry. With that said, and if you post too many, Nightbot gets really angry. I don't know what that is, but it looks cute. What is that? It's okay. What is that? Bottom right. What are you talking about? CSS has variables. Yeah, like a variable. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Nick. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, it's a theme. I don't know. I don't get too into themes. I'm kind of basic in that regard. Like, as long as it's dark mode, I usually accept it. Blame your eye. But it's not to say I haven't like seen some really nice ones. Also, I love the idea of like finding a palette and just go, so maybe you're even, this is like a general, oh, this is kind of cool though. It's interesting. Just like something, a style guide you can use for all kinds of things. Palettes are really, really valuable tools. Settings, themes, color themes, you can scroll down and it's just like in there. I shouldn't be accepting the distraction, but my curiosity is there. What can I say? I love that you're using VS Code. Wait, where is it? Hit the gear thingy and themes is right there. Oh! I wonder if it's different because this is Codium, VS Codium. maybe it has, that kind of makes sense, right? Because VS Code is owned by Microsoft. So this is VS Codium, which is the same thing pretty much, except it just like builds VS Code from source and it Microsofts it, which is nice. But again, it has the Visual Studio, so I don't know. It's kind of cool though. I don't like it. I want to put it back. I'm putting it back. I'm putting it back. I want it back. What was it? Was it this? I don't want change. I want familiarity. That's good to know. Right, CSS variables. I feel like I've seen that. CSS variables. Custom properties. I would love that right now. Oh yeah, I have seen this. So if this is like within a section, but if I don't want it necessarily within a section, I guess I probably can't just like put it out here, can I? So if I were to say border color, and then whatever, yeah, sure, red. No, that's no good. It doesn't like that. Does it? This is, wait. Oh no, wait, a root. Ah, gotcha. Okay. So we could say body. I see. I like this. This is good. This is what I want. Okay, border. Thank you. Did I give Nikba a credit for this? Love this. Love this. Thank you. Send a pic to see the theme. Okay. I don't even think I have Discord open right now. Did you put it in live text or did you DM it? Border can be split into different attributes. It sure can. That's true. Is this correct? DM. Okay, looks fine. Border color, and then if I make it something like blue, this is not a variable. I did it wrong. Looks okay. I know what you're talking about isn't a variable, but this is basically what I wanted for now. For now. And then the stat wrapper, so I could come in here and say that its color is, oh yeah, put it in there for me. And then, oh. That didn't work. That root thing makes it, oh. Thank you. Thank you. I need to look up what that, I need to look that up. Oh, Discord loading so slow right now. Jeez. Wait, now I wanna search it. But wait, also, it didn't work. I can also do border color, border color. Whoa. Okay, that's actually kind of awesome though. And what's the advantage of? What? Oh, so like every border color automatically gets this. Whoa. That's pretty cool. But wait, oh, so I would still define it here. And then like in the body, I could say all border colors equal that. Oh yeah, asterisk. I've seen that. So root is different. Oh, I got some learning to do. Or yeah, I don't even know. Oh god. All right, I gotta look at some. I got some serious documentation to read right now. Nice. Oh, it is nice. Oh, I see. The blue is different. Oh, that is kind of nice though. I love that. That's really cool. Cause I do use GitHub a lot, so I like the idea of it matching. Okay, noted. Heard. That just matches everything. Well, what is it in the body? Like the head or the... I guess that's it. Doing element greater than star matches everything. Right. Like a wild card. Gotcha. But then root is different. I got some learning to do here. Also, it's still not working, so something is still wrong. Maybe because I probably got rid of the border. That's probably, I think I know why it's still wrong. We'll see. Stat wrapper. So then I wouldn't even need to do that if we put it, for example, in body. I kind of like the star thing though. Welcome back, Timeless. I'm tempted to ask ChatGPT, since I can just be like, you know, explain the difference between root, star, and body. Even though I can kind of figure it out, it would be nice to just have like a little explanation. Oh, we have to, wait, we type variable. Whoa. Body would just apply it to the body element, not the children. So if there's like an element, wait, what? Oh, I definitely need to ask what, I need breakdown immediately. Okay, but first let's do this, not immediately. Okay, so I'm setting all border colors to be variable. So we're really learning, and these are like different languages. Like in JavaScript, you say let, but here we say variable. Wow. Okay, it's wild to be learning multiple things at the same time. It's just blowing my mind. Okay, and then I love it. And now, well, first I think you want to remove, oh, we did. Okay, good. So now, what? It did these, but not those. Well, because you don't have a border color property here. So I would need to like give it like a default so it knows that to override, like it doesn't have anything to override, I'm guessing. I don't know. I would like pretty much all the borders to be the same, maybe. Okay, so if I were to say border color red, it's just nothing. If I were to come in here and say red, that changed it. Is border color a thing? Well, it obviously is. I'm kind of confused. CSS, okay, I hate CSS. Star class is for all elements, so you don't want to apply styles here unless you want every element to get this rule. Well, I will say, this seems to not be getting the rule. Thank you for the clarification. Welcome, Sativa. I mean, you guys are helping me learn things, so I gotta throw some credits your way. Some special thanks your way. Wait, aren't you already on here, Sativa? Oh, there you are. Fleshy, I mean, I feel like you deserve, I just feel like you've been helping me. So, we must garnish the credits. You can use variable in JavaScript. You can? You need to change stat wrapper. Who doesn't? I mean, I don't want to hate it, but it's not helping itself. You need to change stat wrapper to border 1 pic solid. Okay. So I changed that to that, and then it's black. Then you have to say border class. What? Because there's like different. Wait, it didn't like border class. You're saying like literally type the class in there? I'm not sure I understand. Border, oh right, oh yeah, just like it was. Yeah, okay. I was like, what? Then in your root, border color. So I think we have that. Yeah, that's all there. Gotta go check out data attributes for JavaScript later. It might be useful. Check out. Okay, see you later, Nick. Thank you for your help. Nice. I'm gonna give you another credit for that. I'm gonna do that. Thank you. Yeah, because it's like a good learning opportunity right now. Because it has a border color inherited from a different element. Oh, does it now? So that answers my question about if you can, like, how you would override it. Okay, so stat wrapper has one pick solid, no border defined there. It is in a stat container, no border defined here that I can see. No border defined here. Employee separator is not, it's not a child of that. So I don't even know where it is coming from. Stat wrapper is incorrect. It needs to be border one pick solid, no comma. Is there a comma? Oh. Wow. I am so used to adding commas. What? Okay, it still didn't work. Inherited from color. Right. Right. I mean, if I come in here and I say in stat wrapper, it doesn't do anything. So if I set border color and I make that like red, it doesn't even do anything. Which is interesting. Oh, order. Oh, I have to put it underneath. Wow. Establish the border first and then the border color. So I wonder if just the fact that there's a border here is overriding this. That has to be what it is. Stat wrapper is, yeah, it's in the stat container, which is in employee container. Yeah. It's kind of weird how you're never reloading, but it seems to work without it. Live, this keeps being something people are like surprised about. Live server, it's a handy extension that will just locally reload it automatically. So I don't have to worry about any of that. The border one pick solid has a hidden color. Wow. By default, it will grab the color from class. Body class. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I love live server. I can't live without it. I can, but I don't prefer it. So if I want to say all borders in this document should have this color, I'm gonna also need to say all borders. I don't mind that. I could just say border. I mean, at that point, it's like, why even set the variable? You know? Like, I feel like I might as well just say border one pix, and then I can override it. No commas. I can override it if I want to, you know? Like, why even do that? Because this is, to me, this is just as good as establishing a variable. Like, as long as I have a central place that I can update it and it affects all of them except for the ones that are overriding it, I'm happy. What in Web 1.0? Oh my gosh. It's beautiful. Missing the variable in your stat wrapper. I feel like I don't even like the variable. I would think I'd rather skip the variable, personally. Because, again, my desire is simply to, at this stage, is simply to just have a single place where all borders in the project are defined. And then if I want to override that, I can. This is ridiculous. Oops, all borders. Yeah, it is all borders. Way too many borders. What in the world? It's interesting because, right, it's anytime there is, so this is less ideal, right? Because, so I don't necessarily love this. Because now what it's saying is if a border wasn't previously defined, give it one. Which is not what I want. Yeah. Yeah. It's cool. I love it. I love like doing these things, and one of my favorite things about coding and why I started doing it, because I started out learning like screenwriting and playwriting. I wanted to write plays and movies and TV shows. And I hated that the code I would write, I could never actually like get immediate feedback, right? I couldn't see the movie, I couldn't see the play, the television show after I typed it. But I love how in code, when you type something, you can go look at the result and see what happens. It's such a great like way to learn and be nudged. Yeah. Okay. So I'm really glad that that happened, but it's not desirable. I'm just gonna keep like slapping things in and just see what happens. Wow. So only things in the body, not stuff that are children of the stuff in the body. Nice. You could do asterisk border color, variable border color, and then it should try to grab that color on any border you do apply. I don't know, there's something about the variable I don't like. I don't know what it is, but maybe I should like it. Inherit. Nice. So that way I have like a central place to change all the colors. Ooh. But wouldn't I want to do that in root? I don't know. That's something that does irritate me about CSS style sheets. I see a lot because I often use templates. I've never tried to craft my own from scratch. Is that like you gotta like really dig to find all the colors, but I kind of love the idea of them all just being at the top, and then you just tweak them and stuff happens. But wouldn't I rather do root and then just like apply it where needed? Wherever you have the dash dash border color value set is where ideally the only place you want to change the colors. Right. That makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna try to cook for a second here and experiment. So if I do, if I do root, so many things to learn. If I do root, establish a variable, call it border color. Wait, did I forget how to do the variable already? No, it's right. Border color, and then if I say that's blue, wait, I'm doing something wrong. This is incorrect. I forgot already how he did this. What does he look like again? That, colon, that, gotcha. And then, wait, we set the, wait. Gotcha, but that was wrong. Did I ever set it up correctly? I guess I didn't once set it up correctly, which explains why I'm so confused. I don't remember how to do this. I gotta look it up. I forgot. Oh, you got me? You got my back, Sativa? Sativa got my back. Thank you. For those of us who entered around the time of which I entered, what are we making? Yes! Well, it's a funny way to say it. I am making a incremental game that's kind of Tamagotchi-esque, where, and it's not going to be feed and play. It's going to be, it's hard to see right now. It's going to be pay and praise, where you pay your workers and you praise them, and you keep those stats up, otherwise they start decrementing. This is an old version of it that has the decrementing working. And then based on that well-being, they're either going to quit their job or keep working for you and making money, and then you spend that money to hire new workers, and you just make more money. And if everybody quits, then you lose. That's it. Just a simple little kind of UI-based kind of incremental game to help me learn CSS, JavaScript, and how it interfaces with HTML. I'm using vanilla libraries for all that stuff. Thank goodness, I know the Twitch thing, because it gave you ads. Oh yeah, you do have like a trick for getting around ads. I would have re-answered. Just let me know. Okay, so border color, blue. Oh, wait. Root. No variable. So wait, I thought I had to say variable. No, because when you're first setting it up, you don't have to. Got it. You set it up there, and then we take this and we put it where we want it to be. Got it. Got it. So I want that to be really just in here for now. So I can set the color here, and then... I mean, honestly, it would be nice to just have, like, all these settings in here, if I'm being honest. Kind of prefer that. And then I can tweak them all together. This is fun. So then I would get rid of that and say, I certainly want it in the stat wrapper. So we would do border variable. It's weird that I have to, because this is like very backwards from what I'm used to, where you use something, a method, or, you know, you say variable, you say let, and then you define the variable. Whereas here, you're defining it without that, but you're referring to it with it. It's just like, it's a little different. I'm so lucky that you guys know these things. I mean, eventually, I'd figure it out, but with you guys, it's so much faster. Okay, so we would say that's that. What is that like? Not that, this. Oh, okay, did I save it? I did. That is incorrect. That is incorrect. Cool, 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 cool. Good, 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 great. All right, okay. We got some, we're not there yet. Yeah, it's initializing them, right? Who would have Twitch at Mblock? Definitely not me. You slid instead of solid. Oh! So I did! So I did! You guys are the best. Okay. BAM! Alright, good, good, great. that was effort, but we made it. Wait, what was the color that I was using? I forgot. But I think I still have the color I started with. And then I just kind of push it. Let's go. Give me a thinner border there. It's not beautiful, but it doesn't need to be. Just want to at least be able to adjust things. Initialize a variable in any class. It doesn't have to be in root, but it's just common to use root. Thank you. You're teaching me things, guys. You guys are teaching me things in a way that's compatible with how I learn. I appreciate it. Okay. Good, 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 good. Credits, credits, credits. Special thanks, special thanks, special thanks. Great. Nice. And then if I want to do the text. So now that's a little different, right? Because it seems like there's... Okay, I'm gonna look it up. Change text color CSS. Because it seems like just using color works, but color affects so many other things. Oh, I mean, maybe we could even, like, say only affect things that are text somehow. Oh, I forgot to do minus AI. Whoops. Ideally, you put all your theme colors and values that you intend on changing and using throughout the theme without having to adjust every single selector. Yeah. Right. That sounds good. I don't know if that's where I'm headed, but I want that. Color is used for text and border. I kind of hate that, though. Like... because then I might accidentally override. There's no way to specify. All right, so we have to be mindful. That's silly. Like, come on, guys, that's silly, right? Then there's no way to target text. That's silly. Right? You can apply it to only text elements. Yeah, I feel like we should do that. If you don't set the border color, it will default to the parent's color. Right. Okay, so if we say only elements that are text, it's like a selector. CSS selector text minus AI. No built-in selector for matching text content with elements. Okay, I guess so. I would have to label them like manually. It's pretty miserable. That's pretty miserable. Ugh. Yeah, span. That's true. Ugh. Kind of hate that though. I don't love that. Yeah. Span. Alright. That's, I mean, I hate it. But I think that's just kind of part of... We can't go back and change everything these days. So I do have some span classes. And this is applying to text. So I might even want to say, like, maybe I could just, like, create a text thing. Maybe I'll do something like that. Yeah, I get you. I think I'm just gonna make a class called text. And I'll just... Because I already am using spans here. Maybe this is awful, but... And obviously, I can change it. Yeah. I can change it if I want, you know, these to be... Or, sorry, it's covered up. These to be a different kind of text, like a header, right? Versus a body text or something. I guess it would make sense to call this like a header. What would be the right way to... I guess just text. So like, make that a little different. So it could be defined differently. Yeah, right. Oh, right. Yeah, well, I guess I meant like a header class rather than like a true header. I guess I just meant for like a name. Was I could say text header or something. I wouldn't want to interfere with that like default kind of thing. But I do prefer like naming things in a way that isn't. So I could do like text. Maybe I'll do this. I'm gonna do this. Yeah. Title. Maybe I'll do text large and text medium or something like that. I like that for now. For now. Thanks for helping me brainstorm. Yeah. I was like, I've seen this before. Okay. Medium, large, medium. What's this? This one. Text, medium. Text, medium. Good. This one. I think this one's gonna be small. So then I can now take a lot of these styles and universalize them more, because right now they're not as universalized as they could be. Oh wait, this one isn't small. The button text. I don't know. I'm not sure. I guess that's not really the same kind of text. It's not really text. That's a button. It's different. But I might want to apply that size. Okay. Text small. Button text. I'm not sure what size I want for that yet. Okay, hopefully they all have it. Then you can change your text large at different... Oh yeah, media. I've seen at media. What is at media? I've seen that before. It scared me. Not in a bad way. Just in a way that I was like, I don't understand. I'm afraid of things I don't understand, naturally. So for those different things, we would just create like a regular class. Probably would even be nice to like comment it, like text styles. I do love how fun and delightful CSS comments look. This little star and a slash. This just kind of looks like a little party. Media will check the value of the screen size. Oh, cool. So CSS will dynamically change it depending on if the like window or something is different. Wow. Whoa. Thank you for telling me that. I was so curious what that did. Here I was thinking you want that kind of stuff, you gotta JavaScript it. Wow. Interesting. Oh, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. Media is and then so that's just the screen size. Apply part of a style sheet based on the result of one or more media inquiries or queries. With it, you specify a media query and a block of CSS to apply to the document if and only if the media query matches the device on which the content is being used. So we're just talking about normal hovering, when hovering happens. This is wild. This is actually kind of crazy right now. I'm actually a little confused what's going on. Zooming in for the stream or yourself? Both. Literally both. Sorry I wasn't there yesterday's stream. Oh, it's okay. You haven't set it up so mods can still show up? Oh, so about that, I don't, so currently Twitch won't let me do subscriber only streams because I need to have more unique streams. When I have more unique streams, then I'll be able to do subscriber only streams. So in the panels on Twitch, you can learn a little bit more about how to access. I feel like you've been there before. The subscriber stream. So basically the way we do it is I stream on Discord and YouTube at the same time. Yeah, stream on Discord, exactly. Oh, well yeah, you have to be a subscriber. You can't just be a mod. You have to be a subscriber. You have to be a subscriber. It's subscribers only. So it's okay that you weren't there. You don't even understand the whole. It's kind of weird, right? I see. Yeah. Sometimes I will say, you know, insane. I will say, I have often thought that it can be nice just to let mods in anyway, because it's like a way that I can pay the moderators, right? Is like giving them extra access. But the thing is it wouldn't be like fair to the YouTube mods, because on YouTube, there's no way for me to like allow YouTube mods in there. I guess you could be like Twitch sub/mods, but at the same time, eventually I would prefer to use the Twitch stream. So I don't know, it's like a weird area. There's potential there. How else should you moderate? I know. You don't really understand the app media thing. Most web dev stuff I did was a Gary, oh nice, Agar.io clones and user scripts. That's cool. I was really hoping this would help me understand it more. Sometimes when I look at this documentation, it confuses me more than it helps. I think I'm just gonna hold on to what you've said and move on. Because I don't need it right now. For hover, you can just do pseudo classes like button hover. It's not common to put hover in media, right? That seems weird. Mostly just use them to change the rules for each screen width. Yeah, maybe it would be even easier to be like at media phone screen or something. Also, is YouTube chat working? Uh-oh. I hope so. Yeah, it's working. Thanks for at least giving me a second to look. But yeah, it's working. Just quiet over there. Just quiet over there is all. All right. Anyway, I'm not gonna worry about this right now. It's distraction, but it's interesting. If you make a header title 70 pixels and you want it smaller for phones, yeah, I gotcha. Okay, text styles. We're gonna say text small is. Now, what do I want that to be? We don't just want color for that, right? I would want at least color. It's kind of bizarre to do that, though. I feel like it would make more sense. I don't know. CSS isn't render blocking, so ideally anything you can do in CSS before JavaScript will show up on the initial page load. Right. It feels weird to set colors here. I don't care, just do it. Do whatever you want. I don't care. Color, oh yeah, remember my colors. And then we could say font size. So I think I'm already, for the little reveal pop-ups, 10 pixels. I can appreciate the value of universalizing that for devices, but I'm not interested at the moment. Okay, but I someday. And then color is that. And then for small, or for medium, whatever I'm setting it to already, 15. It's a lot bigger. Do we have any other sizes in here? 10 and 15. In the reveal, that's 10. Wait, what's the difference between reveal and reveal pop-up? Remind me. I see. Reveal, we just use pop-up and reveal. Is reveal used anywhere by itself? Nope. I think you can use like M and rem for the fonts to be consistent with the. Oh yeah, I remember that. Instead of pixel, it's like then it's like relative. Love that. For selectors and share rules, you can write them with a comma. Dude, Sativa is like on it. I gotta give Fleshy. Fleshy, just because you were after doesn't mean I don't appreciate it. Sativa's flying here. Okay. So now I'm kind of curious, CSS rem versus M. Rem provides stable, predictable sizing based on the root element. M offers relative size. You almost beat the Google search. M offers relative sizing based on the parent element, promoting adaptable designs. You like literally said what it says. Root versus parent. I feel like I want root for now. Start using rem and M more. It's better for responsive. Yeah, right? Think Google did too. Yeah, probably. That's fair. Well, you're a fast Googler. Fast internet searcher. I tried for a while to stop saying Googling and just say internet search, and it never stuck. Okay, but then if I do that, that's not the same as pixels. We'll see. We'll just try it. We'll see what happens. Gemini it. Fair. It's fair. What are you gonna do? Type minus AI all the time. Okay, for now I'm just gonna make it the same color. Mimicked it. Mimiced it. I'm defining it in stat wrapper. I hate all these places that I'm doing this. It's so many places. So then if I want, yeah, you don't even need this anymore, right? Just get rid of it because we're adding it in the HTML. So just put it in the trash. It's gone. It's out of here. See ya. Bye-bye. Let me see where we're at. Okay, that's bigger than I was imagining, truth be told. But then, I mean, I kind of like that it is changing because I was zoomed in a bunch, so it's kind of fair. Mimicked. You can get away with pix, but you'll find yourself changing the value more than yeah. Like to mimic. It's kind of like 1 rem equals 10 pixel is how you think about it. Whoa. 1.5 maybe. Font size, not zoom values. Yes. Yes. This looks pretty good. And then the pop out. Okay. The pop outs could be smaller if I'm being honest. The small doesn't feel that small. Okay, can we change this? By the way, this color isn't applying. Wait a minute. I don't see any color. I don't see any color happening. Like in your browser settings, you can specify the font size. Oh, I usually don't do that, but I can see how that's useful. I'm always afraid that like I'm gonna want to change it and I gotta go back and adjust it all the time. Text small pop-up review. I mean, it should be there. I've typed it. Color might be coming from bot. Oh. Why? Are you saying I should? No, that's not what you're saying. What are you saying? Okay. So if it's coming from body, does that mean I have to? I don't even know. Because I don't even have a color defined here. Yeah. But this is not being accepted at all. For some reason. Something is making it not have its color. Worth a shot? Nothing. So it's in a button wrapper with text medium, which is interesting. But then again, both, if it's inheriting from that, it should already be that same color. And then it's in button wrapper. Does button have color button? Whoa. Oh, I do have like a overall button thing. When buttons are hovered. So there's some stuff going on there. That makes it like pop out and appear. There's not like colors in there, you know? That's a stumper. And then I feel like the sizes are working. Like if I make this super big. Oh no. Oh, so I don't even think these textiles, they're not even applying at all. Literally, they're actually not doing anything. The color values are broken. Oh, that does look like kind of a lot for a hexadecimal. Oh, but there's alpha, maybe. Maybe not. Oh no, it's 6. It is 6. This is weird. This is confusing. Small's before medium. Hey, what's up, Desired? It's going well, thanks. I'm learning some CSS and some JavaScript. Vanilla, just to get like a grasp of how to construct things on my own. And CSS is being CSS, the most cryptic thing. Inspect element on front end, check what the color, what colors, that's a good idea. You're thinking the small and medium is confusing it? Go on. What am I looking for in here? Just to see like what it's got. Stat wrapper. Am I using Bootstrap? Probably not, because I don't know what that means. How would I know if I was using Bootstrap? If you right click on the text element and inspect, it'll bring you the class that's applied. Use DevTools in a separate window? Nice. Yeah, I kind of like the built-in sometimes. But that's true. Bootstrap is a framework and you download, install. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I'm trying to go away from libraries since I'm just trying to learn. Because I've been using libraries already, and I just kind of like don't really understand what I appreciate about them until I try to do it all in vanilla. Yeah, I'm going straight vanilla today. What am I looking for exactly? Yeah. Like here? Gotcha. I'm still kind of learning to navigate this. I use it all the time for the console, but I rarely use it for elements. Yeah, I mean, it's just not in there. It's just literally not even in the list. Yeah, they're not even there. Did I save it? Great, good. Right, pressing save. Always a good idea. Oh man. Whoops. Good, great. You know what? I love when it's an easy solve, easy fix. Whoa, what does that say? What does that say? It's so tiny. I can't even read that. I still can't read it. Does it... What does it say? Autosave, my beloved. Autosave is scary. Oh, perfect. Yes. It is now more perfect. Perfection. Prefection. Perfection. Perfection. It's fixed. Okay. Autosave scares me because what if I don't want it to save? But still, it is useful. Okay. I mean, nice thing about VS Code, I found it kind of like has like tiers of saving. It'll save, like if you like your computer shuts down, it'll save the way you had it before you saved it, which is kind of nice. Yeah. All right. Yeah, right. That's true. It would prevent stuff like that. These buttons are looking different. Okay, so that's looking a lot bigger than I wanted it to be, but I think we were experimenting, and that's why. I think I made it... Oh, wait, that's only 1.5. Wait. I've set those to medium. Yeah, that makes sense. Medium kind of big, though. And zoomed in as well. I don't know what happened to pay and praise, but they aren't on the same level anymore, which is scary. It's frightening. So technically, but this is supposed to be large. I see. It's just like not enough of a difference for it to be noticeable. So I probably want to come to my... Oh, wait. Oh, I don't have a small. I forgot to make large. All right, makes sense. Great. Text large. Font size 2, something like that. Same color for now. Let's not get complicated. And then, you know, maybe when I understand what more of the colors are, I can make them different or like universalize it as a variable, but we're just kind of experimenting. Whoa. Ooh, looks like we missed one. Yeah, these are gigantic. Let's make this 1.5, that one, and this 2.5? It's a bit large though. Maybe like that? Whoa, it's too tiny, it's too small, too small, too small. It's really subtle differences. It's still too small. Wait, but why is it still okay, I'm making them all exactly the same number. Okay, that looks better. I must have just put it in the wrong places. So if I make this super big, okay, this is good. But that's too big. 1.2? And so I don't know, I've never used these much, so I'm like kind of trying to figure out what they mean. Okay, this looks better. But now I feel like this could be bigger. I don't want to obsess over this. I won't. I refuse. Actually, you know what? I think I changed my mind. I think I want it to be the other way around. I think I want the numbers to be really big. I know, I'm super indecisive. And then, so income, the income is also not working, right? Oh yeah, because you didn't put it in there. Text medium, this one's large. So I'm trying to make like a little incremental game that's kind of Tamagotchi based, if you missed that part of what is happening. Nice. Let's try that. Yeah. I feel like that's the most important information, is making sure those numbers are managed. Cool. And then it's kind of weird because if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna call it medium. I'd almost rather, instead of call it text, almost rather call it like title. Which I know, it's like, what are you doing? I'm so confused. I know. Yeah, just like playing around. And I think that's like the comfort that I want to get with using these CSS and JavaScript. I want to get comfortable just like being able to experiment. So with this one, I want these to be like... Okay, now I gotta figure out how to do it. Weight? I think that's what I want. Weight. Bold, bolder. Just bold. And then that's this stuff. So this is title medium, and title medium. Whoa. Oh, so that got inherited? Because there is no weight defined on here. Wild. Okay, I'm starting to feel like it's to my disadvantage that these are all one line. There's a lot of data in here. See you later, Flushy. It was a pleasure having you here. Your span is a child of the parent span, so it's going to get some of its parent class. Right. Right. Oh, that would also help if, you know, if I don't want to go full Could just do that. It's still a little bit less horizontal space. If you want to apply styling to only that header text, wrap it in another span of its own class. Ooh. Interesting. I guess I'm a little confused why that would be different. I see what you're saying. So it's not a child. Like, literally put a second span class. Heard as an option. Noted. Something about that. It feels like a lot of spans. It's just like span, 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 span. But it's good to know. Good to know. Title medium is giving real stitch out span inside of it, yeah. So I think I'm kind of... I mean, so then the other option... Div soup. Yeah, I don't want div soup. No div soup. So I guess I could just define a weight for each one. What's the default weight? 100? I don't know. Did I save it? Okay, that didn't do anything. Oh, I don't think because any of those are small. So you have to do one that is small. Or that is in there. So probably medium or large. It's large. I don't remember. Doesn't matter. There we go. That looks like a default to me. Cool. God, I hate that font. I'll take anything. I don't want to really install one though. Oh yeah, give me the list, baby. Give me the list. System UI. Whoa. This is better. This is nicer. You can use paragraph span div to kind of break stuff up so it's easier to see the text. True, 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 true. Yeah, right. So it's not like too much that isn't serving a purpose. Actually make it serve a purpose and be there, and then you can add classes to it and stuff. Which one is the... Oh, title header. Yeah. I do kind of wish this was more universalized, but it's okay. It's just those tags will have their own default classes for the browsers to naturally style them. Right. Right. That's okay. It's interesting. Right. I guess, like, ideally, it just, like, depends. Like, do I want the browser to have control over it? I guess I know what you mean. Yeah. Right, like, a paragraph creates... I don't know, I kind of know what you mean. Like, I get, like, they are tags that do different things, but you're saying they come with different styles as well? Add a display block or use divs for your values so they break to their own line. Oh yeah, yeah, the well-being. Yeah, I need to fix that. I don't even remember why. I noticed that. I did notice that. I was gonna circle back to it, but sure. I could do it now. So it's in a stat wrapper, just like the others. It has an overall value instead of a stat value. So like if I were to type it as a stat value, then it goes there. Maybe it would be nice to put that in a stat wrapper parent, since they both share those. I'm not sure I know what display block means. Yeah. So stat value has display block. I'm using it because it works. That's what's making it have those 2 lines. And since this doesn't have it. So I don't really want this to be display block. That would be bad. So essentially what I'd want to do is style the overall. Goes on its own line and attempts to take up the total width height of that element. Ooh, internet's being goofy. Wow. Internet got a little crazy there. Jeez. Okay, internet. Wow. Chill out. That wasn't you. That was my internet. Display inline will attempt to go next to the yeah, so I tried to basically it was just experimentation and y'all helping me find that. But this has this somehow did not help me all that much. I can't explain it. This isn't. This doesn't. It seems like it's gonna help. It's kind of doesn't. Inline will attempt to go to the next element, like how your span 10 is going to well-being. That's the kind of mysterious, inscrutable CSS stuff you just have to learn. It seems like such a bad example, right? I'm very affirmed. You say that. Alright, well anyway, I don't want to obsess too much over all these little details, but it is nice to observe and stuff. Vibing with vanilla JavaScript, HTML, CSS, like seeing it. Yeah, because I have used web templates, HTML5 templates that I find, and I use those for sites. They come with stuff, and I just use it. I find Stack Exchange posts. I get stuff from ChatGPT. It uses libraries. It tells me to use libraries. It gives me code. And at the end of the day, I don't really know how to write it myself from scratch. I don't know how to maintain it, to make changes to it. So it's really frustrating to me at this point. So I'm trying to start with vanilla. For learning, because again, I've used all those things, libraries and stuff, templates, code from the internet, but I want to understand why libraries are useful. I want to appreciate that more, and I want to be able to go and look at code that maybe sure, templates are good to save me time, but I want to be able to look at those templates and be able to do more than just context clue it together. Actually understand oh, they used that to define that. Well, for what I need, I actually would rather define that as variables or something. Have that ground level knowledge. Div equals span equals inline. Div equals block, span equals inline. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, I get that. Gotcha. That's really helpful. Because I already know what a div does. And so by default, div does block. By default, span does inline display. Interesting. Sounds like a lot like what you're trying to do, learning how to write stuff out on your own. Yeah, it makes it easier. It makes it easier. Nice job. Hey, let's go. Let's learn stuff. It's super valuable, right? Nice desired yes to learning. I remember I got phased out for EM, emphasis. Are you just showing an example? Inline trying to stack left right. Oh yeah, I was like, what? Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I see what you're saying. No, I get it, I got it. No, I'm following. I see. You're good. Honestly, the div and the span thing, that is the best explanation I think I could have possibly gotten. I do kind of feel like it would be nice to variabilize the medium font size, but we'll get there. I use this default tag leaves for icons now. Oh. Today I learned. And then B, we don't use B because, again, I learned HTML like MySpace Neopets days. So there's a lot of those bad habits that I still remember, but I've caught up We use strong and emp now. iClass equals something something Twitch. Oh. So font. Oh yeah, font. I've seen those in like web templates, HTML templates. Font. They're always using font awesome. Right. So piddling over all these little size adjustments. It's nice. Oh yeah, and then but I'm feeling like a pull back to the JavaScript. So well-being, I want that to be in the same style. I haven't even defined what the overall is yet. This is so unorganized. Let me see if I can organize a little better. Okay, so these are like globals. I'm just gonna do a quick little, you're starting to get to be a lot. Globals, textiles. Well, it keeps, I feel like I keep saying textiles. Textiles. And then this is like, I mean, that's just a horizontal rule. Let's say about that. Horizontal rules. Containers. Abilities container, stack container. I mean, wrapper's kind of the same thing. Like, they're not, but they kind of are. This is also similar. The stat value. Really, this is just so I can access it. It's interesting that we have a block in the value, because the value is just this. Do I need that? Yeah, wow. Yeah, I need that. Oh, the internet's still being goofy. This internet's been surprisingly letting me down lately. Okay, that's my kilobits per second. It should be around 7,000, 8,000. But if it's dropping, you'll know. That's why it might be buffering. Display block makes those right. What I'm surprised about, yeah. And so there is a stat value in, if you change the span to div, it would naturally do that. Right, why not just use a div? Then I don't even have to do this at all. That's an excellent suggestion. There is no reason for this not to be a div. Literally no reason. Frogger and Ski Free was quite. Oh, Timeless, are you in the past? Are you in the past? We talked about that a long time ago. Maybe Timeless isn't in the past and is just talking about the past now. I'm not sure. We'll send a message. Okay. Make sure you change the closing span to div as well. Yeah, of course. Of course. There's something to get to, but it was neat. Yeah, it was nice to meet you, Desired. Yeah, I'll see you around. Good luck with your learning. Yeah. I'll be here. I'm doing web dev stuff on Tuesdays. Well, sort of. Because when the Game Like Jam starts, which is a jam we do every other month, I'll probably be focusing mostly on that. But I'm always learning. I'm never all the way learned. So I'll always be learning new stuff, either in Godot or web dev stuff. So yeah, I'll be here Tuesdays and Fridays. Bye for now, Desired. Hey, what's up, Awab? Welcome back. Okay, so I want it for each value. I think that makes an abundance of sense. So we'll just do that. Yeah. Technically, next Friday is not this Friday, but the Friday after that will be like an unlisted stream. But don't worry about that. It's only once in a while. I would change your titles like income, happiness, well-being to headers. Then you can select them like stat wrapper header 3. I feel like you're making a good suggestion, and I'm not ready to learn why you're right. Does that make sense? I am, Awab. I'm doing some web dev. and I'm making a game using it. I know, like, Sativa, I want to honor what you're saying, because I'm sure this is wisdom that I should listen to. But I'm still learning, and I'm still trying to, like, express myself through that learning. And I feel that I want to learn that the hard way. Maybe I'll come back, maybe you'll say it again, and I'll be like, this happens so often, where y'all suggest something, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm not convinced. And then, like, 2 weeks later, I'm doing something similar, and y'all are like, okay, but I think you should do it like this. And I'm still not convinced. But then one day, on my own, I'm like, you know who keeps saying I should do this or that? So-and-so. Maybe I should try it this time. And then I do it all the time. It's why you're seeing title medium is applying roles to text large. Yeah, let's circle back. It's okay. We can be imperfect. But I'm gonna keep what you're saying in mind. Yes, I am. So I'm making a little incremental game. I'm trying to make a little incremental game using CSS and JavaScript. I'm using vanilla, so I'm not using libraries or anything like that. Basically, you're going to be able to pay and praise. This is not exactly the right words. You're going to be paying and praising your employees, and you can buy more employees and, you know, auto increment and all that good stuff that you want in an incremental game. Just as a way to learn some web dev stuff. So it's still game, but it's webbier. Okay, so this looks a lot better. That div tip was solid. Like, and I think that's part of it, is like figuring out what's more ideal to handle in HTML versus CSS versus JavaScript. Because I was making the little text pop-outs, which are a little too tiny. I was making those happen in JavaScript, and it was like a bunch of code. And then someone came through and showed me how I can do it in CSS. And it was like way less code. So, you know, I appreciate those tips, and hopefully that was you. Be a maker! Hello, welcome back. Thank you for that tip. And again, I know you're saying something right about the header 3. And I'm probably gonna circle back to it. Just got out of work. Work is over! It's time to play. Right, Sativa garnishing generously with special thanks. Okay, and then you got prod deployment at 9. Oh, that sounds important. Like making sure that, like, when the deployment happens, that it all goes well, kind of thing. Sounds very important. Highly important, even. It's a little large. I do kind of see, like, gotcha. I do kind of see, like, a possibility for a variable, but I'm not gonna worry about it. What I do want to worry about is this text small. It's too small. Really, like, a tenth of a difference in rem makes a huge change. 3 sprints worth of work. I still don't, so I don't have any background in, like, professional software development. I'm still not clear on what a sprint is. 3 weeks. Oh, a deploy of 9 weeks of work. Dang. Congrats, I hope. I mean, the more I look at it, the more I'm like, man, I kind of wish that these were in their whole entire own sections. Are we gonna do that? I mean, if you put a border, here's the thing. It's gonna look kind of wacky, but we could do it. We had to do so many changes. We had 2 weeks of quality assurance. Sounds like it's like doing things the right way. Sounds like a very, like, tight ship, which is good. It is your job, so I would hope so. And these horizontal rules look very bad, of course. I don't like them. I don't like them at all. In fact, I might even say they're better invisible. Whoops. There we go. Again, I'm trying not to obsess too much over this, but I would, if I'm gonna move forward, I'd like it to be communicated at least well enough. So I am kind of thinking like these buttons would look better if they're wrapped in a little bit, which is a little scary. So that's the abilities container. I do have this border variable that I've sort of begun, and we could use that here. Let's just see what happens. So where do we have those variables? Stat wrapper, variable border. Gotcha. Okay. So let's say border variable border. Is that it? Besides the semicolon? Oof. Yeah, I feel like you don't want the border there. I think you want it in the employee container. What's up, Eric? Try to like CSS, challenge impossible. Yeah, it's I I try not to be too negative about these things, but yeah, CSS is not my favorite. Welcome. Not my favorite. So I guess it's not that, it's the employee container, which I guess the employee canvas, which I stopped defining. You do love it. I love the power that it has. What frustrates me about it is how it's kind of not intuitive is my main qualm with it. But that's okay, it doesn't have to be. But I think that's where, for me, frustration might come from. Okay, is this actually what I think it is? Employee container. Oh, right, canvas is something else. Excuse me. And it's called employees container, or canvas. Right, okay, this was the wrong thing. We want this. Nice. Now, obviously, it's like doubling, tripling up. It's not beautiful, but I'm okay with that. I'm very okay with that for now. I just want to, like, move on. Cool. It's not pretty, but it gets the job done. I almost want to make that rule color different. Let me pull another semi-brand color. Quasi-brand color. That. Give me that. 2 exclamation points, console log high. That looks like JavaScript. I don't know what the double exclamation points do. What if it just worked in the chat? That'd be really scary. It just did it. Maybe somewhere at YouTube it is working. Right. The rule color. I feel like I also stopped updating all these. So containers, that's not what this is. This is button stuff, which this is kind of a container. The two knots cancel each other out. Oh. So you're iterating. It's basically if true, true. We'll send her diz for tips. Yes. I know. That's what they say. For good reason. They should demand tips. Some padding around those buttons would be nice. Actually, X mark, I agree. Though I'm trying not to get bogged down with too much design stuff, so I can get to the scripting. I actually really do agree. Super agree with you. Deeply. But that's pretty easy. I think the button wrapper, let me go check. The button wrapper is holding both no, it's one button. Okay, it's just one button. Excuse me. And then padding is like internal, but I feel like margin might be more what I want. So it's like top, bottom, left, right. I don't really care about that. I think we're just gonna say margin left or something. We'll nudge. Actually, we probably do want it all around. Let's just say 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. All 10s from the judges. Now I kind of wish the buttons were bigger. Oh, dear. It's going fast. It's happening fast. I guess I'll apply like a text style to it for now. Text style. Sounds like textile. Buttons, 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 buttons. There's a button. Let's say text. Oh, one of them does have text medium. Whoops. Make them bigger. I mean, those are like the main points of interaction here. Wait, save? Did I save it? It's not that. That's not that large. Why not? Why are you not that large? So it's in a text medium button wrapper. Oh. Oh. Don't put it on the buttons. Put it on the button wrapper. Whoa. Get rid of this. Oh, okay. That did not work. Great, so don't put it on there. Try stuff, see what happens. Maybe we can't increase the text on buttons like that. Maybe it's like a special, like, button-based property. We'll make that do its thing more. Text size, large. Make it ridiculous. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Oh, I kind of like that big size, though. Alright, so button size. It's its own thing. Let's figure it out. CSS button size. I mean, I do want it to be more of like the text. Probably if we just put, I don't even know, actually. Minus AI. Button size. Oh, great. So it is its own special thing. So we don't need to put, that was just a waste of typing. Nothing to be done there. So instead, in the button wrapper, I think, I might want to say, oh. Doesn't like that. Is that only going to happen on an actual button? So I might want to say button elements. I'm using the ID as a class. Welcome, Memtooth. I'm using the ID as a class. I am? Rules go there. Right now, but I don't see this, I don't think I am. Oh, I am! Well, I was, but I stopped. Yeah, that's right. That's not good. Good catch. Thank you. You know what I really hate right now? I hate that it looks like this. The reason why it looks like this, maybe it's nice. Maybe I do appreciate it to not have the help of the colors, but The reason why it's like this is so I can inject this code in and instantiate like multiple, but it's like kind of confusing me. Yeah, so it's an ID for a reason, so for the JavaScript to interpret it, basically. But yeah, button class. Okay. Appreciate you pointing that out, so maybe I don't miss that next time. Style.css button. So if I, okay, but if I do, I feel like that's not a real thing. This button, is it just size? It's just size. Okay. I don't necessarily want that to be on everything, but let's just start here and see if things happen. I don't know, make it 100. Nothing has happened. Each ID in the DOM must be unique. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's why I wanted to use it. That's exactly why I used ID there, right? So that way in the JavaScript, I have unique things that we're pointing to. Well, I can't say I'm not confused a little bit. It's just font size. The button tag is a fancy div in terms of rendering. Ooh, it is a fancy div. So if it's font size, oh, because I didn't do class. Oh. If you instantiate 3 of them, the IDs will be the same. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I haven't gotten to that part because we're hung up on styles. But you're right. Yes, that will be an issue. You're totally right. So what I want to do would be to generate that. Well, no, actually you might, well here, okay, so actually you're not necessarily, okay. let's first of all, you're getting ahead, okay? You're getting ahead. With that said, I'm just trying to like go with the flow, you know what I'm saying? Like if I'm not at that point, let's not worry about it. But with that said, yeah, so here's the thing. It's okay. Here's the thing. What I want to create, and I don't know how exactly it's going to work yet. We'll get there. I just want it to look nice so I can see what's going on. Or nice enough. Clear so I can see what's going on. But ideally, the way it would work is it's self-contained. So it would say, within my employee container, find this ID. Not the entire document container. So get ahead of the code. Not the entire document container or the entire document's ID. Just the ID within that container. That's how I would want it to work ultimately. So I would love that to be a very soon next step. But CSS is being what it is, and I just have to figure these things out and have help from you. Okay, so font on. Okay, right. We just do class. Memtooth new all along. Okay, so I'm gonna put it here. Class equals text large. There we go. Nice. It's a bit too large, but now that I actually see it, I can make that choice. Before, it wasn't actually doing the thing. Now, I will say the color is not desirable. It is not desirable. I kind of feel like we need like medium large or something. So for that one, I would want a unique color. Not the most organized thing yet, but I kind of just want to get it together and then organize it more later. So for this, well, that's just because of the color of the button. So if you make the button a different color, you know what I'm saying? Like then, yeah, I guess I don't want the button to be that color. So what color do you want it? A different kind of purple? Let's do... Wait, I thought I had it open. I lost it. Okay. I'll open it. No, let's open it again. No problem. I want to use... Let's use this. That's not very different, but that's okay. Inspect. What color, inspector, would you say this is? Oh, I think this is actually a little harder to find. in this template, unfortunately. Annoyingly. But I think it's the body color. I'm pretty sure it's just the body color. It's all the purple. I'm basically certain it's the body color. Wherever that is. Did I just see it? Background color. I think it's this. Just a slightly different purple. But that's the font color. You don't want to change that font color. You want to change the button backgrounds, which is in our button wrapper, right? I think so. What is that like? Again, I might want to universalize that more at some point. No, wrong. In fact, you could also just have it be all buttons. Also, can we call this like button stuff? I'm not organizing this super well. Buttons. So we could just literally say button and then background color in there. See where that gets us? Anywhere, if I'm lucky. Nice. Oh gosh. A freaking default like highlight on there is so ugly. You can have CSS variables to have one location for colors. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we started setting it up here. So now I like have like a template for that. And the reason why I'm not using it throughout is because I'm still kind of figuring out like the way I want to lay it out. So I'm just kind of letting it be a little sloppy. And then as like maybe, you know, when it's like, okay, great, this is good. And I've finished doing some JavaScript. Now I'm going to circle back to CSS. I'll come in here and like organize it. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I want that. Yeah, I want that. So luckily y'all helped me at least set it up so if I want to mimic it to put it throughout, we're good. Yeah. No, it's a good call. It's a good call. God, I really hate that highlight. Oh man, I don't want to care. I'm not gonna care. Don't care. Let it go. Please? What? Don't care. Okay. I let it go. I did. And then I guess a border would be on top of that. I don't even know. Like, how does it... I don't care. You know what? Does it have, like, a size? I'm barely curious here, okay? I'm barely curious here. Yeah, I don't care. Move on. Let it go. It looks fine. The buttons work. Visually good enough. I feel like I don't like this separator. Again, I'm just trying to make it easier so when we start instantiating a bunch of them, I can just like very clearly see the difference. Not obsessing over the details much. Maybe we could do like a radius on it or something. Border radius. Nice. Whoa. It's kind of cool. It's wacky. It doesn't look great, but I like it. Nice. Okay. I'm almost ready to move on back to the code, I swear. I'm so close. I'm like so close to doing that. It's pedantic stuff. Well, Lise, if it's pedantic stuff, then maybe you should move on. I don't know. Just something to think about. Okay. Great. Wonderful. This'll do. Now. Let's commit it. It's done so much. Styled and made employees theoretically instantiatable. Theoretically, not quite functionally, but in theory, they're on their way to getting there. I like your UI to be just pretty enough so I can go off to script. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Like it's like this is ugly. Okay, this is ugly, but at least I can like understand where things are, and it's like generally leading towards what I want it to look like. If not, you know, what it will look like. Exactly. Thank you for understanding. Appreciate that. Welcome, Mr. Friend. My locks and code blocks, my lovely. My locks and my code blocks, my lovely locks and code blocks. I do have locks, and I have code blocks. I love that. I get your point. Yeah, yeah. Get back to work. Thank you, Mr. Friend, and welcome. Yeah, so, okay, I want to make it so we can add multiple of these. So, technically, that works right now, in a way. So I have this in a separate JavaScript file, this template with all of the... Oh, is that username like a reference to something? I have all of the code for what an employee represents. And then in here, in the stat management script, I'm fetching the template and we're adding it to the employee's canvas, which is just already sitting here. It's not a real canvas, but it's a type of canvas. Just like it. And that's where all of them are going right now, for now. You may call me Mr. Friend. It is very, like, generic. It's satisfyingly generic. It is good. So, all we have to do is run add new employee, and it adds another. So it adds one, then it adds another. That's all it's doing. But I would like this to indeed have like, oh, of course, thank you for being here. I would love for it to have some self-referentialism. So one thing that I'm trying to consider is like classes, right? Although I don't know much about using them, I do have an example from one of y'all. This is something that one of y'all has made. Basically what this does, just so you know... Do I still have the repo open? I guess I don't. I guess I closed it. This is something that, if you wanted to look at it, it's really cool. Someone else who's like learning, doing some vanilla JavaScript stuff alongside me. And it's pawn, and let's just run it. This is actually a parallax effect. I'm not fully sure that the class is the way I want to go, but I'm going to experiment with it. So it increases parallax effect, and every layer is its own class. It tells you everything and also nothing. And then for each class, it's told what the layer image is going to be and what speed it has. And so that's in here. There's the class. It's got the constructor, image, and then scroll modifier for the speed. And then down here, now I would want this to be generating it, not like a constant, but it has this array with a new, I guess we're not instantiating it, we're newing it. We're creating new versions of the class. And then it calls in these parameters for how it's different. And I think for now, I mean, the only way I would think of it as different is like maybe each employee has a different ID. Although I feel like we could just auto-generate it. But it would need to know, okay, all right, okay, here's what I'm thinking. I don't know about any constructors yet, but here's what I'm imagining for now. Oh, wrong project. What I'm imagining for now is we have a variable. So let's say last employee ID, and that can be 0. And then maybe that just increments every time, and then it checks for that, and it assigns it to the next employee and then increases it. This is gonna be a lot. Okay, class employee. will be referring to this code. That's it. Oh, okay. And then we just like wrap some stuff in it. Cool. We put the functions inside of it. Gotcha. So add new employee. We wouldn't want add new employee in there. I guess I should make a button that lets me just add a new employee. Well, we'll get there. Let's not worry about that right now. So we established a class. What happens in each employee class? Well, the stats decrease over time. That happens for all of them. So I would want this. We'd want the buttons to be controlled independent to that class. This in-range function, I mean, it's just like a helper. Would it be weird to have like a helper script? It's probably not necessary. Okay, put this up here and put that in the employee class. So I may be misunderstanding what a class can do. Oh, we got problems. Signature declarations can only be used in TypeScript files. Okay, so we can't be running stuff in a class or calling a function in a class. Unexpected token, a constructor method, access or property was expected. Okay. Okay, alright. So we need constructors, I guess. Oh gosh, I don't know anything about setting up a class. I don't have a single clue. Right, this. So that just like sets up the things that we can use inside of it. Call the class from your main function. Gotcha. My main function. Okay. Right, my main function. So you have this new background layer, animate. Right, so you're iterating through. Oh, I see. We would got it. Got it. Okay. So we would iterate through all of those. And then is it able to just like fetch parallax background layers? Where is that defined? That's this. Gotcha. Okay. So let employees, and that's just literally an empty array. But that's where I would want these new employees to go. Cool. Understood. Okay. And then these functions don't need to even have function before it. They're just like a function that applies to all of them, and we use this. Wow. Const doesn't make a sense. So this is where this goes here, I'm guessing. This. Not back fully yet? Yeah, it's okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I should probably give you a credit though. Or, sorry. I'm trying to say special thanks, but I've been saying credits for so long. A special thanks. Okay. Cool. So this buttons equals that. No. So I would need to put this like out here, like const buttons, and then we just assign it to that. Now this is I gotta think about this, right? Because I don't just want all buttons. I want buttons within a certain scope. Oh, constructor. Thank you. I like that. I love this like uncomfortable, like just trying to like twist into making this work. Thank you for the guidance though. It helps. Okay, and then you've got the parameters, which I don't necessarily need right now. Probably want to pull in the ID though, the last employee ID. Because that's the only way we can get outside things into the class. Got it. So we definitely want that. Cool. And then within that is where we further clarify stuff like this. But I do want to, okay, so you can, cool, you can just like, got it. Nice. So this last employee ID equals last employee ID, like this. We're getting there, we're getting there. And then instead of doing query selector all, I'd actually want it to be within the scope of the template, the employee template that spawned. But I want the ID, this is gonna get a little complicated. I want the ID to somehow be in there. So in the employee template, right now, there is no such thing. Can we set IDs? Probably. So there's no, we don't even need to say an ID here yet, because we'll just append it somehow over here. Yeah. Now, if I want to get all the buttons, I kind of need the scope. Well, I think you could just set this up in a function. You don't have to set this up here. I don't think this is the right thing to set up here. Still number one. YouTube's been quiet today. It's been all Twitch today. To be fair, on YouTube, I've been streaming more than I've been streaming on Twitch. And I mean, I am now streaming on both equally, but I was exclusively on YouTube for a couple years, and I think that a lot of Eric, there you are. I think a lot of the YouTube folks are used to seeing Godot, maybe, you know. Oops. Also lurking is a thing. Yeah, that's how you number one. So maybe it's just on Twitch. I'm still kind of an unknown quantity, and so I don't know. I have no idea. Sometimes it's just like that. There's no explanation. Okay. So if you do want to iterate through each button, because we want to listen for if it's been clicked. So I'm going to have to fetch and assign. Can this be like unsure yet and then adjusted? Yeah. So then we always have to prepend it with this. I would love to just like get a little quick defo for this. What are you talking about? That is quite tiny. Refers to the context where a piece of code such as a function's body is supposed to run. Most typically, it is used in object methods, where this refers to the object that the method is attached to, allowing the same method to be used on different objects. Depends on how the function is evoked. Oh, this equals, thank you. This is, you guys told me this last week, but I still already forgot it. This equals self. The class being the self. Thank you. And so if I don't say that, it could be referring to something outside. But we only want it to be contained, which is exactly the point, is I want it to be self-contained. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Got it. Okay. Special thanks. Special thank. So, that's yours. So I can still set up something and just give it like a default value. So in this case, I would want to define a current employee ID. Can we say, I know it's kind of weird, but like employee current ID, employee ID current, employee ID last, Or like previous, maybe? Let's do that. I just like it better. Okay. And so I don't even have to define what current is yet. We can just make sure that it happens. So we could just do like set employee ID and make that its own like thing. Okay. Great. Let's just start with that and we'll come back to the buttons. So set employee ID. So that is going to need to check previous. Pretty straightforward. Right, and then we have to call that. So we have to call all of these outside of the class. Right? We can't be calling these inside. Can we? I'm not sure. Probably. Like, no. No. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'll stop. So I just have to make sure that we tell that to run every time we instantiate a new class employee. But Lise, what? What if you don't do that? What if instead you say that this equals employee ID previous plus 1? What if we just do that? Interesting to see you iterate through the buttons for checking click event. Haven't thought of that. I would just add event listener on each of them. I don't remember how that came about. I feel like the chat and I came up with that one together. But like, it was probably me too, because I really love consolidating as much as possible, as long as it's still readable. I hate having like repeats of things. So it's definitely in line with what I would want. The more consolidation, the better, as far as I'm concerned. You know, it depends. Obviously, it shouldn't be unreadable. It shouldn't lead to like inscrutable stack traces, but generally, I try to consolidate things. Okay, great. So we don't need no function for that. It does it right there. Current is previous plus 1. Now this does mean there's gonna be no 0 employee, which feels a little like programmer sacrilege. I don't really care. Do I not care though? Don't I care? Laundry needs you again. Good job taking care. It's a good job taking care of things. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna keep it -1, and we're gonna increase it every time. Just feels right. Thanks for stopping back in and checking in, Pawn. Pawn's also volunteered to make some sprite art for this. If they are up to it. You can always change your mind. Good. So now that we know what the current employee ID is and what the previous employee ID is, I can actually do this iteration. So I'd rather kind of, whatever, it can be here. So then we would iterate through each employee to decrease the stats. Yeah, I guess I'll put this down here. So how do we get the buttons? We get the buttons. Well, you could do it here, right? We could say this buttons equals now, this is gonna be a little weird, but we'll see. Previous plus 1 should be done outside. Whoa. Welcome. Wow. That is a name. I'm just gonna call you Ill, if that's okay. Previous plus 1 should be, it's a fantastic name, I'm sure. Previous plus 1 should be done outside employee constructor. I don't know why. It's silly. I gotta turn off the censoring because it doesn't know what it's doing. Employee constructor should just receive its ID, or mixing responsibilities. Previous plus 1 should be done outside. Employee constructor should just receive the ID. Interesting. So this, it sounds first of all, thank you. This reminds me of earlier with the header thing, where it sounds like the way I'm doing it will work, but what you're saying might be advantageous for reasons, or it's just like a common syntax thing. So I'm interested in like why that's better, because at first glance I'm not really sure. Again, I'm just learning and figuring out things, and it seems like the kind of thing that I'm like, well, it seems like it'll work either way, so I'd rather experiment with the way I'm doing it and learn the hard way why it's bad, and then circle back to your suggestion. Oh my gosh, I have to type this for a special thank. Menno Importanza. Wow, it's just a fabulous name. Okay, that I will not pronounce. Special thanks definitely given. Employee is a container for data. Employee should not know how to generate its own ID. Why? Learning the hard way is a good teacher. It's my favorite way. My favorite way. I swear by it, because how often do we hear advice, or give advice, but nobody takes it? We don't take it. But we end up coming to that conclusion. And I like to be aware of that. Like, okay, you're very likely saying something that is valuable. Let me find it out the hard way. But I hear what you're saying, that it should not. I'm mixing responsibilities. It should be done outside. But why? But why? And maybe, you know, it'll present itself, you know? I'm kind of just trying to slap the code out and get it there, and then maybe evaluate if something should change. But I hear you. I hear you as giving a valuable contribution. Thank you. Welcome. So for the buttons within the scope, for now, we get, this is gonna be kind of weird. So what I'm not sure, I don't want to say document. Technically, I'd want to go get everything, or the ID of like the class. But I think we would still do document. I don't really know how I do like a nested query. Like if I don't necessarily want to, okay, I gotta look. I'm gonna have to look around. Because technically what I want is, just pulling out some documentation. Technically what I want is to only get the buttons from the current scope. So like what I'd love is to say, hey, this is my employee ID, so therefore all the buttons that are contained within me are the ones that I want to add for iterating through into an array or whatever. Query selector method. So it is document. It has to be run on document, I guess. Maybe. I assume. An element object representing the first element in the document that matches the specified set of CSS selectors. So then I just have to wonder, like, if there's a way I can be even more specific. I mean, look, at the end of the day, no, it just has to be the ID. You don't even have to do that. You just get the ID. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So we don't want to do all at all. That's like not even what I'm interested in. Instead, this would be document, query selector. Well, I think what you want to establish is employee ID prefix. Call that, I think we're just doing employee, not getting complicated with it. and then concatenate it. So that's the ID, but we actually want the like ID class. Oh, now I have an ID number versus an ID class. We're gonna say ID no as number. Your mate Casey is so sweet. He got you eye drops. Lovely. Yeah, you gotta get in there. You gotta do stuff. Right. You don't have to suffer. I kind of see what you're saying, maybe. I'm holding what you're saying, Ill. I am. I really appreciate it, because I'm gonna, like, as I keep going, keep asking myself, why would this be better outside? And then it also kind of comes down to, is I'm still learning even how to put it outside. This employee ID equals employee ID prefix. I don't know, we can concatenate like that. Plus, now that's not going to be a string, that's a number. So can it just turn it into a string? I don't know. How do you stringify a number? I gotta learn that. I gotta look that one up. Beats me. JavaScript, turn number into string. Minus AI for now. ToString. Great. Love it. Sounds good to me. ToString, and then employee ID number current. So in theory, that would be our ID, and then I'd want this. Now, is that a string? Is query selector taking a string? I think it is, right? Probably, maybe. Yeah. Okay, so we'll also want to say that this is to a string, and that would be employee ID or something. I mean, it does feel weird to be like doing all these like functions here in like a declaration constructor place, but I mean, if it works, that would be nice, at least. Time to take a break. My eyes are brightly hanging out of my second spice spaghetti strings. Oh, yeah. That seems like they need to be put back in there. Thanks for stopping in, mister. Hey, mister. Thanks for stopping in. I hope you get the break that you need. Okay. Good. Now we need to do things. You're welcome. Now we need to do things with those buttons. So, unexpected keyword. Oh, we have to say this. Got it. Nope. Unexpected token, a constructor, method or access property is expected. Oops. Oh, here. No? Wait. Okay, so this definitely is not... Oh, but first, okay, couple things. You want to say all. Wait. This is just... Wait a minute. This is wrong. This employee is that. This is just... All this is identifying is the employee. And then if I wanted to identify the buttons, I know I'm probably doing all kinds of crimes. I know I'm doing code and crimes, but I'm just learning. I'm not shipping this to my boss. That's what you do. You ship to your boss. Just trying to see if I can, like, speak in the language. This buttons equals for each. You know, you wouldn't expect someone to be perfectly fluent when they start practicing speaking a new language to someone, you know. ToString is a method on a string, not a standalone function. Oh. a method on a string, not a standalone function. Whoops. Got it. Okay, it was time to look it up. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, look, the date stuff came back. It circled back around. Wow. So there's all types of stuff that it goes to. Wow. Wow. Number dot prototype? Why does it have the word prototype on it? What does that mean? Thank you. Absolute special thank. Absolute deep special thank. Oh, you're not on the board. Let's do it. X mark 38. Ching, X mark. Okay. And then we say okay, but I'm a little so we don't put any arguments in there? We do put arguments in there. Wait. How do I use this? That log to a string. What are the arguments exactly? Parameters. Radix. An integer in the range 2 to 36 specifying the base to use. Oh, base 10 is fine. Thank you. Yeah, oh, I'm good. base employee ID. Okay. Employee, thank you. Oh man, thank you. Whoops. that was very wrong. That was super wrong. Really, really incorrect. Very much not right. Oh yeah. Well, I'm still crafting that one. Okay, one more parenthesis there. Okay. Nice. Oh, so here too. Wait. Okay, here too. Employee ID number current dot toString. Close call. Let's go. This button's. So I don't know if I can actually drop this in here. I feel like I need to structure this differently. Just my guess. But I think you can. No, because you do want all the buttons that are in there ahead of time. So maybe I just create like a this buttons and I just make it like empty, right? Maybe I should be doing that for all of these. I don't know. Well, you still need to call this, right? So I don't know, because I want it to kind of set itself up. So in this case, what are we iterating through? We want to iterate through the employee. So in the employee, oh, thank you for the autocomplete. I appreciate that. For each, well, no, because it's not each button. It's not each employee. You'd want to do this employee. You can't just run a query. Can you run a query selector on that? Well, you already. Okay, wait. This is confusing. This is confusing. All we're getting is that one container. Can I run this on here? I mean, it's not letting me. But like, that's probably wrong, right? Can we just put that on whatever? A query selector? Element. Hell yeah, we can. Okay, sweet. Query selector all. And I want things that are buttons. So I think if we just say button, it'll get all the buttons. Good. Nice. Maybe. So in theory, that would return all the buttons. Now down here, it's still very upset with me. Unexpected token, a constructor editor ancestor property was expected. Right. So we can't just run a function like that. I have to say something like, I mean, again, like if it within itself detects a button press, I mean, you could just say check for any button press in the entire project, right? But then how? Oh, how? Okay. Oh, I'll learn why when I get older and wiser. Yes, you're right. Exactly. Exactly. I trust that that's true. So, like, I want there to be all these different buttons, and then when any of them are pressed, it's going to run the increment function. But it needs to keep it contained. I'm just going to look something up. JavaScript. Just like running functions within a class. Like, just give me something about it. Yeah, maybe even a class. Yeah, okay, fine. Back to the documentation. Classes are special functions. And just as you can define function expressions and function declarations, a class can be defined in two ways: a class expression, or a class declaration. Declaration seems like what we're doing here with all that stuff. And then an expression. The class is anonymous but assigned to a variable. Okay. Expression, the class has its own name. Interesting. Oh. Wait a minute. Employee 1, employee 2. It sounds potentially useful. Like function expressions, class expressions may be anonymous or have a name that's different from the variable that it's assigned to. However, unlike function declarations, class declarations have the same temporal dead zone. Oh yeah, of course. I know what that means. Temporal dead zone restrictions as let or const and behave as if they're not hoisted. Okay. A variable declared with let, const, or class is said to be in a temporal dead zone from the start of the block until the code execution reaches the place where the variable is declared. So it's the scope of it. Not hoisted. Unlike function declarations, class declarations are not hoisted, or in some interpretations hoisted. Okay, but what is hoisted? Classes are a little spicy. Yeah, it seems like I need to read up. Can I access my class before initialization? Right, that makes sense. So we need an order of events here. Similar to functions, class declarations can also have their expression counterparts. Yeah, right. Names. Right, so I don't know. Perhaps the most important job of a class is to act as a factory for objects. Exactly. When we use the date constructor, we expect it to give a new object which represents the date we passed in, which we can then manipulate with other methods the instance exposes. In classes, the instance creation is done by the constructor. As an example, we would create a class called color, which represents a specific color. Users create colors through passing in an RGB triplet. Okay, so it brings in RGB, assign the RGB values as a property of this. Okay. Open your browser's DevTools, paste the above code into the console, and then create an instance. Oh, that's like homework. Okay. What? Okay, I'll do it. Screw it, I'll do it. Ooh, there's errors. Oh, I blocked stuff. That's me. Do not paste code you don't understand. Thank you. Okay, I allow it. I'm pressing enter. That didn't work. That didn't work at all. Maybe something like this add button, add event handler. click this add function. Whoa. Wait, let me see what this is supposed to be saying. You should see some output like this. Object values 3. Does that mean JavaScript doesn't already have colors, or was this just an example? Hey, Rogi. JavaScript have colors? I think it was just an example. I think it was just an example, but I have no idea. I don't know. Does JavaScript have colors? I mean, look, what's the context of JavaScript, right? Like, generally, we're using it as like a modifier to something else. So in this case, I use a JavaScript to help control what happens in the HTML. And then in the CSS, I can define things as well. So maybe I'll keep my colors in the CSS, and then from JavaScript, I can like pull the color. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Hello, Rogi. Welcome. How you doing? It's not GDScript. No, it's not. I'm trying to learn some web dev. I'm working on just like a simple vanilla JavaScript CSS project. Just a little game for fun to help me learn, where there's gonna be, it's like an incremental Tamagotchi kind of game where you have employees and you don't feed and play with them, but you're gonna be giving them money and praising them. And then as long as you keep them happy, they'll keep making you money. And with the money, you can buy more employees or hire more employees. And then if you lose, then if you lose the employee, then, well, if you lose all your employees, then you lose the game. And making hyper, there's already a hyper game dev website. It already exists. Whoa. It's called hypergame.dev. It's right there. It already exists. But that is part of like what you know there's a hypergame.dev website. You've used it. Because like the reason why I made the website in the first place was just so we could have, for example, queues. So if you guys wanted feedback on your games, you could join the queue. You could join the queue, and when you join the queue, you just fill out this form, right? And so I have the list of what order y'all are in, and it helps me just organize that so we can check out your stuff in a timely and neat fashion. But I'm starting to want like more functionality, and like even this, you know, it would be super cool if like it could show you guys the current queue and stuff. You know, there's more stuff that I want to do for us here. For example, a better queue. So yeah, I'm learning it for the purpose of improving the functionality of these kinds of things. Doing good. It was a grocery day today, and now you have 2 Ziploc bags chock full of green onions in your freezer. You also have a lot of pasta salad and cake ingredients. Nice. Green onion cake. I love it. I'm kidding. It sounds awesome. I love green onions. Pasta salad and cake. You've got dinner and dessert ready to go. Nice. Oh, it's making me hungry. Wait, why are you making me hungry? Because we gotta eat. It's good to be hungry. Well, and then feed yourself. Okay, so wait, what was Nick? Nick was maybe something. Oh yeah, I was learning stuff. Add button. This add button. Add event handler. Oh. Interesting. So basically you're supporting the idea of just doing stuff here. Just say, like, not necessarily creating, right? Because these functions are more for calling stuff. Like if we're running functions outside of the class, we want to access them that are like decrease stats. I would iterate through every employee and run this function to decrease their stats. Whereas, perhaps, with something like setting up these buttons, since I'm having it be within itself, it makes more sense to put it in the constructor. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going off what you're saying. I think that I like that. I like the sound of that. And that maybe makes more clear what the purpose of the functions within the class are for. They're for calling outside of the class, not from within. I like this. This works for me. Although it's gonna be a hefty constructor. There's a lot going on in here. But maybe that's fine. I mean, there's no errors. Hold on. So it's just gonna iterate through all the buttons. That's so weird. That's so weird. Right, because a constructor could just be all kinds of things. Thank you for the hydrate. Got a drink too, that's right. And this is why people say they want this in Godot, are structs. Because they're just so flexible and you can really just play around and do whatever you want, which is dangerous, right? You could do some sloppy code, and like Il was trying to impress on me, it might be better to have in other places, but in theory, you can just do stuff in here. Public service announcement, you bought the vegan mozzarella sauce. You can confirm it's, we were talking about this in the member stream yesterday, the Twitch sub stream. You can confirm its unopened fridge life is 2 months. Nice. Good to know. I continue to be interested in your cheese sauce saga. What game are you making? Hello, Skate. Welcome. I'll tell you what game I'm making. Functions that loop over all employees should be defined outside the employee class, or it should be a static method. Yes, I agree. That's my intention. So that's exactly, yes, I agree with you. So that's why I'm keeping this, right? Just the theory of code theory. Whoa, code theorists. So this would be like for the decreasing, and this is going to be with each class. Yeah, that's exactly, yes, I agree, Il. Completely agree. Or rather, was planning on that. I don't disagree with your other thing. I'm just not ready to implement it. What game am I making? Yes. So, I have a little, oh, it's all broken. I can't show you the latest version, but this is the old version. So, instead of feed and play, it's going to be pay and praise, and you're going to have employees, and you can have multiple employees, and the idea is to make sure they don't quit, and as long as they're there and they don't quit by pressing these buttons, so it's like an increment game, as long as you keep them satisfied, then they'll keep earning you money, and with that money, you can buy more employees and watch number go up. And if you lose all your employees, you lose the game. So it's not the most complicated thing, but it's just something to help me learn this. And yeah, so like they'll have like a face, and then you'll see like their own little module for controlling them. And then there'll be like a shop. You can have Tycoon. Oh yeah, right. It's like a tycoon game. Exactly. It is a tycoon game. Correct. So you could also, in theory, we'll see how far I get. This is probably gonna take me a while to finish, but I'm gonna keep coming back to it to get better. So if I hover over this, it says +1. You could like buy an upgrade for that employee to like automate it. Maybe it does +2, +3. Maybe you get like an auto loop so you don't have to keep clicking it. Stuff like that. Obviously, I can get complicated fast, but it's just like the general framework I'm using. And the reason why it's like this is because ultimately I want to make like UI-based tools. So I'm trying to make a very UI-based game as well. Yeah. Cool. So that really just works. This button's for each button, arrow function, add the event listener, and it increases the stat. Now that's the other thing. I mean, do I want this? I think. Well, the thing is, this is not going to match, right? So these IDs, stat1, stat2, this needs to be scoped to the employee for that to work. Also, button 1, button 2, none of these are scoped to the employee. So that does need to happen. Okay, all right. Cool, cool. Event target ID. Interesting. So this was returning the button. Oh, actually this is actually fine, because if we click on it, it's button 1. So this is just saying, if indeed you clicked on button 1, do this, which you will have clicked on button 1. That'll be true. So that's fine, because that should already be within the scope? I don't know. We might have some problems, but we'll find out the hard way. It'll be fun. So stat 1, we don't want to say document get element by ID. Assuming this is okay, I might want to say this employee get element by ID. We just don't want to be looking at the whole document for these. TQ games are a weakness for you? Yeah, it's nice. Just see number go up. It's simple. It's like ASMR. You hear sounds that you like, it feel good. You see number go up, it feel good. It just does. It just works. Todd Howard. Okay, so no document stuff in here. Again, I don't doubt that we have things to deal with here. But there's no errors. So then as far as decrease stats go, so add new employee, I want to make an actual button do the employee adding, but, well, you do want to do the class. Oh, so I want the class, I mean, it's the same template for each one. So I feel, okay, we do have an employees, okay. So I feel like we just would want in add new employee to say, yes, add a new employee, but also we need that new employee to be added to an array so we can iterate over those employees, right? I mean, we could just say document get all things that have employee container. You don't even have to do that. You don't have to add them. Maybe you should, but I kind of don't have to now that I think about it. All right, so let's not. So I'm gonna make a function that is happening all the time. Where's that interval thing? Did I put it on a clipboard a long time ago and it's just gone forever now? Cool, 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 cool. Good, great. Maybe it's still in my clipboard somewhere though. Your roommate also got you your signature health potion, orange soda. Very thoughtful. It seems like the best roommate you've had yet. All told. Set interval. And then we run decrease stats every 1000 milliseconds. Now the thing is, we want this to be running on all of the employees. Definitely. Let's go. So this would be like, and we do want that function to run, right? So that's the other thing. I guess we would want to say decrease stats. We would want to say update employee. And then function update employee. I don't think I have, we'll see. Keep it like that. Which employee? Well, I guess we could just, no, we need it to update all the time. All right, so every time it runs update employee, we'd also need to know who all the employees are. Gotcha. So it's like kind of update employees. If you think about it. Okay. So first thing I would want to do is say, do I need to use let again? I don't think so. Employees, I'm not exactly sure how to add, how do you append to an array? I don't. I don't know. We're gonna find out though. JavaScript append to array minus AI push adds the specified elements to the end of an array and returns the new length. Cool. Nice. So you just say the array and we do push. And we specify the elements in push. I probably should check. So all we gotta say is employees push. Now I wouldn't want, now here's the other thing. If they're already in there, I don't want it to add it. So I might need a more specific thing. Like, I don't know. I don't really know. Because if they're already in there, I don't want it to add it twice. So I might want something else. Unshift is similar. But applied to the start of an array. I feel like I should just look at array and see what things are available here. Right? So obviously push is in there. Okay. Here we go. That's what I want. Mutating method. Oh, scrolled too far. Copy within. Well, this is not okay. Non-mutating alternative. I think I want mutating. Shift, sort, splice, unshift, reverse, pop, fill. Fill method of an array instances changes all elements within a range of indices. I don't know. Push v1, v2. I'm not exactly sure. JavaScript update array unless already present, or like append to array unless already present. How to add to an array just if the element doesn't exist. Oh, we got an article. Okay. Ugh. Yeah, intro. JavaScript set is a collection of unique values. If your array's elements were strings or numbers, set is the easiest way to achieve your goal. Okay. These two ways work fine if your array's elements were strings or numbers. Ugh, just tell me. Second instrument index of. Find refine index. What you do if your array's elements were objects? My array's elements are... I don't know what they're gonna be. What are they gonna be? Elements. Really, I would want to... Yeah, they're gonna be elements. Includes. These two ways would work fine if your array's elements were strings or numbers. Do they... This is very... I don't like this guide very much. But it is trying to answer my exact question. But so technically, the employee is going to represent a container. So okay, you know what? I don't like this article. Let's just look up. It's nice. I just need more. I need more. Yeah, let's just check includes. And go from there. Includes method instances determines whether an array includes a certain value. So if it doesn't, well, I don't know. Because I also have to pick, because I ideally, I guess, okay. I guess just whenever we add a new employee. Okay, all right. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. In add new employee, it does this. But the thing is I need to know how to reference that employee. So all this is doing is, well, I think you need to be moving that because you want the class to be handling that, right? You want to just say, create a new class, bam, there's a new employee. So I don't necessarily just want to access this canvas and add a new template, because just a template, they're all going to be tangled up in each other. So I definitely would want the employee's canvas, maybe, I guess. Oh wow, I forgot to change this. Employee ID number previous. Employees canvas. You don't, oh, because I haven't used it. Yeah. Okay, so employees canvas. And then probably within that is where I'd want to increment, because there's already going to be an employee template in there. I don't know that I need an ID for each employee. No, I do. I mean, do I? Like, maybe we can just, if I... I'm not really sure. If I'm being honest, I'm not entirely sure how I would access a value in the employee template. I guess what you should probably do is maybe, just an idea, what if, I don't know, this seems kind of crazy, but like maybe in the employee template, this is getting really complicated. Employee like we have an employee ID that we feed into this, and then it fills it out automatically. So, I mean, the horrifying thing is I would need to, like, I guess, end the backtick and then put it back. How's that gonna work? This seems wild. So in theory, I'd want the employee ID to be made into a string right there. Yeah. Yeah, that's no good. A comma? A comma? Oh, because these are different. Can we like add them? Whoa. It's just like concatenated in. What would that be like? This seems wrong. But I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. Genuinely don't know. Not a clue. But the thing is like, this is gonna be, you probably need to make this unique. Because, like, how are you going to pass that in? It isn't like an argument. This is kind of crazy. Can variables have arguments? Like, probably not, right? Right? No. Oh, now it wants a comma. So that seems really wrong. Yeah. That seems very wrong. Don't do this. Stop this. Seems incorrect. Employee ID to assign. It does look cursed. Yeah, it does. It looks really cursed. I agree. Completely agree. I really agree. I feel this is going off the rails a lot. and I know so little, and so like there's gonna be so many potential points that are gonna break, and I have no idea what point is the broken one. It's getting very complex. Okay, so we create a new employee class, and then what? Then it assigns a previous ID number. I am starting to appreciate why I should pass this in per what Il says, because this is getting quite crazy. But okay, so we set previous, we create the current, and then we, oh, I guess I could just do plus plus. Maybe that's like the right way to do it. And then employee ID equals the prefix concatenated with the current ID number. Then the employee equals the element that matches that ID, but you haven't even added it in yet, so it's not even gonna find that. So before that happens, the template has to be generated somehow. Oh my god, I'm getting so nervous because there's just so many things I have to add for it to potentially work again. It's very scary. So this, so okay. I would want to figure out which, dude, what? How are you gonna do this? Employee.canvas.iter.html plus equals. Am I though? I don't know, pun. I think I'm the more that I add, the more concerned I am that it's all gonna fall apart. But at least, you know, I'll kind of have my guess to what might happen, and then when it doesn't happen, I can start identifying where I went wrong. We'll see. Definitely more here than there was before. Employees canvas inner HTML plus equals employee template. Wait, okay. So you're just gonna add that in the HTML? You're right, that makes, but will that work? Will it go through here and then it will exist? I feel like I'm, okay, what Il was saying, right? I feel like this belongs outside of here. I feel like this goes to what Il is saying. And this definitely needs to be outside, period. I'm a believer. I accept that as the correct thing. I have embraced it. So by the time we get in here, we should have the employee ID for it. Yeah, that's it. You see, I'm glad you said what you said, Il, because now maybe I know better. So we can keep our add new employee, and then within here we say, whoa, it just like kind of made it class color. But don't be though, please. Oh my god. Okay, so we update the ID number previous. Well, we don't need to do that. It's already there. We got it. We know that now. So we want to calculate ID number current. And that equals the previous. I mean, technically, that would be the new previous. So we would also then say, those variables look more general. Yeah, it makes sense to leave. It makes sense to leave him out, right? I needed to get that deep and panic to realize that that's the right choice. Thank you for affirming, X. You've definitely been like deserving of some extra special thank. I appreciate your affirmations along the way. So employee ID number current equals the incremented previous. Then we say the previous becomes the current, and the employee ID takes the prefix and concatenates it with the current. And then we add the employee template to the canvas, the div where we add employees. And then we call the class. But first, we need to make sure we know, well, yeah, just call the class with the employee ID, right? But wait, okay, in the you want to do more than this, because somehow I want to make, okay, I would say before you do that, wait, how about this? Wait a minute. Just make it employee ID, because it's going to become the employee ID. So make this like a variable up here. Be good, internet. Behave now. Come on. I think we actually want to declare employee ID. I mean, I don't have an ID for it to start with, but we definitely want to have that exist and be updated. So back over here, instead of doing all this wackiness, we would literally, but here's the thing, is this gets set up before. That's the problem, right? I mean, you just have to, I need a button to add the first employee. Okay, we need a button to hire an employee. Because I would assume, yeah, because we're just fetching this, but it's a constant. You can't update a constant. You know what I mean? So that would at least need to be, so I feel like this is where I'm getting really out there and bizarre. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense, to say the least. So like in theory, this would be the employee ID concatenated in here, but I wouldn't want them to run automatically. I'd want to say when you press the button so it can come back, because this script runs before stat management, which clearly needs to be more than stat management. I need to rename that. But anyway, that means that we need some kind of input that will access this to update it after the page runs. So I kind of need a new button, which I don't love because I was trying to avoid having to design this, especially because I don't have anything anymore. This is all so broken. Well, but I think what you can do, Lise, is you can, for example, whatever, hello, words, and then somehow, wait, how would I, okay, so if the employees are added to here, and I want them to be next to each other, and I want a button, I think you would want to wrap these both in a div. So this would be like div game container or something. Oh god. Oh god. Game container. Oh, I hate that. I hate that autocomplete. I gotta turn that off. It really bothers me. Settings. I think they call it inline autocomplete or something. Inline suggest. No. Please stop this. It just drives me nuts. I feel like there's even more completion. Okay, wait. Close. Maybe I could even say a close tag. No. Okay. Just stop with the inline suggestions, please. Controls with enable experimental. Only show inline suggestions when the cursor is close. I don't know. Don't do that, please. if you wouldn't mind. It just stresses me out. Okay, and then I think it's still auto-completing on me. Now, next to that, I don't necessarily want that to be on its own line, but maybe just to like move on with my life for now, we're just gonna not worry about it. I'm gonna call this shop container. Oh, it's still doing it. Whatever, I don't care. I'm pretty sure those inner backticks are gonna conflict. Best to switch single or double quotes. They've got to, right? So wait, I'm trying to remember why I did the backticks. I did the back... I don't know why I did the backticks. Oh, because this is HTML code. And so there's already double quotes here. And there's single quotes. So I need something that wouldn't be in here. Hence the backticks. But I agree that there's a low probability that this is gonna work. I fully expect that to not work. But it expresses the idea that I want to achieve. You're right. I mean, it probably... You're right. This makes no sense. I'm gonna get rid of it. You're right. Get it out of here. Put it in the trash. Okay, here's what I think. Thank you. Thank you for, like, saying it. I have a different idea. That makes so much more sense. I mean, I guess now that I'm doing this differently, it's different. So it's allowed... Whoops. It's afforded me a more logical approach. Or a more correct approach. Or it's forced me into a more correct approach. So what we do is we just add it, and then we just have to look for, I don't know, one that's missing an ID, or no. Can we, okay, so I would probably want to remove an ID and add an, oh, okay, how about this? Employee container ID equals employee new, and then we just iterate through all of the employee containers, and we say, or the elements, whichever ones have employee new, remove employee new and add the correct one. Yes, this is the way. Okay. Well, at least I don't feel horrified anymore of what might happen. It's a wonderful, wonderful feeling. So I don't even need to make that button yet. I mean, I would like to, but I don't need to. But it could be nice. It could be nice. This isn't the way I want it to be, but just for now. Just so there's something there. Probably want to say button ID higher or something. Great. So now back in the JavaScript, when we add a new why do we add a new employee? We add a new employee because we're looking for we could say button higher equals document query selector higher, but that's an ID. ID has the, like this, I think, I want to say. right? I can't remember. JavaScript ID query selector. Yeah. Yes. Let's go. Okay, so that's the ID, is the higher button. Employee template can be put inside your HTML directly. You can get it and clone it using JavaScript. I would never hate you. Interesting, though. So here's the thing. I kind of don't want to pollute this, but you know what I'm really annoyed by is like having to modify the template without all of the fancy VS Code auto-completion and recognition of this being HTML. So like I could, based on what you're saying, right? Just like make a separate HTML file that has the employee template. That way I get, you've inspired me to just do this. Although you're not testing your code, I'm not. Well, the reason why I'm not testing it is because, like, I have to make the system exist in order to test a thing one by one, you know? Because before, it was just like a single thing, and that was it. There was just one thing. But if I'm gonna have multiple of these things, the only way I can test it is if the infrastructure to make multiple and assign multiple values, at least as far as I can see, the only way to test it one by one is to first be able to have a system that, in theory, spawns them. So I just kind of feel like I'm stuck having to build this system first. I mean, I could build like a simpler version of the system or something, but it's okay. ID. I guess we would do it like this. Wait. Why are you complaining so much? Oh, this is JavaScript. I was like, why are you so mad at me? This is JavaScript. Got it. Okay. So I'm just gonna rename this then. I mean, you've inspired me. I still don't want to put it in my main index, but I'll tell you what I do want. I definitely want to have an easier time updating and managing this. Oh, whoa. That was looking pretty wrong on its own. See, it's just so much easier to catch those things. Oh, this is much better. Okay, great. So do it like that. And then in index, we don't need to set this up at all. But I have to do what you're saying, which is I have to grab it. Which I don't know. I don't even know how to do that with HTML. Can I grab a file and insert it? I don't know. I assume. Heck if I know. I don't have a friggin' clue. I might make a constant that just is that path. Are we like good to go? I don't think so. JavaScript variable HTML page path. Oh, I forgot -AI. Passing variable through JavaScript from one HTML page. Using variables HTML markup. Variables can hold. Okay. Not from. No. Oh god, fine. It doesn't even know. Okay. Set a JavaScript variable to be an HTML page. Does that make sense? It cannot hold an HTML page in the sense of a loaded document with its associated DOM structure. However, well, yeah, it's not even loaded. So I probably want to do the same thing. Oh. Yeah, so maybe this won't work, and I have to do what Ill is saying. I just, I hate it. I hate, like, thinking about this being so polluted, but I think you're right. Okay, alright. I'll do it. I'll do it, Ill. I'll do it. I'll give you extra special thanks for it. I'll do it. I think it's right. No hate. I think it's correct. I think it's the right thing to do. You've convinced me. Well, but here's the reason why I'm not convinced. Wait. I'm not convinced. No. I'm not convinced. Wait a minute. Because I don't want it to show up. I want there to be no employees until you hire the first one. So if I have this on a separate HTML page, and then I put a script in here, I don't know. I don't know how to fetch this. I don't know. I'm starting to think maybe I need to go back to the way that it was. I'm starting to think I need to go back. I don't love it, but I think I need to go back. I'm gonna go back. But I'm gonna keep in mind how nice it was for a few seconds. That maybe it was going to not end this way. And maybe someday I get to circle back. And it's just the way I could have ever hoped for. I'm just keeping it. We're just gonna do it. Constant employee template. Because I just genuinely don't know. My approach was fine with this. Yeah. Again, I just thank you, Kodo. I very much do wish that I could enjoy all the benefits of. Yeah. I mean, I wish I could have it be an HTML file. But what Ill's suggestion got me thinking about was how nice it would be for it to be in an HTML format. So there are like errors I can see and stuff. But yes, this has worked, and it was good. But the reason why I don't want it in here is because it's cluttered, and I don't want one there. This is the way to do it in JavaScript? Thank you. Thank you. That's helpful. That's helpful. A special thanks. A special thanks is due. Okay. So I'll leave it that way, even though I still dream of there being error checking on this. I'll leave it. I'll put it back. That was a fun journey. Yeah, so I am making a like tycoon increment Tamagotchi kind of game. Again, it's just like a way that I'm trying to learn JavaScript, CSS, and how it interfaces with HTML. I normally am doing game dev in like a nice, comfy game engine, Godot, and there are like web tools that I want to build, and I'm kind of tired of not understanding how to like modify code, why libraries are great in some of these tools. So I'm using vanilla JavaScript, CSS, no libraries, to try to learn and just get like familiar with like using the language, crafting things, expressing ideas, making things happen. And so this was the last working version, kind of. So essentially you'll have these employees that you can hire, and then this is going to be wages, how much you're paying them, and then if you're praising them, and then that will calculate into an overall well-being. And if the well-being drops to 0, they're going to quit and you'll lose. But if you keep the employees by clicking and upgrading, maybe instead of happiness +1, you can have it do 2 at a time. Maybe set it to be automated. Based on all that, they'll make you money. You can hire more and number go up. So it's not the simplest idea, but it is like a fun kind of game that I just want to be UI based to help me learn some skills in that regard. So ultimately it would kind of look like this, where you'd have like the sprite and then each employee that you manage separately by clicking on buttons. So just a simple little thing. Well, simple-ish. Not being able to import an HTML file is weird. It does feel weird. There's gotta be a way. But yeah, I recognize that from my cursory searches, this is like the way to get it done. I'm sure you could do it somehow. It's gotta be doable, right? Your Tamagotchi poops all the time. Yeah, they do. I was gonna add that, but like then it's like, wait, if these are employees, I guess you do have to build a bathroom for employees. Yeah, the poops, they stack up. you just wash it all away. Tamagotchi tycoon game is the concept, I guess. It's not necessarily a terrible game idea. Look, if I'm gonna be using a game as learning project, if I'm using a game as a learning project, then I'm gonna try to make it kinda something. Tamagotchis were fun. Hey, welcome, Johannes. Johannes? Welcome. You have an idea. May you share it? You may share it. I may not embrace the idea, but I will definitely be interested in what your idea is. Of course. Welcome. Think your internet's being poopy too? Jumped ahead a lot? Whoa. Oh no. Okay, wait. I actually have to jump away for a second. I need to refill water. Give me like 3 minutes. Let me be super right back. Get up, use the loo. I'll come right back. I think you should keep the employee template file as HTML. Then use the fetch to insert. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I think that's kind of what Il was getting to. Okay. I'm interested. I am interested. Okay. Enjoy the music. Stretch your legs. If you're co-working along with me, stretch your legs, get a snack, take care of yourself. I'll be super right back. 3 minutes. See if we can get the break. Yeah. All right. I'll be right back. favor of the fetch idea. Good, good. Me too. Is it overcomplicated? Yes. Do it anyway. I think I shall. Okay. So, I must learn about this fetch. Maybe I've used it? I can't remember. I haven't used it enough to remember that I've used it. So it is time. What are you fetching? Welcome, Press Fire! We are fetching a template. So basically, I am making a game where you're generating employees in like a tycoon kind of game, or like a tycoon Tamagotchi sort of game. And I have this like huge variable that I'm using as a template with the HTML that goes along with each employee. So the game kind of ends up looking, yeah, so that's like one employee section right there, right? In theory, it'd be like this, and then so it basically holds code like this, and then a bunch of, they would stack a bunch of them. And so this is all that code. And one thing this works, but what I don't love about it is that it has some, it just doesn't, it's not what it has, it's what it doesn't have. It doesn't have like all the nice error checking like we get if I'm in a normal HTML file. And it's not a big deal, but it would just make it easier to change and maintain if, I mean, look, I'm not out here making a game in Notepad, right? So I would rather have the nice IDE features of error checking and all that. So kind of we were trying to figure out a way that this could just be in an HTML file, so I get all those benefits of HTML syntax and whatnot in the IDE, but I don't have to bury it in here. So it would be like, I don't know, someone was saying something about fetching an index, or not an index, an HTML file that has all this. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to the question? It's a good idea. Here's the one drawback though. There's going to be multiple, we'll compress it. There's going to be multiple employees, so how would you get the employee variables in the template text? You don't need it. Yeah. So here's my idea for that. What I've been doing is we set in the places that would happen, we have a special ID. So in this case, I have ID employee new. So if I need the employee's ID, what would happen is this would automatically, in theory, drop in the new employee HTML, and then after that, we would iterate through the elements in the document to find the IDs that are employee new. When it finds it, remove the employee new ID and attach a new one that actually is the true employee ID. So in theory, that would be the method or the tactic to try and allow it to find which one is new. And then we can just say, once you find what's new, add a different ID to it, or whatever it might be, inner HTML, blah, blah, blah. Fetching HTML file, it is static, right? So yeah, maybe I just need to like understand the fetch. Understanding the fetch. It isn't an ID. IDs are unique. Maybe you want a class. No, it is unique. No. Right, but we could. Yeah, I mean, I could, but I do want it to be unique, right? Because the idea is like okay, so it would be unique in this. I mean, you're right, I could just make it a class. I could. There's no reason not to, but it's also, in theory, there's no reason not to make it an ID because there's only ever going to be one new one at a time, right? So it's like as soon as you create a new employee, it right away gives it the employee new ID, right? So it's only gonna be one because as soon as that one is created, it's going to be found and the employee ID will be removed, and then the unique other ID will be added. But maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe that's wrong. You know, maybe like per DOM, like this is really wrong. That actually kind of makes sense now that I think about it. That maybe it loads in all the IDs. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe it would get confused, and it would be better to just use a class since it expects that to change, right? Template HTML tag, it was made exactly for this stuff. Template HTML tag. Interesting. You're thinking maybe the constructor. It always says constructor. Maybe the constructor should handle that. Handle what? Specifically. Yeah, Twitch chat is still working. Thank you. Yeah, so I feel like this will work unless for some reason it's like hard-coded into the DOM that this is the one true only place that has the ID employee new. So in that case, this could just easily be a class. It just means I'll have to, you know, it's fine. Yeah, it kind of doesn't matter. You know, to me anyway. Okay. Oh, that's what this is. This is a template string. No, that's what this is. Yeah. So I think that's what this backtick does, right? I'm thinking. Isn't that what this is? That's what the backtick in JavaScript is the template, all right? Yeah, I know, but I was meant to ill. Yeah, it works. It definitely works. We've already seen it work. I can't show you because I forgot to cache it before, so I could show it off, but it did work. But yeah, right. And then, so we could do class. I mean, that's fine. If that's like, it doesn't really matter to me. We just have to find it and then remove it so that way it is indeed the only one that has it. But I'm kind of curious. I kind of like the idea of it being an ID. Maybe it's really wrong, but I don't know. I like the idea of it being an ID. Like we're replacing the placeholder one with the new one. So we can see. I got a long way probably before we're testing that because basically I'm trying to put up this system that is just simply like not there yet, and there's probably all kinds of things that are wrong. So at some point we'll certainly find out one way or the other. But in terms of like fetching an HTML file, like we could. What are we wanting to work on now? What are we wanting to work on now? I'm working on, I mean, I feel like we talked about the game already and you caught that, unless that's what do you mean? Do you mean like the specific task right this second, or do you mean like the overall project? So yeah, I think you maybe know the overall project. The specific task, well, the fetch thing was interesting to me. I have ADHD and I love following my whims. And I was curious about the fetch thing. It intrigues me. With that said, I can work on that anytime. Right, because for now I already know that this works. So when it becomes a pain point and I might want to consider trying to fetch an HTML file, is going to be when I'm trying to like modify this heavily and I'm missing all the bonus IDE features. So, you know, I appreciate the back on task question. I think what I'd like to do is probably just keep on keeping on and get this actual framework for spawning new employees in place so I can even find out what's wrong with it. So yeah. So there's the employee ID that's going to be replaced that way in the currently named stat management script. We get an employee ID, the previous employee ID number, the list of all employees. I guess we kind of want current too, now that I think about it. Might be, I don't know why I really need it, if I'm being honest. I don't think we need a current. I feel like we can just put that down here. So maybe I'll establish that here. And then we have the ID prefix that's crafting that new one that replaces ID new. Why is this so tiny? It's too tiny. That replaces ID new. And then, oh, right, setting up the template. Yes. Right, but then we decided not to. Let's not worry about that. Employee ID. I'm not sure we need that anymore. Just fetch it, then string replaced to IDs. Makes sense. Yeah. The button would be nice. Honestly, yes. The button would be kind of nice. So just like have a button here, and then that is what actually adds the employee. It became, with the way I was potentially thinking of setting it up, it became a little bit necessary, but I'm not sure that it's necessary now. So I could probably skip doing that, but it could be nice to set up the button. Then that's just minimum maximum stats. Don't care about that right now. We're not even at that point anymore. Employees canvas. So this maybe I'll put up here though. This is where we add all of the employees, just like the div container for all employees. Okay. So in the employee class, we have an employee ID rights constructor, which is keeping track of, yes. So we could just pass this in, right. Got it. That's why I was making employee ID. Okay, that actually makes sense. So we do want to have that. It doesn't need to be anything, to my knowledge. And so when we add a new employee, which in theory would happen when the button is pressed, but we just have it in here. So it adds a new employee, it takes in the current ID number, it increments the previous one, it sets up the current ID number as the previous one incremented, updates the previous to that incremented current, and then it's constructing the employee ID out of the employee ID prefix concatenated with the current ID number. And then that's the employee ID. And then in that canvas, it's just going to add an employee template. So after that employee template is added, now I want to go find that particular employee new ID and replace it with this one. So I would want to say we could just do document. It doesn't really matter. Document. I guess we could do canvas, just probably better to keep it in a smaller scope. Employee canvas. Query select ID employee new. Right? I think. Yes. So it's going to find those. Well, really, it's just going to find the one. So we want to say, I guess, like current employee, basically. Really, it's like the container. Kind of don't need this current. I feel like we can just say it's the employee container. So we set up the employee container, and we say that it equals, whoops, the employee new. Can we wrap it? It is wrapped. We're just right at the end. Hey, what's up, X? Thank you. Okay, I thought you said, when you said that, I thought you were saying you're a new person and you're here now. Brains are brains. Yes, super late. Thank you for your help. I appreciate you. Not hello, welcome, but goodbye and thank you for your help. Yeah, happy learning. Good job taking care of yourself, getting some sleep and all that. Why not just have the employee ID as a number incremented by 1 for each new employee? This would allow easy lookup for the employees in creation. I mean, it's basically what's happening. Yeah, it's what's happening. Yeah, exactly what's happening. Yeah, you got it. You already know. You already know. That's it. Yep. Yes, correct. Exactly what I'm doing. We think alike. Great minds. So we set what the new employee we basically, so what it's doing is it has a default blank template for spawning in a new employee. And when it spawns in the new employee, it has this ID, this basic ID, employee new. And the add new employee is going to use that template to add it to the HTML page. Once it's added to the HTML page, it's going to look for the new one that was created. And when it finds the new one, it's going to replace that ID, in theory, with, exactly like you're saying, the incremented number. So that's what this is doing. It's checking to see what was the last employee ID number, increment that, and set it as the current employee number. And then it's combining that with a prefix, so that way we get what you're talking about exactly, is the incremented ID per employee. Yeah. Kodo approves. Let's go. We'll see how it works ultimately. So within the employee container, we need to add or remove. Oh gosh, I did this. It's in here. Wait, it's right here, right? Didn't we do this already? I thought we did do this. Add event listener. Maybe not. Maybe I used to have some code that was adding and removing things, but I guess we don't anymore. Okay, so I gotta remind myself how we do that. I forgot. I did know, but then I forgot. But that's what's great about learning, is you keep practicing and then you find out and everything's better. Okay. JavaScript add remove ID class. Oh, I forgot to say no AI. That's okay. Remove CS class element with JavaScript, no jQuery. Yeah, hell yeah, no jQuery. It's literally just remove. Class list, that's what it is. Class list. Gotcha. And I guess that's the same for IDs? No. I like when more people show up on Twitch. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. If the class attribute is not set or empty, read-only property returns a live DOM token list, so that's not for IDs. Class list for IDs JavaScript. Thank you for the hydrate. Press the fire. Map. Oh. I'm starting to doubt that it's gonna be okay to use the ID for this, but we'll see. We'll certainly find out. So it means I need to find all of the... Okay, alright, let's see. I mean, I say let's see, but I'm not testing any of the code. Just, finding out, eventually. So because we already have the employee container, I would say employee container, map, oh, is that a thing? Is that a thing? Class list is a thing. Wait a minute. ID list contains in JavaScript. An element can, oh, that's why there's no, oh, so we do want class. Okay, so wait, but if I want to add an ID, okay, JavaScript add ID to element. Well, there you go, Kodo. We're not gonna do that then. Add ID attribute to another created element. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I feel like class is gonna be the right way. But I still need to figure out how I ID it. Since ID is an attribute, don't create an ID. Just so no. Okay, no ID. Okay. Okay. Set attribute. Is this okay, is that what I want? Is that actually what I want? You're not sure you can watch on Twitch. It keeps jumping all over the place. Probably just my internet. Oh really? Jeez. That's not fun. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve that. But it's not doing that on YouTube? It's wild. Look at that. That's a rare YouTube W. I mean, I love you, YouTube. I just mean, you know, sometimes Twitch makes it happen. You can just query all by employee new. Right. But the thing is I want to remove it too. Safe and warm, YouTube. Welcome back. What is this set attribute? Element set attribute method sets the value of an attribute on the specified element if it already exists. If the attribute already exists, the value is updated. Otherwise, a new attribute is added with the specified name and value. Okay, alright. Yeah, maybe class. Maybe class. Yeah. Container ID equals. Interesting. Oh yeah. Links no good. Links no good. On Twitch, not allowed. No links. But you can join the Discord and post links there if you want. Or describe the link. Is always helpful. Oh, you didn't. Sorry. I see that you didn't, ill. Silly Nightbot, that's not a link. But it doesn't know. Sometimes we have to do like dot. Like with a word. If you move the whole template into a function, you can have variables in the template string. Move the whole template into a function. Have variables in template string. What do you mean move the whole template into it? Oh, wait, but how would I don't even know how I do that. I mean, that was like the original way I was gonna do it, but I'm not really sure like how to do that. Like, so yeah, like I don't even know how to do that, because remember, it's and you may, but it's all a bunch of HTML, right? So I needed to use the backticks, as I understand it. Generate a custom template on the fly? What are you talking about? It sounds like so much work. It already exists. It's right here. It's right there. There it is. The best approach. The defanging a link wonder. What does that mean? Oh, just like force the links not to be links? Perhaps. Function return employee template. Okay, but how does, I'm not sure I understand how this helps me have this be dynamic. Not exactly sure. Get the current value of an attribute, use get attribute. To remove an attribute, use remove an attribute. Love that. If you need to work with the attribute node, string specifying the name of the attribute whose value is to be set. So is attribute the same as ID then? Set attributes name, hello button. And then it's disabled. So this is the, oh, I see. So we would set the attribute ID to something. Gotcha. This kind of seems like this is all I needed. String interpolation, what, like concatenating them? So like I originally had it like this, but someone doubted it, and I agreed that I was also in doubt of it. And so I just decided it would be better to do it differently. So I kind of had it something like this, Not like this, but essentially something like this. I don't know, guys. I feel like we're oversolving problems when it's already okay. But I love the like food for thought. But I'm gonna keep moving and just see if I can get it at least working on a base level and not worry about ideal. So from the container, I want to get attribute ID. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Get attribute. But if you want to remove it, I think that's its own thing, right? Remove attribute ID or something like that. Remove attribute name. Wait, but how's it gonna know? It's just because there's only one ID, I guess. So it'll remove the one. I didn't know if things could have multiple IDs though. Is this gonna work? Is this gonna work? Remove attribute or IDs JavaScript. Backticks with the S value to insert variable. Ooh, this is interesting. This is interesting. I kind of like this. I like this a lot. Fine AI, what do you want? Get it, oh, we get it by ID. I guess. I guess that's better somehow. Remove attribute ID is then called. Yeah, so we don't even need to do get element. I wasn't sure if that, okay. No, because it will return it by ID. Gotcha, so we would just say get the element's ID and then remove it. But you're saying forget about all that entirely. Instead of playing with classes manually, you can create. Wait, did you remove that one? Okay. I will reject it. Okay, so then, but here's the other thing, right? If I'm putting that in there, the other thing about that is I have to be able to access it, right? I guess that's fine. Every time we do it, I mean, okay, I'm interested, but is it gonna work? Because we're in the middle of backticks here, right? I'm not really I'm a little confused. I'm not sure I understand how we get from one I'm not exactly sure. I don't see the path. I bet if I was super wise about all this stuff, I might be like, oh yeah, I could see that, but I just gotta do what I know. Function called create employees element which returns this template. Yeah, I need. Look, I'm just gonna keep moving forward. I'm interested, but like also, I feel like we're getting held up for again trying to like come up with the 8 different ways to do something, and like it's interesting, but I'm just starting out and just trying to like get away. I'm just saying, I'm interested, I'm curious, but I also have to like say to myself, maybe I should just do what could work and go from there. So I don't even want to do query selector. I would want to say get element by ID, and then we would say that the ID, we don't need to do a # at this point because it already knows it's an ID. And if I say employee container remove attribute ID, now that's gone. And then I could say employee container set attribute, maybe. No autocomplete does not inspire confidence. Oh, there we go. Great. Or set attribute ID and then comma employee ID. Like, if it works, it works, you know? Like, is one way to do something. I don't know. We'll see. Again, I have a feeling there's gonna be like a lot of problems. So we will certainly find out. Hey, what's up, Kai Guy? Thanks for dropping in. Even though it's JavaScript day, you're not as into these days. You're not as into these days. Okay, I'm very into it myself. Maybe someday you can appreciate it. But that's fair. Thanks for letting me know. It's fair to know. Smash that like on YouTube. Yes, thank you, Kai. Appreciate you. Hope your day's going okay. All right, so we're setting the attribute. Appreciate you. Setting the attribute, and this is good. So why did I want to set it? Let employee ID number current, blah, blah, blah. Set up what the employee ID is going to be. Find the container. Remove that temporary ID and add the new ID. And what now? I'm so far from my original train of thought. Because I certainly want the buttons to be contained within that. Oh yeah, no links in the chat, but you might have posted code. I apologize. Employer container has an ID property. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I probably could get rid of Nightbot blocking links to some extent. I feel like links get blocked anyway, so you don't have to remove it and set it again. You can do it directly. Oh, it overwrites it. Oh, thank you. Okay, let me show you what Johanna said, because it's awesome, despite Nightbot's anger. Dabble with PHP and WordPress templates. Neat. Yeah, I just even learned what PHP was today. Nice. Yeah, it's just things I want to do, especially like for this community, you know? Like, you've probably seen or used the like queue form that I have on the hypergame.dev website, but I want something more interesting than that, something more useful than that, but potentially. Virtual tomatoes? Maybe. Yeah, this is good, but do like, unfortunately, do like parenthesis dot. Otherwise, Nightbot will get very angry. Yes. I love this. Actually, Ill said this a long time ago. Because I guess what you're saying, and I don't know, again, this is me not knowing. So I'm just taking your word for it. I would have to trust that what you're saying is true. I would have to trust that indeed this will overwrite it. And it'll just work. I assume you can't add multiple IDs. It does. Okay, so I feel like Ill has been mentioning that. Kodo's been really helpful. We need to garnish Kodo with thanks. And then Johannes, not even on the board, right? Let's fix that. I feel like you said things. Bump that up a little bit. Okay, but I'm gonna, because I just don't know, I'm gonna ask the internet real quick. And you're just literally saying .id equals it. It can only have one. Oh, okay, thank you. That's basically what I wanted to know. Okay, that's pretty much what I was... Okay, cool. Gotcha. I knew IDs had to be unique, but I didn't exactly know that you could only have one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, cool. Good call then. That's the way. So what I'm gonna do is not all of this horror. Instead, we just say ID equals employee ID. Wow, that is infinitely simpler. Love it. Thank you guys. Dot mad. You're throwing your virtual tomatoes. Okay. What do you mean dot mad? Are you mad? Oh, Ekai guy. Cool. So now that we have the ID, now what? I don't remember. This is gonna create the template. It's gonna add, yeah, because so the ID, yeah, and this is fine. I feel like this is like one of the last things because all we're saying is employee ID. Yeah, constructor. Oh, yes. We need to actually add the new class or a new version of the class. Got it. Right. Very important. Okay. So, new employee with that employee ID added in. I'm not sure why we're doing employee ID. I mean, I know I do see. No, because it's in the constructor. You don't need this up here. Get rid of that. You can have multiple IDs, but you shouldn't. Wait, okay, but if you can, how do I know it's going to override it? Wait a minute, now I'm scared. I've been scared. I've become scared. Wait. You can add multiple IDs? That's the opposite of what someone else said. Someone else said you can only have one ID. What do you mean? Which is it? Because, okay, because we gotta find a source of truth. There's a conflict of information going on. How many IDs can an HTML element have? HTML element can only have one. It can only have one. Don't. IDs are unique. They are, right, they're unique, but that doesn't mean, just because they're unique doesn't mean there's only one. Although it does, in fact, they are one. But in theory, why not be unique and multiple? I don't know. Why not? Okay, so it sounds like this should work, where if we just say the ID equals this, it's gonna replace it, if it can only have one. I'm guessing. Well, not really guessing. Johanna said as much. Browsers were built to be forgiving of badly formatted. Oh yeah, for sure. That can be, and you know, that can be not always the greatest, but it's true. The forgiving is a problem. Yeah, that's fair. It's nice for a beginner though. Okay, so new employee. Let me make sure I'm doing this right by looking at the way Pawn handled this in their code. Yep, looks good. Right, and I guess I could just update that array. So, will it also do it? Like, just by virtue of new image. Like if I say employees push that, will it also create it at the same time? Yeah. I typed it before you said it. I'm learning things. Badly formatted HTML. So you can't have multiple IDs, but no. I don't, can you? Okay, well now I don't know again. Oh my gosh. It concerns me. You guys are saying conflicting things. There can only be a single attribute of type ID per element. So maybe it won't like tell you, I don't know. It sounds like you can't. It sounds like you can't. Wait, but this says if an element has multiple IDs, all of them must be treated as IDs for that element for the purpose of the ID selector. Wait, what? Wait, oh my god, there's conflict in here as well. Yes! An I don't know what the difference in XHTML is. An XHTML element can have multiple IDs. What? It won't deny you. JavaScript doesn't have type safety. Okay. Well then, I'm gonna need some extra confirmation that this will actually work. I feel like I need to chatbot it. I don't know, I need like a direct, context-sensitive answer. Will this line overwrite any existing ID on the element? Yes. That's honestly, this is all I care about. If that's true, we're good. Great. Thank you. Thank you guys. It's a good conversation. It's interesting. Okay. Great. Employees push new employee ID. So that'll create the new employee and it will add it to the employees array. Great. Awesome. Now, if I want stuff to happen to those employees, then, assuming that all this works, internet's being goofy, it's not you, it's my internet. Hopefully things chill out. I do wonder if I don't have, sometimes if we're using the same internet elsewhere in the house, it could be a problem. Hopefully it chills out. If not, I'll investigate. JavaScript is very forgiving. Again, for a beginner, I appreciate it. Cool. So, I'm gonna just put these here. Wait, but you also have to remember, yes, that should make it, plus equals employee template. Okay, that's probably fine. We're just gonna do it like that for now. And then for things happening, I could try it now. I feel like this is a good time to test it out. It's too forgiving. I do want TypeScript. Yeah. So here's the thing. I'm coming from using Godot, which has GDScript as the language. And you don't have to type things in GDScript either. But I've come to the realization that I would very much like to type everything. So I meticulously type all variables, all functions, all for loops, everything I possibly can type, I type them. And I love it. The error checking is unmatched, and it just helps me just understand what things are. And yeah, I'm very upset every second. There's not static typing in here. I despise it. With that said, I do feel that there's some value to learning it this way. And again, I'm going with the vanilla JavaScript, but I'm also kind of ignorant. Like, I'm not sure, like, what else is different about TypeScript? Is it identical, except there's static typing? Maybe, I don't know. But I think TypeScript is something, right, C# already has typing in it. I'm pretty sure I'm going to love TypeScript once maybe I have, like, a grip on the vanilla JavaScript, you know? I love static typing, and I don't even have a choice to do it here. I despise it. Welcome, Eddie. Once you experience the pain of JavaScript, you will enjoy TypeScript. Okay, all right, yeah, right. I need that pain. Give me the pain. Set interval, update employees. Whoa, employees push document? Whoa, oh, this was the beginning of something I didn't finish. I see. So what this is supposed to be doing is making sure that all their stats are decrementing along the way. Which is built in to each employee. So I guess we would want to say for, or I'm not sure the right construction, employees for each callback function remind me how I want to construct this? Oh yeah, the arrow function. Employee arrow function. I have not used this much. Gotta look at what I've already done to figure it out. Button add event listener. Well, no, we don't want that. Right? We're just like putting the callback function built directly into it. Yeah. For each employee, all you gotta do... Now, wait, how do I even find that function? Oh, we just reference it, and it just knows because it's inside of the class. Sick. Decrease stats. Does that call with anything? It does not. Great, so decrease the stats for every single employee. Alright, I don't know what's gonna happen. I feel like everything's gonna be broken, and we're not gonna know why, and it's gonna be weird. But this is still an exciting moment of applying everything that's been done. Here we go. Oh, there's an employee here. I see an employee. Now the values don't increment, but there is one that I can see employee here. That's not a total fail. It made one. I'm kind of curious what things it did and what things it didn't do. It's not bad. It's something. It's a start. It's a start. Employee container. Oh, so it kept the ID employee new. It didn't actually receive the new ID. So that's something very unintended. Why not receive the new ID? There could be a lot of reasons. What if I do this? What if I say set attribute? I have no idea, okay? I just don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. It's just still not gonna work. I'm just trying a different thing. Still doesn't do it. Okay, alright, okay. Employee new. Oh. Good idea. Asking the experts here, what is the most common server tech stacks where you use TypeScript? Node.js, it looks like, or what? Yeah, no, I don't know. Does anyone have an answer for Kai Guy's question? You say you're not interested in this stuff, and you're all like interested. I see your interest. Okay, console log employee container. Very good call. Oh, I should have just looked at the console. Uncomment type error. Employees canvas get element ID is not a function. Oh. Well, that's there we go. Okay. Cool. Side interest. I got you. So is get element ID a document-wide thing, perhaps? Well, can we just do query selector then? And then just give it a hash? See where that gets us? Failed to execute set attribute on, oh yeah, 2 arguments required. Oh yeah, we have to say what attribute. Well, we can go back to the way it was now, potentially. So employee container ID equals employee ID. Coda says Node.js is solid. There are also frameworks like Adonis.js you can look into. Let's go. Thank you, Coda. Okay, let's put it back like that. See what happens. Oh, look, the ID got applied. This is good. This is very good. Heck yeah, dude. Okay. Uncaught type error. Stat management. Can I read properties of null reading query selector all at new employee? At add new employee. Okay. When in doubt, debug it out. Yes, yes. I'm just starting to like get familiar with these debug tools. Debug it out when in doubt. Use both, I guess. What do you like more? Nice. Query selector all. So I'm running query selector all on. Hey, good night, Johannes. Thank you for stopping by. Enjoy your rest. Thanks for your help. Code has been used in Adonis.js for a few years. It has TypeScript built in and a ton of other features. I think what makes me excited about doing vanilla is hearing you talk about it. It's like, it's gonna be like my birthday. You know, like a present. It's gonna be a present to get to work with a library. Keep it simple, Node.js plus Express works too. Nice. For it, the word is taken. So I'm trying to do query selector all on this employee. I'm saying that this employee equals document query selector employee ID toString. Oh, well, I think the employee ID is a string at this point. Maybe at that point it wasn't, but it should actually be a string now. For one thing. For whatever that's worth. Oh, nope. Just kidding. Mistake. Big mistake. I'm sorry. I take it back. Please forgive me. Good heroes used your popularity. Hell yeah. Whoa. I'm a simple guy. Okay. So we do want to say toString. That's important. Cool. So maybe I need to do a console log here. Yeah, it depends on the loop case. We already know this isn't going to work. See you later, guy. I still have to do this here, right? Employee is not defined. Okay. But we cannot so it's null. Wait. Is that what it's saying? I'm a little confused. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is printing. Employee, this employee. Do you have to do commas in here? Oh, it's null. There you go. Okay. Cool. So it's looking through the document to find it, but it's not in there. Because it doesn't have a query selector property. Gotcha. Wait, but I have this on document. I think somehow this isn't available yet. But I could be wrong, because look, employee is also returning null. Which is a little surprising. Curious, if I do that, what happens? Not much. Check employee ID directly. Good idea. Excellent idea. Thank you. Helping me learn how to debug. JavaScript. Okay. Employee -1. So it is receiving the employee ID. But when it tries to... Oh, you're right, because it's an ID. Oh, good call. So like this, like that. Hey! Nice catch, Ill. Let's go. Right, so I could even avoid that, right? Oh my gosh. We could just say get element by ID. Then we don't even need that in the first place. Okay. All right. Okay. I see. I see. Very nice. It's so weird how it prints it like this. I feel like that's strange. When I do it like this... Oh, it's still doing that. I guess it's fine. Wow. Thank you, Ill. Let's go. This is the fun part. Trying to figure out how the code is broken. Okay, definitely points for Ill. And Kodo for helping me debug. Let's go. Cool. Uncaught reference error. Decrease stats is not defined. Alright, next problem. So they're not decreasing. We have button problems here. Decrease stats is not defined. Really? Decrease stats defined. Although I do have to say, I feel like we need to work on this stats constant. That seems wrong to me, right? Because before we could just get all the stats in a constant, but we actually need to be checking because we're creating new stat values. So it needs to fetch this differently for sure. I don't know that that's the issue here, but it is a problem. Oh, right. It says that in the debugger. True. 78, 78. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm guessing, like, here is where I have a mistake. Yeah. Decrease stats. It looks like I spelled it right, though. Decrease stats. But I don't know, maybe it's like a scope issue as well. I could be wrong about that, though. Also, we're not using this, which seems like a problem, by the way. Like, maybe we want to say employee, probably not. I feel like that's wrong. Okay. But I think I at least need to fix this. So how are we going to get those stats? That has to be within the scope, right? So just like here, well, here we do have the stats set up. Wait. Do we? Yeah, because we're getting the element by ID on this employee. So you would do the same kind of thing, which is a little annoying. We could do query selector all on the employee. Might be the easiest way to do this and fetch all that. Might be good. But I'll have to define that after this. So, oh god, we're so far away from this. This stats equals this employee query selector all £, But now that's not going to be all the stats, because there's stat 1 and stat 2. Eric with the 3 smile. Do we have something else besides that? We really just want to get every stat. So we want to just get stat value. So they all decrement. So this, so it's not, we don't even need that. We want dot stat value. So that's all the stats. Then we can say this, right? Stats for each stat, blah, blah, blah. But I have a feeling that's not even like the main problem here. Whoa. It did decrease it one time. Technically, it's supposed to do it every second, and it's supposed to do it on both of the employees, so I think I need to iterate differently. But there was some decrease there. Pierogies are the best comfort food. I think I've had a pierogi once. Soft, floury dough with a delicious, cheesy filling interior. Yeah, yeah. I think you're right. ID should be unique in the entire document. I'm duplicating stat IDs. I am? Oh, you're right. Wow. Dang. I didn't even think about that. I'm also duplicating button IDs as well. Mashed potato feeling. Mashed potato just hugging my heart in my mouth. I feel like, okay, so here's, thank you. Very good call, Il. Oh my gosh. You know, it worked fine before when there was only one set of it. Okay, very good call. So here's what I think we do. Filling. Oh, feeling. Filling, yes. Yes, it has filling. Filling that makes us be feeling real good. So, yeah. Okay, here's what I think we'll do. So I don't know. There's a couple different things. Like, we could construct, I guess, yeah, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll construct the button ID and the employee ID and the stat ID. And we'll send those into the constructor and we'll use those throughout. That kind of makes sense. Maybe. Okay, cool. Oh gosh, adding a new... This is hideous to me. But you know what? That's okay. So, employee ID, we already got that set up. We've got our previous. Yeah. Okay. Really, all we have to do is construct more of these, right? Create a current, increment the previous, set the previous to the current. Create the employee ID. Replace button and stat IDs with classes. So the only thing, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, because we can just do classes in like a scope. A suggestion early could really simplify it. Our suggestion early could really, earlier, which one? That's very vague. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, they don't. So, okay. I don't know. I don't know. There's something I like about there being a specific ID, but at the same time, as long as we're searching within the scope of that employee, we can always just say which stat within that employee. So I kind of actually do get that point. ID may not really particularly be necessary here, even though there is like a unique button that it is. As long, we'll just have to always say the employee's first button, the employee's first stat, this employee's second button and second stat. But yeah, that's like fine. Oh, the prefix. Right, so I wouldn't need the prefix? Wait, but I still... Well, I think I still need it for the employee ID. I feel like the employee ID, we should keep that. I should keep that, right? Because I do want to be able to find each employee overall. But I don't necessarily... But then again, you know, I don't know. It's tough because, like, each button needs to have different properties about it. So somewhere I'll need to keep track of how boosted is this employee's happiness button. So this employee might get happiness +2. This employee will get happiness +1. So employee 1 stat 1. Ooh, wait, I kind of like that. Wait, I like that. Yeah. Oh, I like that idea a lot. Wait a minute. I like that. Then I don't have to, okay, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and say I like that. I am super into that idea. I'm pretty sold on that one. So then we would, in theory, be calling in the button ID and stat ID, and we would add those in here. Stat ID, I am pretty convinced. Oh, but we need stat 1 ID, button 1. So it's a little, you know, it's a lot of arguments, but it's like, okay. Button 2 ID, stat 2 ID. And then I wouldn't, well, I guess I would want to select them all. Iterate through each button, and then we just check to see, is its target ID I can see a little bit. Ideally, have the constructor create the employee with its ID, stat, etc. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is correct. Have the constructor create the employee. You're saying, yeah, I think you're saying, you're not saying in here construct the ID. I don't know, maybe. So for the first case, we would say this just has to equal button 1 ID. And we'll see. I know cases can be iffy. Button 2 ID, like really expect a literal match. On the right path? Let's go. Stat 1 ID. Stat 2 ID. Also pretty funny that I had this labeled wrong anyway. It just feels bad to not put this here. I know I don't have to. It just bothers me. It's just, to me, it's so much easier to see where these things are being declared if I put a let before it. Wow. It just bugs me. Stat 1 value, stat 2 value, and then increment it. Stat 2 value, stat 1 value. Stat 1 inner HTML equals value. How is, I don't know how this, okay, whatever. How is that working if those are the same? Probably because you were defining it in that scope before, right? So this is outside of the scope. I see. So if I, oh, so I guess we shouldn't do it. Ugh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate that there's no, like, yeah, but I see now why this is I see. I see. So we don't, okay. No, I get it. It's good. It's the right thing to do. Because then it's just literally within this very specific scope. No, that's the right thing. You can't always have it that way. But I'm glad I gave it a second to be tried before rejecting it. Okay, so hopefully this will match with the button 1 ID, and then we find the stat 1 ID on that employee, update its value, put that there. So value equals stat inner HTML. Once again, get rid of that. If it's in range stat value, increment, assign it, stat. I kind of hate the repetition here. I feel like this would be nice in its own function, right? This could be its own function. Easy. Easy. Dude, make it. Make it right now. Make it right now. I dare you. I freaking dare you. Function increase stat, and that would come with, we need the stat ID. That's it. Well, you know, you need the, I mean, really you just need the stat. So as long as you set, you could construct that every time and then run the function down here. So you could say increase stat, and it just brings the stat with it. And then you're good. That's all you gotta do. Take this, and slap that in there. Good to go. Right? Probably. Like, probably? It's a risk, but I like how much, look how much nicer that is. Oh my gosh. Okay, good. So now I need to actually put the right stat and button IDs into there. And I need to really ask myself, are you sure you want to create these lets? Is it really necessary? I think it isn't. I hate it. I hate that I look at this and I can't visually tell that this is declared for the first time here and this is an existing variable. It just drives me nuts. But it's fine. Okay. I mean, I guess I can hold the control key, and if I hover over it in VS Code, I can highlight this, but I can't highlight that. So it's something. So we don't only want the employee ID, we also want to craft the button 1 ID. Oh, we need those prefixes as well. Prefixes? Button 1. It's kind of awful. It's okay. Really, you should be naming these. I feel like we need to stop using button 1. It's horrible. I gotta nip this in the bud now. I have to. It's now or never. Button 1, this is pay. I do kind of wish it was more clear that this was a button. But I feel like at a glance, button 1 and button 2 tells me so little. And that's not good. So I do have to make sure I update that everywhere that we've referred to it as such. It's getting a bit verbose, I admit. Pay, praise. I mean, you could also, whatever. We could have a button prefix, but it's okay. Praise. And then for the stats, stat pay. But is it really pay? We call it something else, right? We call it income. It would be kind of nice if it just matched the button names, even though we don't show it here. I don't love that there's like a disagreement between what's happening behind and what's going on in the actual game, but I just think it might be a little simpler to do it that way in here, just for like reading the code readability. Pay ID prefix equals, so I'll have to set this up too. Stat pay stat praise. We'll see. I'll do my best. So you have to change that in here as well. Now you have to think about this, because this doesn't, you don't really need this to have an ID. Well, you kind of do. You're just, once again, you're replacing it. So I think that's correct. I almost feel bad putting employee new, like I should just not even bother with the new. Again, I like consistency. I like things to make sense. So I'm gonna just call this employee now. It's the same as the ID prefix. You could just plunk that in here too. Especially if you put this at get ID. Why did I not make this get element ID? Is it because this doesn't have that? I don't love this crisscross. Randomly remembered the old Windows Media Player themes. Man, themes were so good back then. They were so good. This feels kind of ridiculous. It's just like convenience, and it's used there. Yo, not to get too distracted or anything, but for real, you're kind of cooking with that. Those were nice. And then all we have now is just normal, everything, standard, corporate, nothing is different. Look at this. Remember that head? So satisfactory. Oh, I remember the Age of Mythology one. Wow. I loved that game. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for this hit of nostalgia. I needed that. You know what? That's a special thanks. I don't know. I needed it. And you gave it to me. So thank you. Employee ID prefix. Okay, so this is fine. We're just changing things. Button pay, button praise. Stat pay and stat praise. Then back over here. Stat pay, stat praise. Where were we? Setting up the constructors that are going to be passed in. Here. Right, yeah, button 1 ID. Ugh, hate it. Don't like it. Not interested. Button pay ID equals button pay ID prefix plus, we can literally just get the same employee ID number current toString. So basically same thing for all the rest of these. Praise, stat, pay. Could do these all at once. Stat. Yes. So when I've made these learning projects, generally where I put them is on the Hyper Gamedev itch.io page. Let's just type it in. Just type it in. So we have like all the past learn along projects here when I just live stream working on this stuff. So like on this one, for example, it's just like trying to, it was like random. I was like, what thing should we do today? And someone said, moving through doors to get to different parts of levels or something like that, or how to load a level manager. That was what was suggested, a level manager. So we just did this, and then so I do put the code up on GitHub, link the live stream, and then that's where all the special thanks go, are in there. So yeah, it'll be on one of those pages, on the HyperGameDev itch page and on GitHub. I do put them on my GitHub, not the HyperGameDev GitHub, which are separate. But yeah. Yes. I would love to just have it embedded right there on the itch page. It would be cool. Okay. Step A ID, copy, paste. I'll do this one faster. Okay. Employee ID, button pay ID, button praise ID, button stat pay ID, stat praise ID. So I need 4 things to go in here. It's a lot of things. I don't know. I don't really know. I guess I'll do it like this. Stat pay ID, button praise ID, stat praise ID. We just have to make sure, of course, it matches. Is it like okay to do it like this? It's just getting a little ridiculous looking. Maybe this is bad too, I don't know, but it just looks ridiculous. And then up here, I mean, honestly, I kind of want to do the same thing. It stirs a lot of vertical space, but it's just, to me, kind of easier to look at. We're doing button stat. Yes, got it. Good. Very good. So we could put it like this. Button pay, stat pay. Same thing here. Praise, like that. Then we just have to use it throughout. Now the other thing too is, are we actually setting it and stuff? Yeah, you have to also set them, is important. So once we set up the employee container, we're looking for those IDs on each canvas, and we're applying them so they can like do things. So I guess in here, but you have to find the buttons within there and actually assign them. I do wonder if there could be a helper function here as well, potentially. Could be something to think about. But we could just say button pay equals this. So same kind of thing. I think there's a potential helper function here somewhere. But it's a lot easier for me to see those things once I lay it out, and I'm like, that's kind of repetitive. Get element by ID instead of employee prefix. This would be button pay ID prefix. Probably better to just do all these at once. I don't know. Again, I'm seeing a helper function. Let's just do it like this. And we'll call this stat. Oops. Stat pay. It's like, it gets confusing and repetitive and weird. Using scope CSS classes would avoid all this ID replacement. Madness! Is it madness? It is kind of a lot. Scoped CSS classes. I'm not sure. I mean, I hear you, but it's what you say is pretty much meaningless to me. Scoped CSS classes. I'm just gonna have to believe you. I'm gonna have to just believe you on that. Oh, yes, I do remember. We were talking about this. Right. I see what you're saying. So, like, we would just say within each employee. I see what you're saying. Within each employee, just find the class, the button pay class in each employee. That's true. That's true. Yeah. I know what you mean. I gotcha. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. I actually think you're right. Wait, I think they're right. You know why? Because by having a class, let's say I want the pay button to make a bunch of coins fly all over the place, right? I would want to be able to style every single pay button, or I want a coin icon next to each one. If I had that class that I was already setting up here, you know what? You're making a very good point, Ill. Same with the praise. Maybe I want some hands on it. I don't know, something like that, or a speech, a head with voice coming out of it, whatever. If I want to style them based on what they do on the entire document, the CSS class would make it so much easier. Granted, I could just add that, but then we're keeping it. At least then it's one less thing, and it serves a dual purpose. Okay. I actually like that idea. I think you're right. I think it's a good idea. Yeah. Yes. So then I don't even need any of these constructors in here. Because it's already a known thing. I agree. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. I'm convinced. Thank you. Thank you for snapping me out of it. You know, often I feel like I'm just like, let's just get the thing done. Let's just keep going, move forward, which is fine, but you know, having someone just like be like, are you sure you want to do it that way? It's very helpful. Because you know what? I wasn't sure I want to do it that way. I don't think I do. Alright. So, I'm gonna have to do some backtracking now. But you're right, it's gonna be so much nicer. I literally could just throw all this in the trash. Garbage. Dead. See ya. Goodbye. Don't need ya. All this, trash. It's out of here. And then I would just need to say up here. I mean, we don't even need any. I don't even need to declare it anywhere. I mean, maybe I can make it a variable, but kind of don't even need to. We would just say Well, we do need one thing, which it has to be one button, so we have to know the difference between the buttons. But again, just do the class. Yeah, I'm sold. I'm team, let's do that. Now the other thing, the reason why I like the IDs, right, is so each ID, I gotta think about this. Now I gotta wait. Am I dealing with consequences? Cascade the style sheets. Do I know what cascading the style sheets mean? You mean like nesting? I don't even know. I don't even know. What does that mean? So, okay, the only other thing I think about is like if certain stat, like let's say again on one particular, oh yeah, that is what CSS stands for. Me when I cascade this down. Okay, all right, right, okay, okay. I trust there's a reason why that's a UN. I do. Oh, do I have this? Oh, yeah, it's broken. But, like again, on one employee, their happiness +1 is gonna be different than a different employee's. I could still use the scoped class. I still could, to find it and update it. Totally. That's probably still easier, because one way or the other, you're gonna have to like iterate. Yeah, it's still easier. We would just say like this employee has automated praise, and it will just, yeah, I think that's right. I think you're right. Okay. Yeah. I'm game. I'm down. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Make it a class. I'm here for it. I mean, well, I still want the stat value. I mean, at that point, no, I don't know. These classes contains, yeah, exactly. I had stumbled on that one already, thankfully. I do kind of wish I could say like stat and pay. When I search for like a class list, can I do contains stat space pay? Or do I have to, or like, can I put, let me see. Can I put multiple arguments in there? Like it has to have both of those? Probably I could like make it that way. Like has this and that, but it would be kind of nice if I didn't have to do that. But I don't know. Again, just to keep in the simplifying vibe. I see comma. Looks like we can do comma. But this is contains, so I guess contains is what I really want to be looking at here. Parameters. A string, one string, only one string. So I might want to do contains and contains for both of them. You have an employee template set up for art? What? Oh man, I still have to add the images. That'll be a fun distraction from this. Let's go. Pawn's making some art for the employees. What do you mean a template? You mean code? Or like an art template. Check out data attributes if you want to store values on an HTML tag. What? Oh, you mean like instead of using oh, I see what you're saying. No? Okay. I see what you're saying. I'm like, more code. You mean like if I want like a certain whatever button to have like +1, +2, +3 or something, I could like store that value on a per tag basis. Interesting. That's very interesting. I kind of like that. I mean, I also like the idea of storing data in like a central place rather than scattering it, you know, and just like sort of having a switchboard that takes the data about, here's all the employees, here's all the buffs you've added to these employees, and then pulling those buffs and giving them to the employees. But I mean, just literally distributing it is interesting, because especially if we could say like we already have the list of employees, and then we're just storing the data in the employees container. Kind of makes sense. It's hard because it's like, you know, usually when I'm doing something like GDScript, I'm only dealing with one. I mean, that's not true, because you sometimes have like resources in GDScript. You may have a JSON file, and you're pulling data from different places, so that's still there. But it's interesting with something like this, where you have CSS, JavaScript, HTML. And so, do you store things on HTML and on JavaScript? Do you store things just in JavaScript? Do you spread them out? Or like, you know what? Actual numbers should be on the employee class, not on HTML elements. It's interesting though. It's an interesting thing to know exists. Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's different ways to do it. But like my first inclination is keep all of that with the like fundamentally the employee has it. Although if you say the employee is fundamentally the HTML, maybe then that counts. Or template, so you have a character to work with now. Yes. Yeah, this is gonna be kind of cool though. We might be cooking with this game. I want to like take a note somewhere to remember what Nick is saying. I think I will like vaguely remember what you're saying, but it's likely I'll forget it. Posted the character template. Whoa, let's see it. I'm still gonna give Nick Bug credit, because you filled my head with something that I didn't even realize could be done. Oh, did I close Discord? I think I closed Discord. Okay, can we close some tabs? Like, what are we doing here? There's a lot going on. Close, close, bye-bye, see ya. We can keep that. We can keep that. I'm gonna close it. Okay. I want to see what Pawn has been working on. So Pawn volunteered. / I asked. It was kind of both. It was both volunteering and asking somehow. Where might I find it? Oh, it's there. Whoa! Whoa! Look at this, look at it. This is not even remotely what I would have expected. I love it. I love it. I love their big cute heads. Oh my gosh. And they got a hybrid game dev logo on the shirt. This is so cute. That makes sense, right? Like you want like uniforms or something. Wow. I like it. I like it. Okay, good to know that they're purple. But I guess they could. Oh, this is cool. I like this. This is cool. This is so fun. Maple Story. Do I know what? I definitely know Maple Story, but I'm trying to call to mind. Big heads. Yes, I see. I see it. I see it. It's so good. Should make a hyper game merch. Yes. 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 I agree. I agree. I completely agree. I'm trying to set up a business bank account. And I'm kind of waiting until I get that worked out. There's some things I need to do to get that in order. I'm working on it. And once I kind of have that in order, I'm going to deal with merch. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that. But I'm working on getting an LLC set up and then get a business bank account through that, then deal with the merge. Because it's like, it just gets, already with like the contributions that come in through Twitch and YouTube and Patreon and affiliates and stuff like that, it's annoying, like from a tax perspective, to deal with, and I don't particularly want to add more things to keep track of until I can have it in like exactly the right place. But I agree. I appreciate you saying that, plus wanting it, because it's like, okay, all right, let's do it. Correct color scheme. It looks good. It looks great. It looks fun. I love it. It works. I've kind of gone through like different brand colors, but they generally hover around the same scheme. It's close enough. You got it. You got it. And I could always base on this too, if there's like elements that I have in here. We could look at it side by side for now. I mean, that looks pretty good. And then like based on the characters, I wouldn't necessarily make that darker, by the way. I think they should look a little different. You look at that. Look at that. They look like they're together. But it makes me definitely think there should be like a lighter background on them so they don't disappear into this background. But yeah. Fantastic. Yay. This is so cool. Thank you, Pawn. Who knew that you were the right person for this? Expect to have 3 hours of sleep worrying on if you set up tax card. I know. Luckily the LLC service that I'm looking at helps manage that stuff and helps like receive mail for that. Because I also have to make sure that I'm not using my personal address. I mean, just obviously doing content and live streaming. I need to make sure my address isn't tied to the business in a public record. So that means I need a registered agent, which means, working with some kind of service to set it up. And often they bundle that stuff where, for like a fee every year, they'll help you manage and remind you about those kinds of things. So yeah, you're right. It is taking on like more complexity for sure. But it's something I want to, just like often with the way I try to code things, I want to start things off the right way. I want to make sure like I'm going into this with a system that moving forward is easier to build on. So hopefully I'm on the right track for that. But yeah, it's going to be stuff. High risk, high reward. High risk, high effort, high reward. Yeah. Yes, literally, like exactly. Precisely. But it's like there's a reason why you get that high reward, because yeah, you put in that effort, it pays off. You make a background and you had an idea of a conveyor belt work thing going on. Whoa. Where they both show their mood. Happy continues work. Matt skips some stuff. Angry refuses to do anything. Whoa. Conveyor belt. Wait, what do you mean? Like, oh, like they don't necessarily straight up quit, but like if they're not that happy, they just produce less money or something. Kind of a thing. Interesting. I like this. I like where you're going with that. So quitting is really like the extreme and not necessarily... I was thinking like they're either just like, yeah. Oh, visually. Yes. Visually. It's like they don't even have... But you were saying like literally actually designing a conveyor belt that they're like, you got ideas. I like it. Sounds good, Pun. I like it. We're gonna get you in on a collab dev one of these days. We're doing this Friday. So this Friday, I'm not gonna be doing JavaScript web dev. I am next Tuesday. But this Friday, I'm gonna have a couple of our Discord mods on stream, and we're gonna make something together. I feel like if you're ever into it, I feel like we could work together. I think we could work together. Okay, right. Class. We're doing class stuff. Oh yeah, I was trying to find out if I could do class ID with multiple. Again, this is feeling like a chatbot question. Not that they're always right, but it's just so specific. It would just be nice to ask the chatbot. JavaScript can class list know how to reach you. Let's go! Class list noted. Hello words. Hello words. Like world, but words here. JavaScript, can JavaScript class list, or let's say this, JavaScript would class list stat space whatever it is, pay, find or return elements with both stat and pay classes. Elements that only have both stat and pay classes. Nope. Doesn't filter elements. It's a property that returns the list of classes for a single element. Yeah. Oh. A query selector all? Oh, really? Returns a list of all elements that has both stat and pay classes. Okay. If you say so. I hate to ask the chatbot, but it was just so specific, and I just felt like I was gonna go around in circles searching for it. Yeah, that's what I was trying to avoid. But I like this. This works for me. Okay, cool, good. So then I'll do that. That way I can have my stat type, and that will apply stuff to that style class just for stats, which before was stat value. And then we can have pay, which could also be on other things. So we'll see. Tempted to get one of those 8 kilobyte radiation free USB drives. Okay. Radiation proof. I was like, not like all those other radiating. I guess a lot of things do have radiation. It'd actually be probably harder to get something that doesn't have radiation. Radiation proof. To keep the USB drive from getting irradiated? Is that a problem? Is that like a thing? You're an interesting character. I like having you around. I do. Stat praise. Stat pay, and then we can do the same thing with the buttons. I just have to change some things. Stat wrapper, that's fine. But the buttons, instead of that, you don't really need button. It is a button. We know it's a button. The stats are different because, well, they're just different. Okay, so we can just say this is button class praise. And are we sure, ChatGPT, that you're telling me what I need to... Oh, instead of both of them. Okay. Okay. We'll find out. So get rid of the button ID. Instead, call it pay. Button class, text, middle large, pay. Okay. I think this is fine. Probably want to do something similar with this, where we have this pop-up reveal, but it's not very specific. But then again, we could just see if it's a sibling of praise. Whatever, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. There's only so much ahead thinking I can handle. Text large, stat pay. Stat wrapper, text large, stat praise. Okay, I think we're good. We got a praise and a pay button. Just want to double check. I just want to make sure, because it's getting a little confusing. That's where the stats live. This is where the buttons are. button pay, button praise. Okay. That's a little confusing because how are you going to find that? I guess you could do like, okay. Okay. Query selector all button. It's so weird. They don't even have like spaces. It's disturbing. Button pay. Would this find all elements that are both buttons and have the pay class? Just yes or no? No. Button pay means find any element with class pay that is inside a button. Oh. Oh, we gotta do dot? It's so weird. It's so weird. Okay. So it does work. We just gotta do it differently. Probably, according to the chatbot. So we're refactoring to not get these by ID anymore. So we're constructing the employee based on the employee ID, which we set. We set it already, and then we find the one element that has it. We find all the buttons that are a child of the employee. And then we're iterating through those buttons, and we want to check which button it is that we've clicked on. So when we click on it, we want event target, not ID. So I guess this would be like class. I don't know. Do we say class here? I'm not sure. So now I gotta figure out that. Because that's... I would need to make sure that this matches that somehow. But I feel like target doesn't return a class. That's the only thing about this is the other system was something that I already had like the infrastructure to do, and this one requires me to learn new things, which is good. But it's just gonna take a little more time this first time that I'm learning it. Okay, let's search for target. Event target property. I don't know. Associated event target. So wait, how did I even find event target ID? Oh dear. Hey, what's up? Chaotic Tech Support! Welcome back, how you doing? I don't know. Event target class minus AI. Property class name does not exist on type event target. This is probably different, but great, no longer hospitalized and looking to be back at work on Thursday. Let's go. Congrats on getting out of the hospital. I'm so sorry that you were in the hospital. Glad you're feeling better. You got what you needed? Yikes. When was the last time I was in hospital? It's been a minute. Count my blessings. I feel like this is just not what we want. Test if event target instance of element. What? So honestly, I'm just not sure. Like if I click on a button, right? Because I'm saying what I want is like when we click on the button. Before we had it look for an ID, which I already knew how to find. Maybe I can look at this list and like, whoa, wait, you can just, oh yeah, well I can put anything in there, sure. But like I search for ID, I don't know. Before when I clicked on a button and we returned the event, you know what was nice? You know what I did last time? Last time I console printed what this output, but I'm a little concerned right now that it's also broken, that we won't even get that far. So maybe I'll just, okay, for now, oh man, it's stressful, ill. It's even though like as you described, it was madness. This definitely pushes me to like have to figure out a lot of stuff that I don't exactly know. So here's what I'm thinking. I am going to look back to this other button that I created, the higher button. And just for the sake of figuring out what I might want to use, because I'm not really sure, I'm going to say button higher, add event listener, click, then we run the event function, or the function that gives us the event, and say, just tell me what event target is. So it's gonna be a broken mess. It's nice. Oh yeah, getting out of the hospital is nice. What could be nicer than that? Okay, so that returns button ID higher, because that's the target. Cool. Okay. Gotcha. So that you can see ID is clearly defined there. So that's why, oh, so literally I could just say class and that'll be enough. Gotcha. So if I say class, gotcha. Class equals something. And then we press that button. Now, class is in there. And if I say event target class, no. Okay, if I say ID, yes, it gives me that. Oh, but it won't give me class. Sad. Hey Dash, welcome. Sad. Cool. Let's see if we just get the whole event. That should provide quite a hefty list. So ideally I'd be able to find that something. Higher button source element, target, button ID dot something. Okay, something, class name. Ooh, event target class name. I might need to also do the ID. Ah, something. Bam. Let's go. Just gotta mess around and figure it out. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna remove that. Obviously, I do want that. Actually, now that I set up the button at this point, we could also make this spawn employees easily. When we do this, we just add a new employee. Doesn't call with anything. Okay. So in here, we say target class name. Sometimes searching around, not even as good as just messing and figuring it out. Messing around and figuring it out. Okay. Switch. Check what event target class name and make sure it matches. Matches what? Button. I mean, you can just put literally button pay. Your boy now has a desktop. Whoa. Instead of just a laptop, more powerful than this laptop, which will help you making games and stuff. Let's go, Insane. So much good news. Yes. Yes. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. You're on the up and up, my friend. You're out here using VS Code, getting a desktop. Nice. The class name matches button pay. Then we increase the stat that corresponds. We don't want to get element by ID anymore. In this case, we want to get class list, which there was no autocomplete, which always makes me scary. Desktop is best top. I have no idea what this means. Yeah, but it's affirmative hyping, and that is good. Doesn't have a proper Wi-Fi adapter. Gonna need to get that sorted. Nice. I mean, look, like that's the great thing about a desktop is ideally you can build onto it and add stuff. Mine doesn't have Wi-Fi. This which I am streaming on right now has no Wi-Fi. I do have like a little Bluetooth Wi-Fi dongle that I can plug in, but I just use a Ethernet cable. I also don't have Bluetooth on here. Again, I could use a dongle and plug it in, but it's crappy, so I just don't use Bluetooth. But that is, again, that's a nice thing about desktops is it's modular. Ethernet cable's faster anyway, but Wi-Fi can be more convenient. Across the house, yeah. It's fair. Sometimes I like add hook wires around the ceiling, but that's a whole lot of effort. Yeah, you got ideas. Oh, also you can always get like a, what do they call it? Like a thing that, I don't know, it's called something. Not like a mesh, but like something that lets you have like a nut, like something that talks to your router and pulls the Wi-Fi, and then you could do a cable from that. But is that really much better? I don't know. I have no idea. Looking into some PCIe Wi-Fi cards. Whoa. It's my desk. I guess you could, yeah, you could hook up a PCIe to like a serial port or something, unless you just have PCIe on your desktop. But yeah, you could install it. You could set that up. You could set up a PCIe. Hell yeah. I actually do have a PCIe Wi-Fi card from like a long time ago. It's old. Dongle. Yeah, dongle's the way to go. Easier. Laptop is a hotspot. Nice. stat pay. And then for this one, it's button praise. Wait, but this is gonna be a class name. I think we're doing dashes here, right? Wait. Wait, but they don't, that's not their class name, is it? No, it is not. Indeed, it is not. So wait, okay, so back over here with the something. So you would need to actually do this a little different. I feel like you should just add button. I think it's gonna be easier. I don't think, yeah. Okay, we're just gonna add button. It's gonna be easier. Just do it. You could even do like pay button if you wanted that to be leading. No, do button first. Button pay is, dude, this is gonna be easier. Just do it. Button pay, button praise. But I still rather do it like this, which is, it's kind of inconsistent, which I don't love, that this isn't stat dash pay. Dude, do it. Just do this. Alright, you know what? I'm putting it back. I had to try it, and I decided I don't like it. I don't think I even came through here and updated stat value anyway. So it was just, anyway. Okay, this is fine. I'm indecisive. They're honestly much cheaper than upgrading to a Wi-Fi compatible motherboard. Oh yeah, your motherboard, that's true. Your motherboard has to already support it to some extent. That's true. I mean, I guess if you don't have a Wi-Fi compatible motherboard, yes, right. Yeah, I got like a PCIe. I mean, this is kind of different maybe than what you're talking about. But like, once upon a time, I thought it was really fun to get like a little libretto. I was like, oh, it's a tiny laptop. It's delicious. It's retro. It's cool. Yeah, it's all right. You know, it's painfully difficult to get data like between places with this thing. So like I again, this is like a project I just never really kept up with, but I do have this like PCI card reader, and so this doesn't, right, this doesn't have Wi-Fi, right? This is old. It's not designed with Wi-Fi in mind. But with like what you're talking about, this card and the reader, and you plug it up and you make it work good. Oh, this is not the reader. That was a floppy drive. Oh, it's built into it. It has the PCI right here. Bam. Then you can get like Wi-Fi on it. Anyway, I hear you. That makes sense. That like if your motherboard doesn't already have it, that's like a way to make sure it does. Again, I break that out like I tinker with it all the time, but in reality, it's just like another thing. I was like, ooh, that'll be fun, and then I just never did anything with it. Maybe someday. Cyberdeck. What are those words? Cyberdeck. Right, so I'm succumbing to a certain naming convention. We don't need to say stat pay. We're just gonna say stat pay. I'm just gonna keep it a little bit simpler. And we did that with both of them? Okay, I gotta make sure, because I don't have the nice IDE colors. When we click on a button, check to see if it has button pay class. If it does, assign class stat pay, the element with stat pay as a class to stat. Then We do the same thing here. If it's button praise, we get stat praise. That's it. We don't have any weird things up here anymore. Okay. Simpler. It does make sense. I appreciate you, Il. You were right. Finds all buttons, iterates through. Okay. Good. Increasing stats. Set up the employee ID. Create a new employee. Where are we at? I'm not seeing problems, but I'm sure there is a problem. It's gotta be. Employees canvas get element by ID is not a function. Add new employee. Employees canvas get element by ID. Down here? Okay. Oh, maybe because so this was something I tried. I wanted to see if I could just wedge this in here and if it would just like work. Before I did it, put it in that way. So it seems like it's not working. I'm guessing this is just going to be null. Yeah, well, it won't even print it. So what employee ID prefix is... Oh, we can't even get that far in the code, I guess. It's just the word employee. And that's also what this is, employee. Oh, you need the pound sign. I think that's why. No, because it's a element by ID, so it should be the same thing. I'm actually a little surprised that that doesn't work. So like if I come in here and I just type the word employee. Oh. But wait, how did it work before? Tell me about employee canvas. Employees canvas. div.employees-canvas. Oh, we have hello words in there. We have hello words in there. Oh, that's what you were talking about. It does say hello words. Whoa, I forgot about that. Okay, but can I pull such words? Yes, indeed I can. And look, there's the employee. Employee container, ID employee. There it is. Employee-container. Strange. Makes sense that it adds it in. We see it right there. Whoa, the hovering broke. Oh dear. Oh god, I'm just breaking everything. Oh no. What have I done? So it sees everything that's inside of it. What's happening right now? By the way, your understanding of JavaScript is much higher than mine, so I won't be much help this stream. That's okay. Yeah. So I'm working on a project. I'm working on a project that is helping me learn JavaScript and CSS and stuff by just using vanilla JavaScript and CSS to make a simple little game. Not too complex. Well, maybe. But just a little game about sort of like a tycoon Tamagotchi game where you have these employees that you pay and you praise, and then their stats go up, but their stats will constantly decrease, so you keep pressing it so it increases. and then you can hire new employees based on the money they make and stuff like that. So just a numbers go up kind of game. And yeah, so I started, I had like a base version of it working, and I'm trying to expand it so you can actually hire the new employees and keep adding them. So like the base version, you know, very simple, not much complex here. Counts down, you increment it. And so I've been trying to create a system that lets you hire new ones and be able to control each individual one. And I've been like refactoring it throughout. And so now I'm just trying to figure out, this actually did work earlier, and something I did along the way broke it. And so I'm just kind of puzzling out how it broke and trying to fix it. So the error that I'm getting right now is uncaught type error. Employees canvas get element by ID is not a function. So somehow employees canvas does not have get element by ID, which I'm a little surprised about. Because if I return, I mean, literally, I don't even have to do this, right? I could say, we could just say document. Like, it would be fine. It would literally be fine to just say document. You know, and move on to the next error. Cannot set stat management properties of null setting ID and add new employee. Line 68. Employee container ID equals employee ID. Now why can't you set that? Some got very broke. Very, very broken. Can you tell me what the employee ID is right now? I think we already know, but let's just see. Employee -1. That's correct. And you can't set that? Cannot set properties of null. What is null? Employee container is null? That's strange. I wonder if I feel like I probably have a typo somewhere. Yeah, it's saying it's null. Well, Lise, first of all, there you go. You gotta put that in quotes. So can I maybe go back to this being the prefix? It's fine, I'm curious. Nice. Okay. We just had to fix some things. So I don't love that we have to scan the whole document, but it doesn't really matter, does it? It's like fine. If it works, it works. Great, good. So it creates new employees. We can see that because there are 2 of them. Now I don't know what happened with the hovering. I broke the hovering. Probably because you renamed this. Button hover plus reveal. So if we go see a button, which is here, we now have this class. We had this class here before. Button dash praise. Oh, look at that. See, this is why it's nice. This is why it's nice to have the IDE. Okay, we gotta close these. Very important. Although, you know, not having like the colors and the error checking, it is interesting. It forces me to read it more carefully. Okay, there we go. Hovering is good. This looks pretty bad. It looks pretty wrong, but we can hire employees. Do they look correct? No. But do they get hired? Yeah. Okay. Have you thought about using a Markov chain for the employers' names? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? I have not, because I don't know what that means. Or if I have, I don't know what it means. Performance-wise, it's not a problem to use document. Yeah, I'm like, but it's scoped too big. But you're right. I assume you're right. Are you right? Is that true? The markup structure allows for very fast seeks. It's not like parsing a plain text document, right? I'm just kind of like used to being like, let's not iterate through too much. But hey, I will I will accept what you're saying. Happily. Dude, this gets really broken. We got some things to fix. But yeah, what's a Markov chain? Also, not necessarily interested in changing everything. Oh, so we have our stat wrapper. This is overall value. Span class, stat wrapper, stat container. Why does this get broken so badly? What happened to us? We're not referencing stat wrapper. Why did it move? I'm not sure. Like, it should have these all in a row, but somehow it's like it's there, and then as soon as it starts to decrement, by the way, the decrementing stops, which is weird. But on top of that, well-being is there, and then it disappears, but it's also in the wrong place. There's some strange things happening that I don't fully understand. One thing I am noticing is that the horizontal rule is within the box. Was that? I don't know. We got some problems here. Markup chain algorithm determines the next most probable suffix word for a given prefix. Yeah, I'm not interested. No, thank you. Sounds cool though. Sounds interesting. Nope. Nope. Employee names. I mean, look, I'm also not naming them. I'm not saying we couldn't name them someday, but for now, it's literally just a number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you know. That does sound cool, though. Markov chain. Algorithms kind of stress me out. Really wish, I guess I could like copy it and paste it in an HTML if I really wanted some error checking. Neat. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think what I would probably do, oh, there we go. You see, I need it. I need the error checking. I need it. I want it. It helps me so much. Okay, I see the problem though. I see the problem. It's that. It's that. All right. There we go. Okay, good. Now, we don't have this incrementing, but that's kind of a known problem. Yeah, that seems cool. Probably what I would do for the names is I would just find a... I don't know. I'd create an array of names or something. That's interesting, yeah. I don't think for this project. But I'm gonna remember that, maybe. Thanks for educating me about that. Okay, so this is good. We're actually at a place of goodness right now. I think it's time for a commit. Employees are hireable. Okay, so now what I want to do is fix the decrement. So this is supposed to be decreasing. It only decreases one time, and it never decreases again. And also, I want to be able to increase. So I'm gonna try to see how to get that hooked up. This is good progress, though. This is very good progress. Okay. So why isn't the decreasing working? We call it update employees. We could just say decrease stats. There's already... Oh, there is. Oh, yeah, right, that's that. Yeah. Okay, I see. I see. Alright, I see why we call that update employees. Alright, fine. So it's supposed to be doing this interval every 1,000 milliseconds. So why does it only happen one time? I'm gonna just see if this is actually printing a bunch of times. Log employees updated. Let's keep it a little simple for now, and see if that be printing. 6, 7. Yep. So it is running that function over and over and over again. That is happening. Okay. Good. Employees for each employee. So let's see what that's returning. Mocha Cat. Wow. Okay. All right. All right. Yeah. Let's have this be employees. You are heard. What does that return? An empty array. I add this. It's not empty. There's one in there. Oh, but look, it's got the old name in it. Gotcha. AirJack is a need for good IDEs, and it's sad VS C code doesn't have basic HTML built into its JavaScript syntax. Yeah, I guess so. Now that you say that, that does make me wonder if there isn't some way to like have an extension. But yeah, so the reason why I don't have it, which you may have already deduced or you may already know, but because I'm using this as a template that I snag from this variable and then I stick it into the HTML and I keep spawning new ones. And while there may be some way to like fetch the HTML code from like an HTML file, which would let me have that checking, yeah, for the way this is set up, you know, since I have these backticks, it's just sort of neutralizing all of this basically. I don't know. I would be surprised if there was like, maybe someone's made a tool that reactivates the IDE for this, but I would think that's pretty, I don't know, it seems like that would be some effort, but yeah, maybe someone has done that. I don't know. I don't know that I would particularly expect VS Code to do that, but maybe I need to set my expectations higher. Maybe that's a me problem. It would be nice right now, that's for sure. Okay, so it's actually adding the employee to this with the wrong ID. There's this JavaScript syntax checking in HTML for inline JavaScript. Really? Okay, that actually gives me hope then. HTML, JavaScript, HTML, inline. I don't know. It's awfully specific, and this search is horrible. JavaScript string syntax. Syntax for highlighting HTML and squall. Hey, wait a minute. SQL. We don't call it squall. SQL. Sorry. Now, you know, I don't love just installing random things. Only 600 people have installed it. I don't know, man. I don't know. You got like a GitHub or something? There's a license. That's a good sign. Yes. This is apparently not a very desired thing. 2 months ago. I mean, it does seem nice. It's probably safe, right? It's probably fine. How safe are extensions in VS Code? They can contain malware. When you download and run an extension, you're trusting it to do pretty much anything at once with the permissions of your user. Okay, VS Code does not implement sandboxing. Ugh. and the code is not much restricted. Having said that, malicious extension would likely be uncovered pretty quickly. These files are signed, a third-party attacker has no easy way to modify an existing one or somehow release a fake one. They would have to compromise the real developer first. Also, many of them are open source, which is no guarantee the release version is built from the public source, but again, it's easy to check as extensions are just zip files. Extensions can in theory be malicious, but especially in case of well-known extensions. Right, that's why I was like, is it well-known? I don't know. The likelihood of you getting a malicious version before others discover it and it gets removed is probably very low. I don't like that. What do you mean my computer has malware? I just downloaded random extensions. Exactly. It feels like a mistake. On the other hand, extensions used by many people can be a nice target for sophisticated hackers. Oh gosh, I am now very afraid of all VS Code extensions. A virus scan. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm looking at the number of downloads. Exactly. Reliable author. It's tough. It's tough. It's a tough one, man. Okay, though this person has made a lot of things that... Okay, maybe that makes me feel more okay with it. I know I'm being paranoid, but... it's like the right thing to do, you know? Gave up on VS Code due to its extension lead base. Okay, alright. Kick? K-I-K? It's probably fine. It'd be so nice though. Maybe there's another one. Maybe there's another one. No, this is the one. This is the one. Sequel. I think I'm gonna take the risk. You guys. No, it's just chaotic tech support mentioned that VS Code should have syntax in here, or syntax checking for string HTML in a JavaScript and JavaScript script. And so then I was like, well, there's probably an extension for it. And so then I started looking, and I found one. And now I'm like, okay. But it's also not very popular, so is it safe? I'm taking the risk. Can't install it because it's not compatible? No! What? Hey, what's up, Jay Jupiter? Thank you for bringing your people here. What were you getting up to? Hello, a username that is good. Thank you for coming through. It's going good. How's it going with you? Wait, sorry. Am I not even using the most up-to-date version? How old is this? Check for updates. We're just gonna... There are no updates. Oh, it's like... Wow. So maybe it's only for old ones. Well, then we don't get it. Oh, that solved that easily, didn't it? Welcome, y'all. So, today... Usually I'm doing Godot, game dev, GDScript kind of stuff, making games. Welcome in Twitch peoples from YouTube. Jupiter Raid, small but strong. Yes, small but strong. Let's go. Heading out to walk the dog. Your dog appreciates that. Thank you, J Jupiter. Appreciate it. Godot devs, let's go. Yes, typically like 80% of the time I'm doing Godot here. But lately, to help me make tools for this community, I want to learn web dev more. And so, to do that, I'm studying JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript, mind you, no libraries, nothing like that. Let's go, Godot team. Yes, thank you for the shout out. Thank you for the shout out. So I'm using vanilla JavaScript, vanilla CSS, and I have this little game. So I gotta still make a game. I still gotta make a little game. So this little game is going to be like kind of a tycoon Tamagotchi sort of game where we hire employees, they make us money, we hire more employees, and we can buy upgrades for each employee, and you keep clicking on it. Vanilla JavaScript is the king choice. You know, I want to appreciate why a library is good. You know, like I've been using web templates for a website. I've been using code I find online where they say, use jQuery, use this. So many of you guys are talking about use this, use that. I get it. But like, I want to appreciate why I want a library so bad by like suffering through vanilla. And I just feel like it's a nicer way, because then, you know, with the library, you're like looking at documentation for the library, you're looking at documentation for the JavaScript, and I just kind of want to like narrow my focus where I'm only looking at JavaScript stuff and CSS and whatnot. So I'm trying to build it from scratch with you guys, of course, and just learn along the way. So I'm still showing off the currently broken version, but that's okay. It's fine. It's totally fine. This was the oldest working version, I guess, where these are just like decreasing on their own, and then when you press the button, it goes up. Not much going on. And then, so now I'm trying to set it up so we can actually create new employees, and I want it to decrease those values, and you can increase those values and all that kind of stuff. So I just set up a bunch of code for that, and now I am making sure. I actually just found one of the issues with why it's not working correctly, which is that we're not storing those values the way they need to be. So I'm figuring it out. But it's weird. It's nice, because like, again, GDScript is like all that I do, right? Like that's like my main thing is GDScript. And so it's interesting to try to take the way that I do GDScript and like apply it here and back and forth. So I'm learning a lot. I'm definitely growing a lot from it, and it's a lot of fun. So for now, I'm gonna do it today. I'm gonna do it next Tuesday, and then I think after that, it's time the new Game Like Jam is gonna start, where we make games like other games, and so I'll probably be focusing all on Godot then. But like this Friday, we're doing Godot, so it's still gonna be a lot of Godot, but with a little web dev once in a while. But it's still gonna be game dev. It's still gonna be game dev no matter what. Load the HTML from a file. Yeah, right. But it's like, you know, it's like a whole thing to figure out. I know that that's possible, right? And so basically my plan is at some point down the line, I'm gonna say, you know what, today's the day that I learn how to load it. Because it's complicated, because my personal desire is that I don't want to stick the HTML in this page so it can be empty. And so that means I need to have some other page, and I need to somehow reference that page in the JavaScript and have it pull it and fetch it. So you know what, I'm just, for now, this works. And if there are problems, you know, I'll just pull up a test file, drop it in, figure it out. So it's not ideal, but I'm most interested on trying to get the base mechanics working, and then maybe I can get some quality of life stuff here. Best for your current layout, you should try C#. I will try C#. You know what I'm waiting for to try C#? I'm waiting for Godot to support web builds from the C# Godot editor. Because I love when I do things here with you guys or on stream, I love to be able to share it. And I love sharing it on a web export. That's like my preferred way, because more people can access it, easily play it, it's right there. So as soon as C# games are exportable stably on web, definitely going to do C#. If we don't occasionally derail and go off topic, then something is wrong. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Proton's been coding assembler. Like assembly? Wait, what is this? Is assembler different from assembly? Coding assembler for several hardware platforms for about 44 years. I feel like you're saying assembly. You still do. And often do proof of concepts on JavaScript. Dude, talking about like king stuff, okay? Assembly. That's like the most low-level language that exists, right? It's pretty cool. So many, even like, okay, Roller Coaster Tycoon, that was made in assembly. That's not that old of a game. It's a little old. So wait, is assembly the same thing as assembler, or is that just like a mistype? Or are they both? That was in assembly. Weren't NES games too in assembly? Assembly versus assembler. Assembly language is the low-level programming language. Assembler is a program that translates assembly language code into machine code that a computer central processing unit can understand and execute. Gotcha. Takes the assembly language source code and as input and produces an executable machine code file as output. I love that. I don't know. Would I ever want to learn that? You know, maybe, okay. No, I don't know. I mean, look, it's not, according to the AI, it was willing to accept it. You're finished? Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, so much, if not all, of coding is English dominant, which is kind of sucks. But we got there. We made it work. We figured it out. Vanilla is great to create strong fundamentals. Welcome, Inga Monkey. Later, React.js will be an interesting choice. Yeah, so I was thinking like something like React, maybe Vue. I don't know. There's also things like Svelte. Even some people are saying jQuery could be good for UI. So I don't know. I'm open, but you know, I'm looking forward to like really appreciating, oh yes, okay, this library is gonna make my life a lot easier. So I gotta suffer for now. But React, that's a vote for React. Noted. You like doing things using Canvas and JavaScript. Oh yeah, like the HTML canvas? Yeah, so we were talking about that earlier. If that's what you mean. PawnXPawn, who's someone that comes through here, hangs out, helps out, has been sharing a project that they made that does exactly that. It has a canvas HTML, and then the JavaScript draws these images or renders these images into the canvas. I haven't played with it yet, but it seems like a really cool like process. It's Pawn. Hello. BeamMaker must be an IBM mainframe. Nice. I don't think it will help with this with the template literals, the code inside backticks, but Quokka looks like a great plugin for learning JavaScript. It's like having CodePen inside VS Code. CodePen being like a way to like share and test. Oh, so you can like, oh, that's cool. Just like mess around with stuff and it's like built in. That's neat. Developer productivity tool for rapid JavaScript TypeScript prototyping. Runtime values are updated and displayed in your IDE next to your code as you type. Whoa. Wait, this is cool. Okay. Looks like it's used a lot. Say no more. I'll do it. I'll install it. It's okay, codes. Yeah, I can see your messages. So the messages on screen, I need to put it on YouTube too. The messages on screen only show up if I choose for them to show up. So it's not automated. I click on them. So I do that to, you know, focus on like one thing at a time. To be like, this is what I am talking about. This is the thing. And stuff like that. Other reasons too, but that's kind of one of the main reasons. Is it just helps the flow of things make a little more sense. But yeah, I see you. I see you. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Cadex says, unfortunately, I believe that is a fault. This one's a big one. What have I done? Fault on the website. Do you prefer something about the Godot team making a breakthrough? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Like something about .NET framework. But yes, they did. They are it's currently being debugged in the next Godot version. Yes. Yeah. It's something with the .NET framework, basically. Exactly. But yes, welcome, Cat Codes. My sister worked on Fortran and Pascal. What are those? Are those more servers that are big and important? What's a Fortran? High performance programming language. Whoa. Used for scientific and engineering computing. Ability to handle computationally intensive tasks, and is still actively used in various fields like weather forecasting and aerodynamics. Interesting. Quick website is a cool demo. Dude, I just installed it. I was so sold immediately. My dad in the 80s had a Lobo computer that ran CPM. Okay, but wait, what was the other one too? Pascal? That sounds like something. I don't even know. Oh, there it is. Pascal programming language. Dude, this install is just like making my computer chug. What have I done? Have I done a terrible thing? Pascal is a high-level imperative procedural programming language. Whoa, procedural programming language? Promote good programming practices through structured programming, emphasizing clear control flow and data structuring. Strongly typed. I like that. Readability and portability. Clarity and readability. It's pretty cool. It's in a dying language. Yeah, just backed up. Hey, my day is doing pretty good, Cat Codes. I'm making stuff. I'm learning stuff. I'm hanging out with interesting people. Can't complain. How about you? If you dare opening a plain IP address on web browser, I have my development laptop open to the web. I could show an example. Oh, no thank you. No thank you. No, I don't thank you. With that said, you're definitely welcome to share things on the Discord. I don't even know what that means. POC? Proof of concept? Proof of concept of what? If you dare opening a plain IP address. I mean, look, I don't want to get too side-railed, and I also try not to, during these streams, like, check out projects by other people that aren't, like, directly, like, supporting, working towards what I'm trying to work on. But, for Twitch subscribers, YouTube members, I do a stream on Mondays. We check out stuff. But, every last Friday of every even month, we do this game feedback stream, which it doesn't have to be games. But basically, you just join the queue. So every other month, we do an unlisted live stream on YouTube. So I put a lot of steps in place before we check out stuff. And you just have to get the newsletter so that way you can receive the unlisted live stream, and then we check out. We can spend a lot of time looking at whatever. Like what do you got? Bring it on. We'll spend a lot of time looking at it. So that's actually happening not this Friday, but the Friday after. So it's gonna look like I'm not streaming on the 29th, but I am. I'm just only unlisted on YouTube. And we do it unlisted, so it's not like some weird promo thing in the same way that it would be if it was public. I can freely be critical, and I'm not like flaming someone's game in public. Not that I'm that harsh, but just like a nice, cozy, private environment. So yeah. But I'm not even sure what you mean. I'm curious what you mean by proof of concept. I have my RGB keyboard on my laptop. Nice. Use Quokka and REPL.js. She's smarter than me, your sister. I did some Fortran and COBOL 40 years ago. Dude, Proton is an OG. COBOL, I've definitely heard of that. 3D lighting this time. Whoa. IP address, give me chaotic tech. It's like, I want it. I will type it in. So, I mean, that's honestly, that means you've got like a server, like you're doing stuff. You're like doing stuff, Proton. Proton is like self-sufficient programmer. I'm making a clicker game on Scratch called Untitled Clicker, and it's really cool. Nice. Sounds cool, cat codes. Love that. Yeah, I've never made a clicker game, but it seemed like the right kind of game, increment type stuff, for this. You don't want to get too siderolled. You feeling alright? That's usually par for the course. Yeah. I mean, but I feel like I bring it back. I bring it back. We go out and we bring it back. You know? We bring it back. A 15-year-old is learning many coding languages from Java, Python, Go, Lua, C++, C#. Nice. Is this set up? Do I have this? Doesn't like what you do? Your 15-year-old doesn't like what you do? Being a web dev? Okay. Is this like work? I don't even know. I guess it's here. I guess we'll find out. Wait, what was I really doing though? And really working on? Like back-end stuff. Nice. That's good to know what you want. Oh, right. So the problem that I was having is that we're adding the wrong thing into the array. You paste, no paste link. Yes, no links. Links are not okay. Thank you for asking. But yeah, you will just have, it'll just be deleted. It'll just be deleted. I mean, you can paste it, but like, it's going to get auto removed. And I'll see it, but, you know, again, if it's, but there's always the Discord. So the other thing is our Discord, which is kind of where we usually deal with like pasting and sharing things and links and projects and stuff like that. BMaker, are you on the UX or system design side? Yeah, maybe that's why your 15-year-old doesn't like it. It's like, it depends. What is it that you're doing? So I have this employees array. It's empty. And then later on, when we add a new employee, it is pushing the new employee into here. Well, I think all you gotta do, I mean, it seemed kind of nice to just set it up this way, but it's definitely not working. So this is an easy fix. This is such an easy fix. So all we gotta do is say employees push employee ID. That's all we gotta do. And then we just do this and everything will be fine. That should work. Thank you for the hydrate. But by trying to like put this in here, it didn't yet have. There was another one. It didn't yet have. It's really tight. It didn't have the employee ID set yet on the new one. So let's see where we're at. Add it. Okay, we have new it. Good. I need to catch these errors. Employee decrease stats is not a function. Okay, right. So what if we just say decrease stats? Where does that get us? Decrease stats is not defined. Okay, so I need to figure out how we do this. Okay, so what we're gonna do is maybe I want to find PawnXPawn's other code to study. Wait, did I install it in that one? Does it work in this one too? Yeah, it's in both. Everything's fine. Okay. As a website, no paste net. Oh, I see. For sharing code or something similar. I shared 3D.js files. So if you just type it, you should see the code I wrote for 3D lighting proof of concept. Yeah. So again, I'm here. Let me drop the link. If you want to share things, there's the Discord. That's a good place. I'll pop the Discord in here. Discord. Because, you know, it's like I check out your thing, I check out other people's things. So just like kind of part of the rules. But then also, if you're interested, every last Friday of the even months, we have a little event where we check out people's stuff, and it's fun. How are you front end but not UX? What is your job and can I have it? It's fine to get stuff from ChatGPT. Just don't copy paste everything. Lessons from a freaking cat. Yeah, it can be helpful. Oh, I see. So be a maker. You said Node. You're doing Node.js. Gotcha. Right. So looking at Pawn's code, because that's kind of where I'm getting some of this, where I even had the idea to use a class, was from looking at their code. And in it, goodbye cat codes. In it is a class that is set up here. It's called parallax layer. And inside of that class, within the, no, it's outside of the constructor. Within that class, there's update, draw, layer dot. Oh, okay, gotcha. I see. So we want to iterate through each employee. I thought that's what we were doing, but not well enough, evidently. Okay. So we update the employees. We iterate through the array that should have all the IDs in there. So I feel like employees, it's all that it is the ID. It's not an element. Well, we should put the element in there. So we're not going to push the employee ID. Instead, we would want to push the employee container. So I'm not even going to put that in there. Instead, we're going to say employee container. Now, the other thing to think about is that's going to be, I don't know, let's just see what that, let me see what that does for us. I feel like that's going to be weird, but I'm curious. Okay, add a new one in there. Yeah. But you still have to say employee and then add this on there like that. Share in Discord general. Nice, Proton. Perfect. Yay. I'll be sure to check it out later. And if anyone checks it out now, let us know. It's in the Discord in general. Thank you, Proton. Thank you. It just helps. It helps, you know, keep my focus, but also we can check it out at some point. I guess you can say I do. Oh yeah. How are you front end but not UX? I do, but our designer, UX, UI guys, gals, figure out all the stuff that needs to be done. I just implement. You do chime in when you see weird UX or UI stuff. Nice. It sounds like there's like very specific roles. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like front end is more than just one thing. Decrease employee.decrease stats is not a function. Cool. Right, because that's not, you're not calling the class here. We do have to add the class. You said the share expiring in 10 minutes. Oh, okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm sure there's other ways you can share it so it's less impermanent. Proton's like, no, you gotta check this out. You gotta check this out. What's up, Mr. Friend? You're definitely convincing me that it's cool. Yeah, it's tough because I want to just push this, but if I just push this, it puts it in there generically instead of it being like unique. So what I need is for that to be more unique. It does kind of make me want to look at, well, the other thing too is that in Pawn's code, these are in a constant. I'm kind of curious what those like look like though. So I'm kind of wondering, am I allowed to just slap this in here, or is that like terrible? Is that allowed? Kind of want to see like exactly what's going on here under the hood. Absolute legend. It works a system design and somehow forced into a strange UX buffer. That doesn't sound nice. Array 6. So this has, I mean, they do all have the same name, right? But it's like a whole thing. Check only briefly. You could try and do Copen for it. Oh, it's so insistent though, you know? It's so insistent. My goodness. My goodness. It's okay. I'm here. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be on Discord. I'll be around. You know, we got special things for checking out stuff. You know, it's okay. Cons means just it will never change. If you're not sure if it's not gonna change, you can use let. Yeah. No, it will change. It is getting updated, but I'm just trying to when I'm not understanding. So I have this getting added in to here. Employees dot push. Yeah, I know. They're so insistent. I feel like a Discord mod should probably look at it. I don't know. Like you're just so insistent, but you seem nice, right? It's just like, man, it won't take no for an answer. I get it. You're excited, I suppose. I know, right? I know. Like I was saying, has anyone checked? like, oh yeah, I'll go click on it and see if I can get the malware. You're like a refreshing ice cold beverage on a hot summer day. Cause I'm cool. Thank you. So when I add it in here as this, yeah, we got some tunes. It's all kinds of different stuff. I just tried to find music that YouTube wouldn't get me in trouble for playing, and then picked whichever ones I felt like I could do game dev to. So it goes all over the place, but generally I just like things that I feel like, yeah, it gets me working. This is Book Bag by Ease Jammy Jams. That's what it is. It says it is what it is. I'm just the messenger here. Okay. Employees push new. So when I do that, all that gives me is this, which I need them to be more unique. Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa. Okay, Proton, alright. Oh yeah, because I think Proton said it was temporary. Be careful, Chaotic. Employee. So it does have, it's interesting that they're all one. Oh, so it seems like it's not that the top level employee is, it's okay that it says employee. The problem is that it's giving them all the same ID. At least there's at least that problem. It's giving them all the same ID. It's not actually incrementing the IDs. Okay, this is good to know. So in theory, what this function is supposed to do is bring in the current one, which is -1. Also, there's no 0. Why is there no 0? That's also weird, because I set it at -1 on purpose. Okay, I need to see what's going on here. Console log employee ID number current. Like what is that doing? I'm also going to stop logging this for a second. -1. So it's -1, which is not correct. So I think it's not actually doing this incrementing here, which is interesting. Link is safe. Nice. Thanks for checking, Chaotic. Is it cool? See, I mean, Proton's making it sound very cool. Is it? Maybe like my syntax is just wrong? But it's also weird that it still adds 1 eventually. Okay, what if I add another? What is it? -1, -1, -1. Okay, the current. Oh, because it's local. I made it local. Wait, that's okay. No, but that's okay. Because okay, so show me what preview is. Spinning 3D hexagonal shape. Nice. You know, I like to give a lot of attention to the things you guys make too, so I don't want to do it here because I like honoring it. That's why I do the in separate streams, so it's like, okay, we're gonna focus on what you're up to. Now it's just 0. So it's definitely not, this is not doing things. Originally, I was imagining like +1. Oh, put the console back, please. You don't have to delete that. But I know that ++ is like a thing, so I thought maybe... Oh! Wait, what did I... Okay, well, so, okay, ++ is not what I thought it was? Maybe... Okay. Maybe I was just using it in the wrong context? Wait, but I want to understand why I thought that would work. Why did I think that would work? JavaScript increment variable. Oh, maybe I have to do this? No. Maybe it's just, I don't know, I'm a little confused. I mean, it's whatever, I just don't know why it didn't work. Wireshark is your friend? What is Wireshark? Right, plus plus. I wonder why it didn't work. Okay, I mean, I'll let it go. Oh, is it the semicolon that I need? Because I did do plus plus, right? Here. And then when I do plus plus, it doesn't actually increase it, and it's just sitting at 0. When I add plus 1, oops, that's not a 1. When I add plus 1, then it starts incrementing. I could do the semicolon as well. No increment. See, this is not doing it. I don't know why. I thought the plus plus would work. It's declared up here as a let. It starts out as -1. Maybe you can't increment on -1. Is that it? Okay, it increased it by 1, but it's not continuing to increase it. All right, plus plus does not do what I thought. So, I don't know. It's not the place for plus plus. I don't know what to say. It ain't the place. So decrease stats, I'm actually already doing that. And it works here. I don't know, I'm pretty confused about that, but now it increments correctly. So, okay. As long as it works, I kinda don't care. I was a little curious to understand how it worked, but this makes it work better. Maybe I'll circle around some other day and understand it. Okay, but we obviously still have problems. It's interesting that it decreases one of them. Do increment separately? I mean, look, it works now, right? So it's kind of okay. But yeah, I guess I should make sure it's actually adding it correctly. Oh, do you mean like this? Okay, that's simple enough. You missed it all. I can do that. Let's try it. It's easy. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, the assignment operator equals. Oh, really? That changes it. Heard. Didn't know that. Because of the equals, it breaks it. Arctic is a free open source packet analyzer. It is used for network troubleshooting analysis, software and communication protocol, and development education. Cool. Okay. Wow. Alright, so let me see what's actually resulting here. Tell me what the console log employees is looking like. Sure, because there's a difference between ++x and x++. Apparently, evidently, it has something to do with the fact that there's an equal sign, I'm told. Yeah. Oh, okay. But, you know, I was actually not sure what the difference between those were, now that you mention it. But isn't that, but that's not like that. Yeah, you can't have space. Are you saying, you're saying like this? Like that? Oh, nice. I had a hard time understanding. No, the space, look, when I put it before, then it worked. I had a hard time understanding the difference between it being before and being after. If a equals x++, then a will be set to the value of x, and then x will be incremented. Whereas here, we're incrementing it first. Gotcha. If used postfix, the increment operator increments and returns the value before See, when I read this the first time, I was like, what are you talking about? I find this, a lot of this documentation, very hard to understand. Okay. If you use it with prefix, the increment operator increments and returns the value after incrementing. Wow. I still don't get it. This explanation isn't doing it for me. But if you say to me, if you're using an assign, there is, look, the next line kind of explains it. Increment operator can only be applied on operands that are references, variables, and properties. Plus plus x itself evaluates a value, not a reference, so you cannot change multiple. Okay, that doesn't actually explain it. Variable scope? I don't want to look that up. Fail with space? What are you talking about? It works now, Proton. There's no more issue. It works. We're good. We did it. Hooray. All is well. Employee 0, 1, 2, 3. It's just as it should be. Yay. Hooray. Celebration. Yeah, I don't know. I could not wrap my head around the difference between prefix and postfix plus. I was so confused. As that is for me too. I read the docs, don't understand, fail a bunch, get confused a lot, and then if I'm lucky, at some point it makes sense. Got lucky here. I love that though. And you know, it's helping me like learn how to read this too. After without a space. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Could you do plus equals 1? I thought about that, but like, but see, no, because I wanted to look at what, I mean, I could, but I feel like it will be more. Yeah, I'm just not sure what you're saying, Proton. You're saying put it without after space. Like this? Like that? Is that what you mean? Nice. This, actually, I kind of like this, Proton, because this is easier for me to wrap my head around than this. Because it's like, oh yeah, the equals sign is assigning an increment of everything that's after it. Is that what you mean? I do kind of like that. Oh, well that didn't work. I tried that, but that did not work. See, it keeps it the same value, -1. So, I already tried that one. No good. But, okay, just to keep it consistent, though, I'm going to make it like this. Good, we got it. It's all good. Everything's fixed. We don't have to worry about it. So, next step. Next thing. The decreasing isn't occurring, and we're not getting an error, which is interesting. Just increment. Don't assign it. What are you talking about? It works. What do you mean don't assign it? Alright, I'm ignoring you guys, I'm moving on. So, next. What if you move everything after the equals and just put plus plus? Guys. Look. This is supposed to be keeping track of the last ID and then updating the current ID based on that. I don't want to do it. So, no thank you. So, guys, come on, pay attention, let's keep moving. So, I want to next figure out why it's not decreasing every time. So it decreases once. It does one single decrease, and then it stops. Now, what's interesting to me is when I just hit 1 here, it ticks back. When I make 2, if I do it before the increment happens, the decrease happens, it goes on the last one. So it seems to not be iterating through them the way I want it to. If it works, it works! It's not iterating through it the way I want it to. So it is fun and interesting to learn things, but I feel this is super sufficient and we're in good shape. So I want to say why, or I want to figure out why the decreasing isn't working like it should. Now this is definitely running. I have decrease stats in here, so I'm going to do a little console log because I'm curious how often this is running. So I'm gonna say console log stat decreased. You could say it. We could say stat. Hopefully that's not too verbose. Stat decreased. Could always be smaller. Maybe. Okay, so it's decreasing it. It is running that every single time. And yeah, I thought that would be a little annoying. But the number doesn't actually go down. Let's see why. I may be missing an inner HTML, but I don't think I am. Oh, it's probably the let. I bet that's why. That's the reason. You don't need no let in there. Oh, now we have an error. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I take it back. Okay. So, can we get... This is just kind of annoying. Stat decreased. So we set a value to a base increment stat. Probably want to refactor that to... Oh, right. That's what it is by default. Oh, this made more sense before as a variable. Gotcha. So this... Okay, so we probably want to set this up here. This is why. This is why. We gotta say this. And we need different ones for each stat. So I have to say stat pay, stat value pay. We could say stat value pay as well. Where do we have stat value at? Combine the decreasing. Okay. What do you mean? This stat value, or what? Let's say, because we have button pay, we have stat pay. I think I'd rather say, let's say stat pay value equals. So by default, we wanted to start, so I basically wanted to assign the stat, which it should already be doing. Is it doing it somewhere? Yes. This stat pay value needs to equal the base stat, and then this stat praise value needs to also equal the base stat that gets incremented. Then, in this decrease loop, what I want to say is that value... I don't even know if we need to say that. I think we could just... Oh, so that's where we apply it, right there. Gotcha. So we do want that, but not every time it decreases. We would want it to set it like up here somewhere, right? This is when buttons are pressed. Once we identify, so I kind of need to actually go find those stats. We are passing the stat into here. Remind me how we find the stat? I'm trying to like unify old code with new code, and it's just like I gotta puzzle it out. We'll get there. So here, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Did I stream 23 hours ago? Yes. Yeah, I was live 23 hours ago, but it was a members and Twitch sub only stream on Mondays. Every Monday, an exclusive stream just for the subscribers and members of the channel. So yeah, I was here, in a way. For each employee, we just run decrease stats. And then in decrease stats, this stats for each stat, right? Okay, so I would want to say, We can do functions in here. Is it public? Is the member stream public right now? What? What? Is that true? No. I mean, that's kind of nice. Here's a taste of what the member streams are like. Whoa. Wait, no, it's not. It's members only. We're good. Not public. Yeah. I think if you click on it, though, you're going to find you can't actually access it. I think that's YouTube trying to promote the member stream to you. Thanks for looking out, though. Because what I want is that base stat to be set, but I only need it to set at that one time, and then it starts decreasing it. Well, Lee's, that's okay, because this is, all you got to do is come in here, say that this equals that stat. So, but here's the thing, is it depends. It depends what stat, oh, right. That's kind of tricky. So combining this is not going super great. So I could come back up here. I feel like a switch case is gonna be good again here. That's kind of what I think. I think that's gonna make this easier. So we can still pull in with the stat. YouTube is weird. Yeah, YouTube is weird. We can still bring in the stat, but I think we need to have more specific stuff now that it's built in the way that it is. So we want to say that the stats, what? I'm not sure. What does stats bring in, actually? I know. Stat value, stat pay. So we could just look to see it. We just need to see if it matches, if one of its class names matches with stat pay or stat praise. So in this case, I don't even know. I'm not even sure how to fetch that. Okay, so since this is super broken right now, let me actually remove this for the time being. I'm gonna pull this out, and instead of doing, I'm not even gonna do, I know, let's just comment this out for now. And we're gonna say whenever that runs, tell me what stat is like. What's going on in there? What's its deal? Oh god, this is a lot. Okay, so it just gives you the whole element back. Okay, cool. Like, would I get, like, class list? Would that be something interesting? Cool. So if we say, on that switch statement, stat class list, in the case that it matches, I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'm not sure. Pay stat, is that what we go? Stat pay? Stat pay or stat praise, then do things. In this case, we want to decrease stat. So now I can make this decrease stat, which I haven't quite had in that way yet. So now we can, and maybe this is kind of, we could do this in one function, like increase stat and decrease stat in one function, but I'm gonna make it two functions for now. So we're gonna put this outside of here, decrease stat. Now we do have this update employees thing, where we just run employee decrease stat. This runs on an interval. Maybe we could do like an update stats in here. And then call this update stats. Yeah, I don't know. Just like trying to craft it as I go. And then in this case, we would put in decrease stat and decrease stat instead of increase. So the buttons increment and these decrease. We check to see the one that has element that has stat pay, and we do this. So it's going to match with things that are not either of these, no matter what. So I don't really I mean, that's the only thing I don't like about this, is we are going to get like these lot of default cases. But I don't think I really care. Maybe that's bad of me, but okay. Declaration or statement. Oh, because of the break. No, wait. We're missing a closing of a such. We're missing an opening. A comma, you say? Wait a minute. I'm starting to get lost here. Constructor. That's where it starts. That's where it ends. Oh wait, that's ending way too far down. So you do want something in here to wrap it up. Like put it like here. Wait, why do you want a comma? Oh, we're missing one for each stat. Gotcha. Gotcha. Somewhere. I'm so confused. If only it would tell you a comma is needed. Yeah, it did tell me, but I feel like I don't need a comma. I feel like that's not what I need. Oh god, this is confusing. So up here, we say switch. We define the thing that we are checking to match with a case, and then we open it up with curly. So here, oh look. Oh no, don't look. I was wrong. Here, we have the switch. Oh, look at this one. We open up the for each to iterate through. We open up the switch, we close it. We start that function. We close that. I'm a little confused. I don't think we need the break at the end though, right? That doesn't seem necessary. Oh god, I don't know. Do you just want me to put another one in there? Just put some more? Do you want more curly brackets? How many curly brackets do you want? Dude, I am having a hard time visualizing. What do you want from me? What am I doing wrong? Let me see if I can make it. It gets really confusing to look at. We open up this. Maybe I'll put this here. So I see where that opens. And then that closes there. So these are our constructors right there. For update state, we're opening that up right there. And then we're closing it right there. Inside of this, we open it up here. Oh, you want me to do it? Because this is within there. So that closes that. But we need one more out here, right? What else do you want from me? What does it want from me? Do you want me to close it in here? Oh, it does. Why? I gotta figure out a way to write this so it doesn't confuse me so much. I like that it colors it. That's really helpful. I see. It kind of colors it, but only it makes these match. It's very, very confusing. So to me, I would want to see this like in here. But wait, isn't this? I'm a little confused, right? Because this is sooner, that's later. And the parenthesis, okay, wow. So maybe try it, maybe do it like this. Does it allow me to do that? No, it does not like that. Okay. Wait, maybe it does like that. Again, I'm just trying to figure out how I want to design this to make it so I'm not like as confused anymore. Even though it's taking up a lot of vertical space. You want the curly bracket? You can't handle the curly bracket, Nickbo. Apparently I couldn't. Do I need default? You have to have default. Okay. Because default is just saying if it matches anything else. Do we have like a pass? Again, used to other languages. Are you sure I need a default? Console log hello. I mean, I feel like I should have a default, but I don't think I need a default, do I? It's just like, it's good to have a default. But the thing is there's gonna be a lot of other classes that it matches. Yeah. No, yeah, I know, but here's the thing, is stat has a lot of different classes. So if it's checking to see, if it's looking at the full class list, then it's going to find some that aren't either of these cases, and that just has to be okay. But I don't want anything to happen. I don't care. I don't want to know about it. It doesn't matter to me. Yeah, maybe then I should do if else, you know? I could do that, but like, again, technically it just doesn't matter here. I don't think, is there a pass? There's not a pass. But do you understand what I'm saying? Like, for example, the stat has the thing that it's going to return has snap value and it has text large, right? So it's also going to evaluate if it sees any of those. So I mean, I could, but then also it didn't. I have to believe it doesn't have anything in it. It can just be there. What? But I'm not even getting to this part yet, right? I think it's okay. I feel like everything's okay right now, you know? I feel like everything's okay. But I mean, like this, that seems kind of weird. But basically at this point, what I was trying to do was just figure out a way, a really obnoxious, overly emphasized way to like set up all these like brackets and things to just confuse me less. Default is, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We don't need it. Thank you, Anjack. Thank you for confirming that. And I'm glad you guys are like noticing these things. It's helpful. It's helpful. Okay. I will give a special thanks. You got my back. I'll give a special thanks to Proto for at least giving us a moment to think about it. And then, of course, and Jack. Okay. Cool. Good. We're good. It's just basically where I got caught up was just like I couldn't tell anymore where these matched with. And I kind of hate how much vertical space this takes up. I even want to like, again, just to like help me not lose my mind. That's the true magic of JavaScript. It'll still run even if it's broken. Oh no. That's sad. We'll never know. We'll just never know. Okay, so I don't really actually want to keep it that way. I just wanted to like, I just wanted to see it. I wanted to see it and appreciate why that was what it wanted. And I can appreciate it. I see it now. Very confusing. Don't love all the brackets, but it'll have to do. It will have to do. Okay, so this is fine. Great. So what's going on over here? Function, add new employee, unexpected token, a constructor method or accessor property was expected. Oh, wait. Is it because I didn't end this up here? I think we just need one more. One more bracket. There we go. Got it. Ooh-wee, that is... All these opening and closing brackets are miserable. I don't like it. I hate the brackets. They're like kind of nice at, like, at first I liked them, but now I don't like them anymore. I've stopped liking them. They just annoy me. They're confusing. And it like feels like there's no good way to like use them. You're just kind of free-for-alling. Look at that. Look at all this. And then this opens the constructors, that closes the constructors. Maybe I'd want to put this here. I guess I'm trying to like figure out like how do I want to structure these things going, like what syntax do I want to use? So that way moving forward, I'm much more familiar with how to structure things and what things mean. So I'm just kind of like experimenting with that since I'm learning. So like these little internal things, I don't know. Maybe like these outer ones where I can clearly see here we're opening that and there we're ending it. But that's not the same one. This is the wrong one. Oh God, it's still confusing. It's still confusing. That is actually this one, like that. So maybe it would make more sense to wrap these up in here. I know it doesn't matter, but it matters to me. You know what? Maybe I do want to put these. It's just so chaotic without it. But then you gotta do this, which is just too much. It's too much for one person to bear. Alright, I'm gonna let it go. This has been very interesting. There's just like no way to make it look nice. Just like has to be chaos. Am I alone in this being so frustrating? Jeez. Pull out any anonymous function and name it and use it as a parameter. Right. See you later, Dash. Get some sleep. Yeah. Well, you can always come here a couple times a week and get those tunes. Stay frosty. I will. Thank you. I don't know why that made me want to eat food. It's not frosty, but... frosted. Pull out any anonymous function and name it. Use it as a parameter. I mean, at least it'd be nice if there were like more colors. I just want to see what feels good. You know, just let me just like sit in this moment here. Because like basically indentation is like, at least as far as I can tell, not that important. What it actually cares about are the brackets. So I can move stuff wherever I want as long as the brackets make sense. Jeez, it just never looks good. It never looks good. Ever. There's an extension called Prettier that's supposed to help with this sort of thing. Good to know. Good to know. Code formatter. An opinionated code formatter. It enforces a consistent style by parsing your code and reprinting it with its own rules. Everything in canon has been one. Oh, it's horrifying. Enforces a consistent style by parsing your code and reprinting it with its own rules that take the maximum line length into account. You have to set it as the default formatter for different languages. It's a lot of setup. There's some setup here. It's not giving plug and play. I guess it's nice that you can customize it though. Do no indentations at all. Maximum readability. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, this is very widely used. So it definitely seems nice. It works out of the box, but you can customize it. Alright, I'll install it. I'll just do it. Let's just install stuff. Now, one thing I've noticed, do I have to like restart VS Code? Refresh this. Installed. Prettier. To like make sure it actually starts working. Maybe I have to like do something. I could do it over. Just open the folder again. That didn't do anything. How do I know it's doing something? I'm gonna faff around with this for a little bit. I'm going to. Oh, you're right. There it is. Nice. Okay, it's there. Yeah, it's there. Well, I gotta say, it doesn't look much prettier. When does it start looking prettier? Feel strong urge to send you good vibes. That'll hopefully lead to leveling up your VS Code skills. Do I feel it? Yeah, I feel it. Yeah, I do feel it. Thank you. Mr. Friend, you know that's gonna get you a special thank, right? That's a total special thank. That's an absolute special thank. You send the good vibes. It's just, it makes me feel a little crazy. It makes me feel a little crazy. The brackets thing. It's so annoying. Alright, I'm gonna move on. But I'm not done with you yet, brackets. Okay? One day, I will conquer you, but today is not that day. Does a prettier have any tasks? How do I know if it has tasks? Good night, Mr. Friend! Enjoy the new Alien Earth episode. Appreciate you stopping in and thanks for the good vibes. See you next time. I don't know. I guess I have no idea what tasks are. Prettier is looking for a job. Okay. Press F1 and type prettier. Stop autocomplete. Create configuration file. I don't have a configuration file. Does it have a configuration file for me? Do I have to like load in like a default one? Guess I could look it up. It did have a lot of things typed in it. Jeez. I don't know, but it's not very out of the box. So I gotta go like find VS Code. Wherever that is roaming. Could be anywhere. It could be anywhere, man. Not there. App data. Visual Studio, VS Codium. I don't know. I feel like I'm all over the place here. It's you know, it's okay. I'm letting it go. Right, coding stuff. I'm letting it go. I've let it go. Where are we at? What are we doing? Okay, so we want to decrease things. I'm letting it go. I'm moving on for now. But it's there. Can circle back at some point. Decrease stat. When does that run? So we have the interval runs update employees every 1,000 milliseconds. It's too pretty. It's too pretty. Control S. Oh yeah, I'll hit Control S all day. Update employees. For each employee, it's going to iterate through and run update stats on the employee. Update stats does this, which iterates through currently the stats. Let's make sure it is doing that. So I'm going to say console log. It is doing that. I think we already know that it is, but I just want to see it. It is doing that. It is totally doing that. Now, interestingly, it's increasing by 2 each time. Okay, so this is running twice. There's only 1 employee, so I don't fully understand why it's running twice. If I create 2, now it's increasing by a lot more. Oh, because we have 2 different case. Wait, I actually don't understand. For each, oh, because there's 2 stats. So it does see both. I see, that does make sense. Right, so it should run twice. There's 2 stats. It's trying to increment or decrease each one. So let's see if it's finding the stats. Did it find stat pay, for example? It did not. So we're not actually finding the class list correctly. Control S should activate prettier according to a YouTube tutorial. Thank you for looking into that. Maybe it's activated, but it could be the config thing as well. Yeah, I've Control S. I Control S like nobody's business. Sometimes I even do it in a browser and then it tries to save the web page and I'm like, no, but at least I'm used to it. It's worth it. It's worth the habit. Okay, maybe I need to put like a dot here, but it's already a class, so I feel like I shouldn't need to, right? That's the thing. We know that it's a class. But it's not finding the class as well, so something is wrong. So why don't you tell me what the class list is like, and I can maybe figure out why I'm referring to it wrong. Oops. Thanks for trying to help. I mean, we're one step closer to it working someday. Stat pay. Oh. No, I got it right. Stat dash pay. Stat dash praise. It does make me wonder if it needs to match exactly all of them or something. Or it needs to, like, I feel like with a switch statement, you have to exactly match the entire return. Otherwise, nothing happens. I'm pretty sure that that's the situation right now. Change the default formatter in settings. Chaotic! Hey, whoa, like, look at all of these. Okay. I've done this. You know, I had some... Wait, editor notebook. Yeah, so I think we're just matching the wrong thing. So what I'd like to find, if we could not have it running quite that much, could we just print the stats for a second? So I can just see what we're working with here. So these are all the stats. Stat value, stat pay. It's a little confusing. Stat pay, stat pay, stat value. Okay, so those are the two different divs. Oh my goodness. That. Oh, I see. So in stat praise. So this is like the div. So this is what it's kind of returning. When we do the class, okay, it's a little confusing. We'll get there. We'll figure this out. So let me do this first. First, I'm gonna say stat class list. We do have to pick a stat, right? We do like, does that work here? Because you have to do like this. Format on save is enabled. Oh. There's some setup. Helping me out, chaotic. Okay, format on save. Whoa. Wait, it's different. But is it better? It's different, but is it better? It just de-indented everything. It just de-indented. But maybe it did more. So maybe what this is doing is it's like enforcing a consistent syntax across everything. And maybe I can like have some trust that this is like the right or a widely accepted right way to do it. That did something. Thanks, Chaotic. That did something. You really are tech support. That did something. We had you on here, right? Didn't we? Maybe that was the other day for something else that you were added on here. Wow. I'm bugging. Welcome to the special thanks. It's nice. It's nice that like maybe I just don't have to worry about it, but I'm a little scared that it's just going to like take over and do stuff. I'm gonna be like, what the? Well, it's good to have you here, Chaotic Tech Support. There must have been someone else recently who had tech support in their name. If you need tech support, we got your back here. Okay. So I'm just trying to like figure out what's going on here. You could do this stats and just do for each, so I can just print it. Yeah, you did. You did help me with the challenge. The gauntlet. I knew I wrote your name down. Okay. Thank you. I feel good now. Yeah, that was it. So how about just for each stat? I mean, we don't really need anything. If I'm being honest, I just don't really care. Like, just print them all out. And show me what their deal is. How about that? Nope, doesn't like that. Like, can I just say that? gotta do more. Now I'm just kind of playing around and trying to like feel like things make sense to me. Console log. What if we do that? I'm sorry, what do you want? A semicolon? Where? Here? Oh, that. Curly brackets. More brackets. Brackets for days. Brackets on brackets on brackets. Wait, you open that up, but you also, oh my god. You have to do for each as well. Put that there. Then do that. Oh my goodness. Whoa! Oh! I just pressed, that's crazy! So I just pressed Control S. And then it does that. Actually, you know, for a beginner, this is really nice. Just to like get an idea of like how to format things. If you look at prettier in settings, it has checkboxes for what it changes. Noted. Gotcha. All right, we got stuff. It's not really what I needed, but it's interesting. So we just see the div class. Good, great. Div class, text large, stat value, stat pay, 5 and 5. So what I'm trying to fetch are just these two. So let's say for each stat, could you also give me stat class list? So if we look at that full class list, we have 0, 1, and 2. I don't want to type in, I don't want to say switch with the second index in there. Example, adding semicolons. Nice. I guess we can like fetch the length and then look for the last. I hate that. I don't like that at all. I mean, I could just always make sure I end it in this, but it just seems too easy to break it. So I don't love that. I guess we could iterate through all of the class list. So we have to say for each class list and then find it. Wow. If it matches with stat pay or whatever. Holy moly. This is kind of messy. Do we have this defined anywhere? I mean, we do pop this in here when we're looking through the class list, so you could I don't know, I'm just trying to think here. Like, what if I had like an array of the buttons, an array of the stat pay? No, it's just a little crazy. Okay. Wow. If I want to match these cases, then I'm going to need to find the right one in here. It improves your opinion of Visual Studio Code? Give it another shot! Let's go! We've done a good thing here today, everybody. We've spread the word about this being an okay program. So instead of just getting the full class list, we need to be iterating through the class list and matching with those. Okay, so for each stat, we don't even have to do that. You could say stat for each stat, because like we have right here, same thing. What if we even just started iterating through the class list right there? Is that bad? No, because no, you don't want to do that. That's wrong. You have to put it inside. So for stat for each. Yeah, we're matching it right. So I would need to put the entire array in there, which is exactly what I don't want to do. Yeah, exactly. That's what I've stumbled into realizing. Yeah, switch is like super precise, which makes sense. Okay, so looking through the class list of each stat. Looking at the class list of each stat. So we'll say, I don't care, stat class. Have another arrow function in there. And then I guess we can just like put this in here. Whoa. Oh god. Oh god, the brackets have come to get me again. Okay, wait a minute. Get rid of this. There, wait. It's attack of the brackets. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, these brackets are the death of me. Semicolon? Why do you say that? Why would you say that? I mean, I know this says semicolon, but that doesn't mean that I want a semicolon. This is just erroneously thinking that I want a semicolon. I don't think I need a I could be wrong, but I don't think I need one. I think it's trying to infer what I must want. And I think it's just wrong. So we open up this. Sometimes I just want to like burn all these down. I mean, I know at the very least I need these, right? So if we say, whoa, wait, now what is that going with? It's so hard. I hate matching up brackets. I despise it. Okay. I'm fine. I'm happy. No, it's good. It's just like, it's crazy making. I see. At least a little bit. We need another parenthesis there. Now this one doesn't match, but that's fine. For each stat, another parenthesis, we run this inside of that. For each stat class, we're returning, or we want to run a switch statement, which checks to see, does that stat class match with any of these? If it matches with that, little face now. Oh, your characters? Let's go! If you click on the bracket, then the matching bracket gets highlighted. That's true. But it doesn't help me much when they're red. That's true. I have noticed that. Yeah. For sure. It's the red ones that I'm concerned about. Although it would be nice if they were all unique colors. I'm sure there's a way to do that. Okay, so this opens that up. We get two parentheticals. We close one of them. We're running this arrow function that opens up that bracket. Then we're opening up two more parentheticals. We close one of them. So we have this, and this outstanding. Now we're opening up that curly bracket, which is where the switch case happens. We open and close that. We have another curly bracket. So the switch state, okay. So we need to close a few different curly brackets. We need to close, I just want all these dead for a second. We need to close, and it like, stop moving it. I feel like that's prettier, potentially, moving out of the way for me. Okay, so it's going inside out, because I'm often thinking outside in. So this is closing the inside one first. We add another, but that's not the next thing. This corresponds with that. Got it. So it's actually going to be a... Oh my god. A parenthetic... Wait, oh my god. I hate this. I hate this with all my heart. Okay. All of these are open and red. This has to mean... There has to be something I'm missing. Like, surely this... This is just a sign that I'm writing bad code. Okay, so... Bracket, bracket... Parenthesis... Bracket... I just have to learn... Look at this. Look at that! Done. Okay. Here's my strat right now. When I have all of these, I want them all to be open. And then I just look at the latest one that is not closed. That one is a curly bracket, so I'm going to do a curly bracket. This is the next one that isn't closed, so we add another curly bracket. A parenthesis here is left open. We add a parenthesis. Curly bracket, parenthesis, curly bracket. Done. Although I think we're still missing another one. We are. So that's further up. And another one. Now if I save it, prettier, we'll organize it. Ooh, okay. This is what I kind of need to at least get some kind of sense for, is like, what are the habits I'm gonna get into to just like keep things moving. That looks like something. Remove extra brackets. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Maybe? Really looking forward to a Lisp programming stream. Brackets for days. You know, see, that's just it though. It's good I'm learning this now. I'm sure it will come in handy. It's just the beginning. Okay, great. So where are we at? What's the situation? I'm gonna comment this out. See if it's broken. Yes. This employee class list is not a function. Okay. Alright. You don't deal with brackets much thanks to GDScript. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yes. That's why, because I should say that. I'm used to GDScript. I've been using GDScript for super long. That's my, like, only, like, text coding reference, besides HTML, which isn't much. So, yes, exactly. I haven't had... GDScript just figures it out based on indentation, which to me is just so much easier, like, visually, to see that something is nested. But that's another thing, right? If you're coding in GDScript and you notice things are getting super indented, it's kind of like a bad sign that, like, maybe you're doing too much nesting. So it does make me wonder if all this bracket chaos is like, maybe a red flag. But whatever. Funny thing is that GDScript supports semicolons. True. You can use it. I don't think they do anything. So what line was that on? Set management 54, 51, 50, 83. Looking like here. Okay. So what's going on there? Yeah, just visual. Wait, is prettier just changing that? But it doesn't match when I press enter. Oh my god. Okay, let's log employees. Just see what that's giving us right now. Yep, so that's fine. If I do employees for each employee, could you please I don't think that's even gonna work though. I feel like employees not defined and update employees. Okay. Okay. I'm a little surprised by that. Shouldn't this just be every index? I mean, that's what we already do elsewhere. That's saying line 54? Maybe it's up here? Pass it? What do you mean by pass it? Everywhere false semicolon print. Okay. So it might be that the issue is actually happening over here somewhere. Also, this is kind of weird, right? Because we already know we've matched it at this point. So I don't even think we need to do that. It will already match, you know? We've already kind of narrowed it down at that point, in theory. Stat value is not defined. Okay, I think this is good. That means we're getting down here now. This is very good. So tell me what that is. It's already the employee, I think. So it is bringing in the stat. Brings it in just fine. But it seems further down. If is in range stat value. Oh yeah. Whoops. It's a typo. Okay. Oh, it's incrementing. Oh, this is good. What I know about triple equals is it's the right one to do for checking if things are the same. That's what I know about it. And this makes sense, because this decrease stat is doing that. Is minus minus a thing? Seems like it should be. Bam! Let's go! Oh! We want to say if it's in range. No, don't go beyond. Don't go further than that. So it's supposed to make sure that the value is in range, and if it's in range, then run it. But it was running it out of range too. Is this another? No, this isn't a prefix postfix thing. That's not what this is. No. It's working! It's working, yes! And then there's a new problem! As it goes, as it goes. Yeah, in GDScript you do equals equals, but it seems that JavaScript, the way to go is triple equals. So I listen, and I do. So why is it willing to go out of range? My in range is checking to make sure that the value is... So if the value is less than what max stat is set to, and greater than or equal, you can remove extra brackets. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean, Proton. What are you talking about? What brackets? What brackets? What do you mean? You do equals equals for both Threes is just more specific. Yeah, right. It's more specific. If the Boolean value, or if the value that is set in here is less than the max stat, which is 10, and it's greater than or equal to, my friend, I don't know what you're talking about. Here? What extra bracket? If there's an extra bracket, we'd be getting an error. I don't think it would let me add an extra one in there. I don't think I can just add extra brackets, like... I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Sounds not necessary, but interesting if I could understand you. Min stat is 0, so it's saying... Oh, one line the if statement. Oh. Still don't understand. If and for single lines doesn't require curly brackets. One set to string 1 would be true, while one set to triple string 1. Oh, so it's looking for like a type match. Triple equals looking for a type match. Gotcha. Oh, thank you. That's very clear. But like, why? Why should I do that? Because it's just different? I'm not sure I understand. I don't know. I'm gonna leave you. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean. Okay, but I need this function to work right. Min stat is 0. Max stat is 10. Both of these have to be true in order for it to bother with this. So, if the max stat is currently 10, and if the min stat, or the max stat is currently less than 10, the value is currently less than 10, and the value is greater than or equal to, I feel like this is where it gets weird. But we do want to say or equal to. Maybe that was like old time true, you know? Because I feel like if we get rid of the equal to, that will work better. Maybe with the old way the logic was, the equal to was important. But now it doesn't need the equal to. Okay, but definitely don't have these buttons working. That's for sure. Unknown ability used. Ooh, this is valuable. A string and not an integer? No, it's an integer. Previously, this in range, I guess just like the way that decreasing worked before, setting it to greater than or equal worked, but it seems now it needs just greater than. But it should be an integer, right? Right. Actually, maybe it is a string. Wait, maybe you're right. Actually, it might be a string. Now that I think about it. I think it is. Because it's pulling from inner HTML. So I would assume that that brings it in as a string. Okay. Oh, right. Increase time. So I wanted to get rid of that console log. Is it still there? I don't think so. Yes, it is. This. Where is the type safety? I definitely am going to look into type safety one day. One day I will. I'm trying to wrap my head around what you're saying, Proton. Like making this one line. If is in range value, I just don't really know. On line 88, if you remove the curly brackets, okay, no curly brackets. Whoa, wait. I hate that. Wait, but now it's inconsistent. I hate JavaScript. I don't. It's really nice and useful, but like there's some... This is goofy. This is goofy. There should be rules, and they should be followed in every situation. There shouldn't be special situations where you don't have to do it. Ridiculous. What? All C languages is the same? It's Chris for sure, but you can do this in GDScript as well. But GDScript doesn't have brackets like that. You can use parse integer to make sure it's an integer, but it might not help. I mean, like, it's not giving me problems. I'm leaving them there, but I'm gonna know now that Proton was right. For one-liners. I mean, it could still be one line with the brackets. Okay, prettier isn't gonna make it a one line. That's true. And if I do this... You're breaking the style code by not moving it onto line 88. Really? That's so annoying. It's so annoying. So where else... I feel like Proton was trying to tell me... Props to Proton, by the way. Props to Proton. Thank you for being diligent and everybody for helping me understand what Proton is talking about. I'm going to give you extra credits there. You're teaching me good things. You are. You are not to do not. You are not. Do not listen. Now I'm breaking the style code. Oh, God. I mean, this isn't a one-liner, right? But I guess in theory, I could get rid of... Nope. Okay. Nope, that's different. Nope. Nope. Switch case, not the same. For loop, though. Maybe you're saying that could be done that way? Nope. So is it literally... I don't even... How do I know when it... When you can do it and when you can't? Oh, screw clean code, people. Oh, come on, clean code ain't everything. If you're a strict clean code person, they say never do one-liner if statements. Oh wait, but I'm vouching for that. Am I a strict clean code person? Never mind, don't screw them. Breaking the style code only makes you more stylish. True. What is style? But being in contrast to other style. To the norm. Okay. What am I supposed to do? I'm being pulled in so many different directions. I mean, in my heart, I don't like this. But what I will say is I'm probably going to read code that does this. And so now that I know about it... What's this light bulb? Oh, I don't know. Now that I know about it, I can read other code better. Yeah, it lets you get away with so much. It's cursed. I appreciate the consistency the other way. Did you figure out why the post increment didn't work? Post increment. I don't really... I can't say I, like, literally understand why it doesn't work. But I did find out that the pre works. So I'm not gonna say I know why we need the pre. Well, here's what I am assuming. I think I do know why. I feel like the reason why I need the pre-increment is because of the assignment. Because we have, yeah, and I'm no. This is what one of y'all said. I'm just trying to like make sense of it. I think because we're saying this equals something that's incrementing. If I do plus plus after, I mean, again, this is just me trying to just human language it. It's like I'm saying set ID number current to employee ID number previous, and then increment employee ID number previous. Yeah. Whereas here, by putting it there, we're saying employee ID number current equals incremented employee ID previous. So I think that's why. That's what makes sense to me there. Welcome, Therapy Kitten. Single line if statements. Make you sad? I don't like it. I don't like it. Thank you for the solidarity. I don't like it. But I like knowing about it. It is less cluttered. And I think just from just like learning in general, like it's just frustrating. Okay, what if this was TypeScript? Would it matter? Probably not. TypeScript's more about static typing. Probably doesn't matter either way. You torture your fellow programmers with inline if statements. I don't know. The majority of y'all sound like you're in favor of not inline. Apparently JavaScript is not type safe. No. Does that cast it to an integer when you do it like that? Like this? I don't know. I guess I'm a little curious. I mean, we could try to find out. I guess if I just literally right here say console. Oh, we need to do it somewhere else though. This one's a little broken. Console log value. We could find out what that is. We could even say value is that, and then maybe we could also say HTML is that, just like to study it and like see what's going on in there for fun. I mean, it doesn't look like a string. It seems like it's pulling it as an integer. Unless, I assume if it was a string, it would have the quotes around it. It goes the opposite direction. Automatically converts the variable to the desired type. Whoa. Difference is, does it increment before or after use? Yeah. CoffeeScript was JavaScript with no brackets, but it died before TypeScript was even born. Oh yeah, there was like a Mocha script. That was like a thing, right? I've read something about the history of these things. You can do type of variable. What? Therapy kitten with the wisdom and a therapy kitten. That's a twofer. Okay. So I could say value. Wait, how do I even do that? Type. What is? Oh, there. Type of. Nice. Nice. Value is. Oops, I keep moving to the wrong thing. Hey. Why isn't it logging anything? Oh, I did it in the wrong place. That's why. In here. Here we go. Value is oh, it's a string! It is a string! Disturbing. Disturbing. That is disturbing. Wow. So we are mathing on strings over here. I honestly, like, I don't even know that I want to go from vanilla JavaScript right to a library. I think I would want to go from vanilla JavaScript to TypeScript. Because, again, I love typing things. In my GDScript code, guys, I type things like nobody's business. I do. And so, I miss it. But, at the same time, it's kind of nice to be just, like, slapping things together. And then I would love to, like, try TypeScript, do the things I learned here, and then run into the problems where it's like, Like, that might be really interesting and a good learning experience. Nice. That was interesting and helpful. I'm gonna go ahead and give you a special thank for that, Therapy Kitten. Okay, good. So where are we now? I will leave. The reason why I'm gonna leave this single line in here is because I want to know about it. I want to know that it exists, and I want to come back and just be somewhat used to it. But my personal taste isn't loving it. If you know it should be numeric, you can cast it easily. Okay. Maybe I know what you mean. So great. So it decreases well, but what I really want is to also be able to increase. What happens if I have multiple? Do they all decrease? No. So it's still not even doing the right one. It's doing the last one. So I do. Okay, let's actually get that working before they do the increase. Do I want to learn? I am learning something fun. So these are definitely different IDs in here. Oh, I don't want to do that, Proton. Why? Is that good? Floor it? That probably is really smart, though, actually. That's probably really smart. Because it probably protects against stuff. So literally, we're just turning values into integers, basically, is what that's doing. I feel like pawn does that too. Variable equals if conditional question mark yes colon no. Okay, you've said something. That does sound kind of nice, but like, again, if I was in TypeScript, that'd be important. But here, you know, maybe I'll run into issues later on down the road, you know? I don't know. Maybe I should. I feel like it's going to introduce complexity that stresses me out. But with that said, that does sound smart. A one-liner? Oh, like in here? But it says function. Well, now I'm just confused. You can use integer val to cast an int. Right, so I think that's what Proton is saying, is like a helper function. Like, oh, but right. I could also put that right in here. But it's nice to have an integer function. So I could say that this, I could do like math floor, like on this, right? If I just do that, and then do the console log, value type is type of number. You know what? I like it. Well, I mean, look. Tech supports if line here. What is it? I don't understand. Variable equals if conditional question mark yes no. What is that? That's some joke code. Value equals value is in range. Value question mark. Wait, what are you talking about? Why would I do this? Why do that? Why? What's the advantage? Right, a ternary operator. Oh yeah, Godot doesn't have those, so I never really understand how to use them. In GDScript, it translates to variable result equals true value if condition else false value. Doesn't have the question mark though. But like, why would I do this? Value equals is in range. Value. Oh my God, this is supposed to be value. Value plus plus colon value. Why do that? Why not? I don't know, because I want to move on. Because I want to keep moving forward. Okay, for now. Sometimes, like, earlier on, I'm more like, let's go on down paths. But, like, at this point, I want results, man. I want things to function. And it functions, kind of. Alright, I'm actually really into this math floor thing. So I'm going to give you some props, Proton. Because even though that's not the way you told me it, I feel a lot nicer making it a number. Does it still work, by the way? Yeah, it does. It's just nicer. It's a number. Too many ways to make an if conditional. Yeah, it's too many. I hate this. I don't like it. I'm getting rid of it. I don't like it. Nope, I don't want it. I hate it. I don't like it. It's gone. I don't like it. I don't like it. I like, especially at this learning phase, I just want to be able to look at it and read it as it is. And for now, to me, this is more readable. For parse int. Wait, did you say that earlier? I guess the floor has the advantage of like making sure that there isn't like a floating point situation. But like parse int also does a thing. Well, now I don't know which. Oh man, there's just so many different ways to do the same thing on like such a micro levels. Oh wait, that actually didn't work. I think I used it wrong. I did? Pairs? I said pairs. Can you please pare down the integer? I can't stand it. Like I go back to read over it and I feel like it's not clicking in my brain that we're running this fuck. I don't know, it's just, it makes me happy. It makes me happy. I want to be happy. But I'm still really glad that y'all showed me that. Okay, but now what's the difference? Why? Okay, I am actually curious about this. Like, what's the advantage of using one versus the other? Pros, cons of parse int versus math floor on a string that is a number. I must know. That's a lot of happiness. We have created a lot of happiness on this day. All I had to do was not make it one line. Can you be more succinct, buddy? Parse int handles mixed strings, 42 picks, or 100.5 ABC by extracting the leading integer. Interesting. One rounds, the other forces an integer. I kind of like the idea of rounding. And just in case, you know? Except radix. I don't really know what that is. Parse int 1010 blah 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 that rad ID, whatever the hell that is. Cool. Very versatile. Useful for loose parsing when input might be messy or contain units. Interesting. Cons. Ignores decimals entirely. Well, floor is also kind of doing that. Can return not a number if the string doesn't start with a number. Slower than math floor. Ooh. I mean, that's a pretty big con. Math floor converts a string to a number first, then floors it to the lowest integer. Parses a string and returns an integer by reading from left to right until it hits a non-numeric number. So it's like a little for loop, the parse int. Parse int sounds really powerful in certain contexts. Accurate with decimals, 42.9 becomes 42, 42.1 becomes 42. Strict conversion only works if the string is a valid number. Oh, I like that. So we're getting like a little bit of a type check there. Faster and more predictable for clean numeric strings. Cons, fails on messy strings, no radic support. Okay, I'm gonna give you props though, Kitten, because for sure, parse int is integer, or is useful. Parse int is useful. It is integer. It's useful, especially for these cases, and now I know about that. But this is very much convinced me. Int is a thing in GDScript. Is it a thing here too? Just type int, it'll just int it? Nuh-uh. That's not a thing. You're just saying stuff. Yeah. Okay. So we'll go with math floor. Great. Cool. So, other problems. Big problem is that when I create multiple, it's not decreasing all of them, which it's supposed to. Ew, gross. I'm learning gross things about JavaScript. Variable x equals condition and truthy value. Oh yeah, truthy. Said it's not in JavaScript. Yeah. This will set x if condition is true. Someone else said they don't like truthy values in JavaScript. Variable x equals condition and truthy value. So if the condition, I don't understand. This will set x if condition is true. Oh, that's kind of cool. I mean, it's ugly. It doesn't like look good. Like I can't look at that and like read it and it makes sense. I see. I getcha. But it's kind of neat. It's just like unreadable. Unless you know about it. Then it's fine. Variable x equals condition or falsy value does the opposite. Ugh. No, yeah, it looks like it's another if statement. There's plenty more where apparently this one-line abomination came from. So this is supposed to be looking... When does decrease stat run? It is yet another if statement. It is. Every 1,000 milliseconds, it runs update employees. So it's going to iterate through every employee, and then it's going to run update stats on that employee, presumably. Which when it does that, why is it, I don't understand why it's only happening on one. I gotta figure this out. Because when I add multiple, it's supposed to be looking at all of these. And yet it isn't. So here's what I want to figure out. First, number one, how many times is this running? A stat is being decreased. Just give me that, first of all. Is it if statement like some other languages? Can you set a variable in an if statement? I don't know. So this is gonna get a lot because there's 2 events. That's something. So it's gonna be 2 at a time because there's 2 stats. So it's a little chaotic. But this is running 4 times. So it's running it on 4 of the, on, because look, it's adding 4. So it is doing it. Event handler is being overwritten. That's a thing? Oh, it looks like I need to understand something about what event handlers are. I don't even think I've gotten to for each. I didn't know that was a thing. So event listeners exist. They're like a thing that's there. I would have thought if they are there, they're relative to something. I mean, it's just a theory that you have, but I didn't even know that how, okay, we should, if I'm gonna check for that makes the most sense, right? Because it changes to the different ones. It's a really good thought. Oh, but this is for increase. Sorry, this one. Wait. Add event listener, click. Wait, but is there a listener? Wait, there is no listener. Wait a minute. There is this, which is for adding a new employee, but that's for every time we click. But this definitely, so the employee list does look good. So like if I add a new one and we just have it print the full array. Oh my god. Please stop this. Please stop this at once. Or are you like this? Okay, because I told it to, is why. So that's employee 0. When I hit this again, we have 2 different things in here. Employee 0 and then employee 1. Yeah, so what's happening is that when I create multiple employees, it only decreases the most recent one instead of all of them at once, which it's supposed to do. So I'm trying to debug why. So every 1000 milliseconds, we run update employees, which iterates through the list of employees. And on each of those, it's supposed to run its own update stats. But I wonder if that's not working like I think it is. Because remember, we create a new class for each one. But it's not even, I don't even know. I don't know. It seems to be running the same update stats. Not recent, first only. Whoa. How much? Okay. I've seen first only, but I'm still not sure what it means. Is your function calling global or local to the employee? In theory, local, but yeah, possibly it seems like it's behaving global. So the update stats is inside of the employee class. Is inside of the employee class. That's where it exists. So I was hoping that if we're creating a bunch of new employee classes, we can refer back to it. But maybe we're not actually referring back to the employee class. Maybe that's the problem. I mean, we are adding it to the list of employees, so I just don't know. A tick event listener? Does that help this situation? There's a shorter version of that statement. X and equals y. This will set x to y if x is truthy. Get out of here. Leave. No, don't, please. Okay, so run again. Run again. I'm running. Yes. So you see, create a new one. It goes on that one. The newest one, I mean, say what you, word it how you want, but when I create a new one, it decreases. I create a new one, it decreases that one. It is literally the most recent one that I create is the one that has that applied to it. Like, that is what is happening. I'm not saying the first only thing isn't true somehow, but it is at least doing that. So yeah, just trying to debug why. Do I have insert right now? Stop this. Yes. Yes, it is. It's being called multiple times. So I had put a console log in here, and if there's, so for every employee, it runs it twice. So it was doing it 4 times when there were 2 employees. So it is definitely running it 4 times. So yeah, just gotta poke around and try stuff. So I'm gonna try, yeah. I'm kind of curious to see this. What if we say in here, console log, and say stats updated on, and then what if we pop in here employee ID? See what we get. Employee 0. Oh, okay. Wait, there's only 1. Never mind. I said like I found something. We need to do it on this one. Oh. so it's interesting because it is running it more times, but it's only doing it on the most recent one. Instead of what it's in theory supposed to be doing, which is looking at all of them that are contained within that array. So I think my issue is in, apparently, here. Somehow. I don't know how, but somehow. I mean, does it make sense, actually? Wait, does this make sense? What's the employee ID for? Employee ID is for knowing who the different employees are. So if I put in here console log employees, and we see it get updated every time, as you will see, we add more, and now it has 2 employees in it. So we have 0, employee 0 on index 1. We have employee 1. We create a new one. Now we'll have employee 2. So it's just appending a different ID to each employee, basically. Okay, so yeah, I think the issue is in here. So what I'm curious to understand, and I'm starting to like kind of formulate here. This is running like 1 time, but it should be through each one. Okay, let's see what we got here. Thanks, Chaotic. I'm trying my best, okay? So I'm gonna say console log yeah, it's exactly what I'm up. That's it. That's it. I got this. I got this. You gotta let me cook. I got this. Don't worry. I got this. Let me cook. I got this. Okay. So that's running every second. It's okay. It's okay. Just let me cook. Now it's doing. Oh, this is kind of. Oh. Okay. Let me get rid of. I gotta remember to clean up my logs here. Okay, get rid of that. It's tough because if it's going every 1,000 seconds, it becomes quite a lot. So can we even get like a little extra context here? Updated employee. Okay. So we have one employee. Yeah, this is a lot of stuff in here. It's quite a bit that it's putting out. But this should be the class, and you can see it is the class on the top level. So just to like make this a little simpler, I mean, I think we already know what it's just gonna be the same name. It could be interesting to see, to fetch, can we do that? Can we fetch the employee ID from there? No. But we can probably get the class name from it, which is just gonna be employee no matter what. Nope, it's nothing. Okay. What is it? We should do type of. Ooh, update employee type is. Love that type of tip. What are you? What are you? Object. Interesting. Okay, so this is an object. It's just a lot that it's putting out here. I need to like put a breakpoint. I'm gonna put a breakpoint after this because it's just getting to be a bit much. Oh, I misspelled it? Good catch. Thank you for the hydrates, Kate. Oh yeah. It could be when you actually create a new employee, something's being overwritten. True. Why can't you fetch employee? I think I spelled it wrong. Good catch. Proton. Oh, but still it didn't work. That's okay. That's fine. So that is that. I want to put a breakpoint here so we don't have all this crap flying up in my face. Please, breakpoint? No? Okay. that wasn't much of a breakpoint. Okay. I mean, I feel like if it even works. Okay. Can we type in a break point? Why? Idea started with an employee class? Not really. We could put it in there. Drink water, everyone. It is good for you. It's not, but we could add it in. So it's basically set here. It's like a parameter, basically. But I mean, I could say this employee ID equals employee ID. Like, I could do that. We could do that. And then, in theory, it should be there. Which could be nice. This is nice. I can look at this. That was it. Alert. That's for the breakpoint? Okay, but you can look. This is actually kind of really helpful. 0 and 1. So it is running it on both separate employees. Look, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. It's running in all of them. This is good. This is good. This is very good. Okay, I feel like a special thanks goes to Chaotic on that one, right? At least. So, it is running the function on each one. So it seems like it's actually in the function itself, then. In update stats. Oh god, okay. Update stats. I mean, there's some stuff going on here. We got a for loop and a for loop. Oh, I said I haven't gotten. Why did I say I haven't gotten to for each? Why did I say that? I forgot that that's what a for loop is called in JavaScript. It's so weird. Okay. For each stat in the stats, get a class list of each stat. And then check to see if it can find stat pay or stat praise on there. And what is stats? This employee query selector all stat value. And what is this employee? Document, get element by ID, employee ID. It does say employee ID. Maybe something in here is wacky. So maybe it would be good to just like explore what's going on here. Because in theory, this should be exactly the ID. I do wonder if we even need the two string. Oh wait, this is. Oh, well, I don't know. What if we do this? And then maybe I don't even need two string. I might need two string. I don't know. I'm just trying stuff here. Okay, well, it didn't cause problems, but it also didn't help anything. Okay. And then after that, just to double check, this employee is, it's probably gonna be kind of a bit of a bloated print, this one. You cooked breakfast an hour ago, forgot it, now it's all cold? Is it still yummy? That's honestly kind of relatable. It might still be good. I've totally done that before. But especially if it's things like you can't reheat, that could suck. Enjoy. Enjoy. I'm sorry. Damn. Employee is not defined. Oh, did I? Oh, yeah. This employee. ID 0. ID 1. So it's assigning it correctly. Pancakes. It is assigning it with the right ID. Employee 2. Okay. And when we come down to the stats, this has gotta be putting out a bunch of crap, right? Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Okay, okay. I respect that principle. I respect that. At least it's better to eat it. Maybe I don't, maybe like I always thought of that as like you should make sure you eat nutritious things for breakfast because it's good for you. But maybe you're also interpreting it as it also needs to be enjoyable. That's fair. That's fair. Because it like sets the tone for the whole day. So this doesn't really give me much of an inclination, like a clue about what. Oh, does it highlight? It does. Oh, cool. So what if I do this? What does this highlight now? You cannot skip it. Look at this. Why does this, is this because, why isn't this highlighted anymore? What happens here? These, look, I can highlight them, but I make a new one, and now this is like nothing. It cannot be found in the current page. No, no, you need to be found. What? What do you mean it cannot be found? Why not? So it doesn't stay within the class object? I mean, this does almost make me feel like I should be looking at the HTML instead of... But I am saying look at the HTML and set it to this. It's a little confusing. So like if that's the case, I guess it's also surprising that there's not like an error. It's very confusing. So what about whenever you decrease this one stat, for example? We have the stat class. Tell me about this stats in that moment. So if I say this employee ID stats are this. Do I need to... Employee zero stats are, yeah, all that. That's a lot of prints. That's a lot of prints. Can we put that not in there? Maybe? I mean, you could still put this in here. But I don't know. I don't really know what I want to do. It's like the same thing though. I guess I don't even know. I don't know what to do. What if I come back down here where it's iterating through each one of these? JavaScript variables are like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're gonna get. Evidently not. So it seems. So it seems. See if I can find this employee stats from out here. Employee zero stats are those. Okay, put this out. So it's okay. Oh god. Oh, let's do the alert thing you were talking about. Is that? Stop it. Stop. No. Message. How do I get a breakpoint to work here? JavaScript, breakpoint. Help me out. I know, but the debugger, it's not listening to me. It doesn't care about me. Whatever. You don't even have to do it. No, you do have to do it there. I have to put like a message? Is that what you're saying? Oh, that... Okay. I can do that. Thank you. Oh. Okay, this is no, I like this. This is good. Thank you. Although it's not that helpful actually. It's hey. 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 Well, that was less helpful than I was hoping. But you did get me something that was useful. That was basically what I asked. Hey. Because it doesn't work. Look, I do the built-in breakpoint, nothing happens. That's why. But I guess we could just not have it go. What if you just do this? What if you don't do an interval? How about this? Comment that out. Just run it one time. Have it run every time you add a new employee. I think that's going to be easier. So when a new employee gets added, at the end of that, just update employees. This is the easiest way, I think, forward here. But you need the class, so you have to say, you still have to iterate. That's okay. This is confusing. Set it in browser. Guys, I gotta be honest, I'm kind of running out of time today, unfortunately. I don't think I'm gonna catch. I mean, look, it's been good progress, but I don't think I'm gonna catch all this in time. I just don't think I'm going to. This one's a bit of a puzzle. And I guess what I'm trying to do with this is observe to see how it's changing over time. I mean, you could make this a lot slower. That would be slightly less chaotic. Update employees isn't a class thing, though. You can do it. No, you can do it after you add each one. Okay, I was confused. No, you can do this right here. Do it. Update employees. Do it. See what happens. Go for it. Nice. One time. So now it's not doing a bunch. This is good. Okay, good. Next one. So now we get 2. Look, they're gone. They don't exist anymore. Why? Why? Why are they gone? Where did they go? Look at the HTML. Look at the HTML. Why? What do you mean? Go to elements. Good call. The employee canvas. Employee 0, employee 1. It looks good. It looks really good. Looks as it should. I feel like yeah, it's weird, right? Because there's the HTML is still there, right? It just lost the reference to it. It's not remembering for each class what its stats are supposed to be. But again, you know, this kind of makes me think I should have done IDs. I don't know, I think maybe we need IDs. So this was like what I was very logically convinced to do was to use class scope to set up the stats. But if they were unique IDs, this wouldn't even be an issue, and we wouldn't have to iterate through and find the stat per employee. It would just be its own unique ID, and we could just access it on its own. Although it certainly seems like it would make sense that we should be able to access the employee and then look at the employee's stats. But I don't know. You're using a new editor and you don't like it for pixel art at all? You posted what you have so far in live chat. You'll start animating throughout the week since you won't get back to this next. I won't get back next Tuesday. That's true. I know. I wish I could work on it more. I feel like I just have to be done. Guys, I think this is all I can do today. I think this is it. I think that's all. I think that's the end. I hate to leave on a problem, but like, it's a mystery. I mean, look, if I had IDs for each of these, even though it would look a little more busy in the code, it would be super easy to reference those things. Sources tab, that's where you can create breakpoints. Whoa, nice. Noted. Thank you. Are you, so that wouldn't make sense. Are you sure you're not getting an array? What do you mean? Am I sure I'm not getting an array? I don't know. I think we're just gonna have to come back to it. I'm just gonna have to come back to it. I don't got time. Y'all helped me so much today. Learn JavaScript. Like what? What? Look, we can add stuff. We have the bones of being able to like pick them apart and do stuff with them. It ain't there yet. But that's okay. We can get there little by little. It's okay. I'll be working on it again next Tuesday. And we're gonna be adding some art as well from none other than PawnXPawn. This Friday, by the way, we're gonna do some Godot game dev. I'll be back. And it's gonna be a collaborative stream. So literally there's gonna be other people on stream with me, making art, making code. Whoa, yes! We're gonna be adding, what? The conveyor belts! Oh my gosh, this is so cool! Guys, our little increment game is gonna be awesome. I'm gonna be working on it again next Tuesday. These two people right here, the Discord mods, Marceline and Pierogigon, are gonna be here on Godot. Yeah, this is the art that's gonna be in the game. Pawn has been working on some awesome, charming, delightful, cute art, and I'm super excited to put it in. So yeah, next Tuesday is the next time I'm doing JavaScript stuff. I hate to leave it that long. We're just collabing. We've done one before. We did one last even month on the 3rd week. So yeah, we're doing another one. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna make a game. Come with suggestions and join the Game Like Jam. Hey, have you joined the Game Like Jam? Join the Game Like Jam. It's a thing. It's happening. Look, other people are joining it. Maybe you should join. We're gonna make a horror game. We're gonna make a bunch of horror games based on another horror game. So I can't wait to start that. That's gonna start next month. But through these people right here, Discord mods. It's a Discord mod collab. But yeah, we did one before. Same people. Go to the YouTube channel and go look at the last ones we did. These people right here. Dungeon Martian and Pierogigon. It's gonna be fun. Appreciate you all. Y'all are amazing. I like I like getting to make stuff in JavaScript. I like learning a new language. It's super, super awesome. Even though there's some disturbing things that I'm learning about what you can do here, and even though I didn't get a perfect thing built, that's okay. The learning was good. Yeah, check out the last one. I'll see you guys on Friday. We're gonna do a collab thing. Goodbye, YouTube. YouTube. Thank you. Don't forget to hit the like button on YouTube. Hit that thumbs up on YouTube. Liking helps a lot. It's okay if you don't want to press it, but if you do and you forgot, I'm reminding you to press it. It's a horror game of language, and I like to play it. Thumb up on YouTube. Goodbye. I'll be back on Friday. Friday, I'll be here. Oh. As for